Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is second part of What If Harry Became the Grey Hunter and Declared War on the Death Eaters. Here's a quick glimpse. After watching his friends die one by one, Harry abandons mercy and embraces the Grey Path. Traveling back in time, he becomes the Grey Hunter, silent, relentless, and determined to wipe out every Death Eater before they can strike. In a world where shadows choose sides, Harry becomes the one force Voldemort never prepared for. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Now, let the story unfold. Albus, I suppose you can explain why I was called out of a very important meeting to come to Hogwarts, said the head of the DMLE, whose tone indicated quite clearly how irritated she was by this little disruption. Urgent was the message, my assistant was told. What could be so urgent at this school? Her words trailed off as she noted that the mysterious Dark Hunter and his equally mysterious wife were standing in the middle of the room. Then her eyes looked upon the stunned and magically bound man on the middle of the floor. Amelia Bones prided herself on her dignity and her emotional toughness. She even prided herself on her ability to not be surprised by events around her. The Aurors who had accompanied her were quite surprised as their leader's monocle clinked on the floor as she stared agape at the man who was lying in front of her, stunned, but clearly alive. The supposedly murdered Peter Pettigrew, posthumous recipient of the Order of Merlin First Class. One of the junior Aurors scrambled to the floor and picked up the monocle and handed back to their boss. Amelia slowly cleaned it with a wave of her wand before placing it back in her eye, never taking her eyes off of the scene in front of her. Without turning to face the headmaster, she spoke to him slowly and clearly. You better have a good explanation about this, and I better not hear the phrase, for the greater good, anywhere in what you are about to tell me. LDH 14.1, Albus Dumbledore was speechless for a moment. His mind was working quickly on an explanation. If he dared to say that he had no idea that there was an animagus hiding out as a student's pet, then he would be ridiculed for such lax security. If he tried to claim he was aware of the situation, then there would be too many questions about just why a grown man was allowed to sleep in the boys' dorms for the past 3 years or more, as he recalled that Percy Weasley originally brought Scabbers to Hogwarts with him. There must be something wrong with the wards, he confessed, hoping that no one would call him on his bluff. I will see to them immediately. There is no need to worry anyone about this. No need to worry? Asked the incredulous director of the DMLE. You refused to allow the minister to supply further security because you had it all under control. This is most definitely not under control. She let her words sink in for a moment before continuing her rant against the headmaster. This man was supposedly murdered the day after you know who was defeated. You were one of the first people on the scene at Godric's Hollow. If Sirius Black did not kill this man, then why was he put in Azkaban? You were the chief warlock of the Wizengamot at the time of his arrest. Did you not oversee his trial? I do not think that this is the place to have this conversation, Amelia, stated the headmaster. Amelia Bones scanned the room briefly before replying. Very well, we will move this conversation to your office now, or to my office in 10 minutes. As the group was about to leave, the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, stumbled into the room. What is going on here? He demanded. I heard that someone captured Sirius Black. Where is the murderer? He looked around the room and then at the man in manacles lying on the floor. And just who the bloody hell is that? Amelia Bones spoke calmly. Minister, I do believe you should join us with the headmaster in his office as we try to determine just what is going on here and why the man who was supposedly murdered by Sirius Black 12 years ago is alive and has been living in hiding for the past 12 years as a rat. Perhaps the awarding of the Order of Merlin, First Class, to Peter Pettigrew was just a little bit premature. She then turned to 2 of her Aurors. Bring that man to a holding cell and do not leave him alone. If he wakes up, stun him or sedate him until I return to the department to interrogate him personally. Until that happens, no one speaks to him. And no one speaks to the press yet either. The head of the DMLE then turned to face Django and Hildy. I expect you to be joining us as there is much to be discussed. A quiet voice called out from among the students. Excuse me, ma'am, said Harry Potter as he looked at the monocled director, but is this man here on the floor the one who actually betrayed my parents? Amelia's stern expression softened for a moment, and then she answered, choosing her words carefully, "That is something that we do not know as of yet, but we need to get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible." Harry started to feel a little braver at this time. "I would like to speak with that man when he wakes up. I would like to witness his interrogation." "That would not be the best thing for you to do, Harry, my boy," commented Dumbledore, trying to sound like a sage grandfather. Django spoke up, "Headmaster, he is not your boy and I believe that he should be present for the interrogation. After all, it was his parents that were murdered by Voldemort. It was he who received the scar and became an orphan because someone close to his family betrayed them. Harry Potter has a right to be present at the interrogation. Harry Potter deserves to be present there, and neither you nor anyone else have any right to prevent him from being there. Unless of course there is something that you are trying to hide from the young man." Harry spoke up again, "Watching an interrogation would be about the tamest thing I have ever done here." Fudge was confused. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Potter?" "We don't need to go into any of that," interjected Albus. "No, Headmaster," snapped Django, "actually we do need to go into all of that. Everything that young man has experienced since coming back to the magical world, since coming to Hogwarts, is all related to everything that has happened since October 1981. Amelia Bones could tell there was a lot more that needed to be discussed about this whole situation, and the Gryffindor common room was the last place to have this conversation. And in the back of her mind, the fantastic stories that her niece had told her might actually have some truth to them, especially if the indications from how much Dumbledore was trying to avoid this conversation counted for anything. "Very well, then," commented the director, "we will meet in 15 minutes in my office. I expect to see you there, Albus." She turned to Django, "And the Pevensies better be there as well. I expect the minister will choose to join us." She then turned to the Gryffindor head of house. "Minerva, I trust that you can have young Mr. Potter there as well." Then she turned back to Dumbledore, "And that is not a request, but a direct order from the head of the DMLE. Tilde 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 OOO tilde tilde tilde." Amelia Bones had actually changed plans slightly from the commands she had given when they were at Hogwarts. There would be several people attending this meeting, including the Minister for Magic, so she had decided it would be best to hold the meeting in a conference room near her office. Once all of the interested parties arrived, Amelia began the meeting. "Now, let us start by reviewing what happened today. Why were you at the school, Mr. Pevensie?" "I had received a tip that there would be some sort of clue about Mr. Sirius Black in possession of one of the students. However, Madam Director, I would like to make it clear that I cannot release where I received this information from, as it may compromise my ability to track down Mr. Black." Django appeared to be all too smug in his reply to the director of the DMLE. This was not sitting well with Madam Bones. "We will get back to you later," commented Amelia. She then turned to Professor Dumbledore. "Once again, Albus, I ask you just how the bloody hell a supposedly dead unregistered animagus came to be living at Hogwarts under the guise as a pet for one of your students." Albus' eyes twinkled as he answered, "I have been asking that very question of myself, my dear Amelia, and so far I find that I do not have a satisfactory explanation. Perhaps if I could have a few moments to speak with Mr. Pettigrew." She cut him off instantly. "No, you may not. You may be the headmaster of Hogwarts Academy of Wizardry and Witchcraft, you may be the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and even the supreme mugwump of the ICW, but this is my jurisdiction here and you will not interfere with an investigation. Now, Mr. Potter," she said as she calmed herself and turned to face the young student, "my sincerest apologies for the inconvenience this must be on you and your time, but I do believe that this whole situation somehow directly involves you. What can you tell me about this rat?" "I had no idea that Scabbers was a person, ma'am," said Harry, who was clearly a little intimidated by his surroundings. However, he relied on his Gryffindor courage and tried not to let his anxiety show. "I mean, Ron, that's Ronald Weasley, ma'am, he's had Scabbers as a pet since I first met him. Neither my owl, Hedwig, nor Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, ever seemed to like Scabbers. I guess we now know why. But why is he alive? I thought people said he was murdered by the man who betrayed my parents." "Things are not always what they first seem, Harry," commented Django, "as you well know from your many experiences over your first 2 years at school. I am sure that those events have no bearing on what is happening today," added Dumbledore. I don't know, sir, protested Harry, still a little intimidated by the headmaster. If Peter Pettigrew was the one who betrayed my parents to Voldemort, then my recent encounters with him and today's events may not be merely coincidence. Now, my boy, interrupted Fudge, I am sure you are mistaken. He who must not be named is dead. He died because of you that night 12 years ago. You could not have possibly had any encounters with you know who. Harry blinked once as he stared at the minister. No, sire, no disrespect intended, but I most certainly did have run-ins with Voldemort. Both when I was a first year and when I was a second year. Now Harry, my boy, you really shouldn't be talking about those things, warned Dumbledore. Why not, headmaster? Challenged Django. Young Mr. Potter shouldn't have anything to hide. He speaks the truth, and you know it. You sound like someone with something to hide by trying to silence Harry today. We can't go on the ramblings of a young and frightened student, stated Fudge, who seemed to be growing uncomfortable with the idea that somehow Voldemort may have returned in some way. We can give him Veritas Serum, or have him make an oath that what he tells you is the truth, said Django, clearly not willing to let this matter go. Harry, said Madame Bones as she wanted to get his trust and his cooperation, I need you to explain more about what you said about the Lord Voldemort, and you need to understand that your comments must be truthful. We can either give you a potion that will make you say the truth, or you can make an oath stating that what you have said is the truth after you tell us what happened. I am willing to do either, madam, answered Harry. Albus stood up as he tried to protest once more. That will be enough out of you, headmaster, snapped Amelia. Then she turned back to Harry. Please tell us what happened in your first and second years at school. Well, during my first year, there was an item that was hidden at the school, began Harry. And one of the professors was trying to steal the item, because Voldemort wanted the item. That is nonsense, stated Fudge. The Dark Lord is dead. No sir, corrected Harry, somehow some part of him is not dead. He possessed a teacher, Mr. Quirrell, who taught defense against the dark arts. When I tried to stop him from stealing the item, he attacked me. Then Voldemort revealed himself. He had been possessing Professor Quirrell and then he tried to attack me. But for some reason he could not touch me with his hands. Then Quirrell died and Voldemort's soul fled the castle. Albus was holding his head as though he had a horrible migraine, and Fudge was starting to turn red with anger. Amelia Bones wasn't sure whether she should just pick up the child and hug him or curse Dumbledore for letting those events happen and also for not telling her about the incident. Thank you, Harry, said Amelia as she tried to comfort the boy. She looked at the Auror who was taking notes on the meeting and cast him a look that clearly stated that he better be capturing all of this. Then she turned back to Harry. Please go on and tell me about second year. Well, there was this problem with the students being petrified, Harry started to explain, but then Dumbledore tried to interrupt again. I really must protest, Madame Bones, he stated, this was all just a simple matter that was handled completely within the school. There is no need to involve anyone else. Amelia cast a silencing charm at him. If you break that charm, or in any way try to disrupt this hearing one more time, Albus, you will not like the consequences. Albus was surprised when he found that he could not speak. He had clearly underestimated the magical strength of the head of the DMLE. She turned back to Harry, and sweetly stated, please go on with your story. Harry looked back and forth between the silenced headmaster and the director of the DMLE. His mind quickly decided that if the director could actually silence Dumbledore, then he better do as she asked. As I was saying, there were several students who were petrified, but nobody seemed to understand how that was happening, even though it apparently happened about 50 years ago at the school. My friend Hermione, she finally figured it out, that it was a basilisk. However, she ended up getting petrified too, so she couldn't help me anymore. There was a basilisk, and someone had let the basilisk loose, which had led to people getting paralyzed. Then Ron and I went to find the basilisk. You did what? Exclaimed a shocked Madame Bones. I believe that he said he went to find the basilisk, said Django. Please everyone, do pay attention. I would imagine that young Harry would not want to repeat any of this if he could help it. The basilisk, we went to find the basilisk, repeated Harry. Without anyone to help you? Interrupted the Minister for Magic. Well, we did bring Professor Lockhart, but he proved to be rather unhelpful. In fact, he tried to obliviate us, but Ron's broken wand backfired and he obliviated himself. I always wondered what really happened, mused the head of the DMLE. Well, as it turned out, I was the only one who could get into the Chamber of Secrets, continued Harry as he ignored the shocked expressions of several of the people in the room. Once I managed to get there, I found that Ginny Weasley, who had been possessed somehow by Tom Riddle, who is really Lord Voldemort, was nearly dead. Tom was trying to take over her body and I tried to stop him. You faced Voldemort again, gasped Fudge, who was having a hard time believing all of this. Yes, I guess that makes 3 times in all, answered Harry. So, Tom Riddle decided to send the giant basilisk after me. Fawkes, Professor Dumbledore's phoenix, came to help. He attacked the basilisk's eyes so it couldn't kill me or petrify me with its gaze. Then the Sorting Hat appeared as well. I guess Fawkes brought it, and the hat gave me a sword. When the basilisk tried to bite me, I struck it inside its mouth with the sword, which I guess killed it. But one of the fangs of the basilisk bit my arm. Tom Riddle then laughed at me as I lay there dying. But Fawkes, who I guess was the real hero, he cried and his tears fell into the wound in my arm and it stopped the venom from killing me. Fudge felt that everything he had just heard was too much. If you're going to make up a story, young Potter, you should at least make up one that is believable. Harry Potter didn't know what to think or how to respond to the blustering of the minister. Django had more than enough of the plain stupidity of the man. Django then spoke up again. So, Minister, you would find the story that Harry as a young child, an infant, was able to defeat the most dangerous dark wizard in a generation, or perhaps of all time, and do so without a wand is a more believable story than one where a 12-year-old boy could kill a large basilisk. He then turned to face his younger self. How large did you say the basilisk was, Harry? It must have been at least 60 or 70 feet long, sir, replied Harry, trying to be polite to this man who was a stranger to him. Harry, you really shouldn't be talking about such things, commented Dumbledore, who was clearly unhappy with all of these revelations and had finally managed to break Amelia's silencing spell. Why shouldn't he? Asked Django. Or are you trying to hide something here? Have you been helping Voldemort all along? He added, because you seem to be doing a good job in preventing anyone from knowing that he is trying to come back and that he seems to be continuing to attack young Harry here. Dumbledore was visibly shaken by the accusation. I have in no way done anything to aid the Dark Lord, and I have already personally defeated a Dark Lord in the past. Django decided to stop the antagonism of his former headmaster at this point, as he did not want to draw any more attention to himself and he didn't want to attract any more ire from the chief wizard of the Wizengamot. But before he could say anything further, a junior Auror entered the conference room. Madam Bones, the prisoner is awake now, he said. Very well, I will go interrogate him personally, replied Amelia. Then she looked at Fudge and Dumbledore and directed her next comments to them. If the two of you will swear to remain quiet while I question Mr. Pettigrew, I will permit you to observe and listen to his answers. The two men quickly agreed to her terms, and followed her down the hall to the interrogation room. Upon arriving there, they planned to follow the head of the DMLE into the room. However, she had taken a lesson from her Muggle counterparts and created a magical version of a viewing window that allowed people outside of the room to see in and the people in the room to not see out. No, you two do not get to enter the room, she said scaldingly, but observe, from the observation chamber through the door on your left. She indicated where they needed to go and one of the junior Aurora escorted them in. Fudge was impressed with the facilities, but Dumbledore internally was irritated as he wanted the chance to speak to Pettigrew himself, despite what he had agreed to in the conference room. When Amelia walked into the interrogation room, she found Pettigrew sitting in a chair, looking quite disheveled, and his hands in magic-inhibiting manacles. Another Auror was standing guard in the room with his wand at the ready. Amelia calmly sat herself down in the chair immediately across from where Pettigrew was positioned. She could sense his fear as he was trembling, and it smelled as if he had soiled his own clothes. Whatever happened that fateful night, this was not a man who would ever have been capable of earning the Order of Merlin First Class. Madam Bones then cast a quick charm on the parchment on the table and a legally bound transcription quill began to record the conversation. She then instructed the Auror in the room to administer a dose of Veritas serum to the prisoner. Now sir, she began speaking to her prisoner, would you please state your name and where your present locations is, and remember, this is being recorded by a legal transcription quill. He stuttered as he began to speak and felt the influence of the Veritas serum on his mind, preventing him from telling any of the various lies he had tried to come up with once he had awoken in custody. My name is Peter Pettigrew, and I think I am being held somewhere by the DMLE. Now, Mr. Pettigrew, most of magical Britain believed you to be dead, supposedly having been killed by Sirius Black the day after the Lord Voldemort had been defeated by young Harry Potter. Can you tell us what happened when Sirius Black confronted you on the street corner? Black came after me, because he had told the Potters to make me their secret keeper. He figured that no one would suspect me as being the secret keeper and that the Death Eaters would never find James and Lily and little Harry. But he didn't know I was already a Death Eater, because I was tired of being the weak one in the group. I was going to finally get power and respect by helping Lord Voldemort. When such a powerful wizard only needed to defeat a little baby, who could possibly stop him? But after James and Lily were killed, Black came after me for revenge. He figured out it was me who betrayed the Potters, but he felt guilty for convincing them to change secret keepers. He felt that he had betrayed them by having done that, so that was when I had a brilliant idea. He blasted the Muggle gasoline to create the explosion right as Black proclaimed that his actions had killed the Potters. Then I cut off my finger to make it appear that I had died too, and transformed into my animagus form, that of a rat, and I escaped in the sewers that were now exposed after the explosion. I had heard that Black was arrested and placed in Azkaban, so I decided to remain in my rat form to avoid being seen by anyone. But I also knew that the Dark Lord wasn't truly dead, I just needed to wait for his return to help him again. Where were you waiting? She asked, forcing herself not to react to the horrible narrative her captive had just given. I hid as a rat, eventually hiding with the Weasley family, stuttered the animagus whose human features betrayed his animal counterpart. His needy gray eyes darted around the room as he continued to expound upon his answer, first with their son, Percy I think it was, and then with the boy Ronald. He's such a pig when he eats I could easily survive as a rat on what fell out of his mouth. What a pleasant thought, commented Amelia, the sarcasm dripping thickly off of her words. Did Sirius Black ever work for the Dark Lord Voldemort? Pettigrew actually managed to laugh before he replied, never. He was too noble, too proud of his rebellion against his own family to ever serve the Dark Lord. I think I have heard more than enough for now, commented Madame Bones. Place him in our secure holding cell, and do not let the press know anything about this yet. Her head started to throb with the thoughts of how much of a problem this could daily turn out to be, as she knew that her next meeting would be even less fun, for how does one tell the Minister for Magic that the Ministry had imprisoned an innocent man, who has now escaped from prison and is the subject of a massive manhunt? Or at least a simple bounty hunter being hired to hunt down a possibly innocent man. She stepped out into the hallway and turned into the observation room where Fudge and Dumbledore had been watching the interview. The look of shock on the minister's face was priceless, however, the simple grandfatherly smile with a twinkle in his eye on the headmaster's face was oddly disturbing and raised even more questions in her mind. Cornelius, she said as she stepped up the minister, you have a problem. Tilde 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 tilde. Django and Hildy remained in the conference room with young Harry. Django looked at the time and then he looked over at Hildy. I think we may have a problem, he said quietly, our dog may be lost or wondering why we haven't been back home to see him. Hildy understood the reference and smiled sweetly as she answered, you're right. I'm sure he won't be too happy with having to wait for us, maybe I'll have to bring him some sort of toy, or maybe he has one for us. Harry seemed a little confused by the conversation between the two people in the room with him. He sensed an odd familiarity with Django, but he was unsure what he was feeling about the woman. As he was trying to gauge his own thoughts about her, he realized that he had been staring at her for over a minute. Hildy had noticed the boy's intense stare and remembered how she had actually admired him from afar when she was a student. She decided to take a chance on increasing the intrigue as she spoke to him. I have heard much about you, Mr. Potter. Harry's shyness around adults was obvious as he seemed to try and hide in his chair as the stunning woman spoke to him. Even the Slytherin girls have had their eyes on you, she added. This comment seemed to get his attention. They're not all slimy snakes, as one of your friends would say, she continued, and they're not all followers of Malfoy. You would do well to remember that. Harry wasn't sure how to react to that statement, so he simply nodded to acknowledge that he had heard her. Then Hildy turned and gave Django a chaste key, as she got up to leave the room. Tilde 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 tilde. Hildy arrived in Hogsmeade and made her way towards the Shrieking Shack. She noted that there were no other footprints in the snow leading to her away from the shack. She briefly worried that Sirius may have had a problem getting back to the shack, or worse, he had tried to leave on his own. Soon she made her way into the old building and found the first floor to be extremely quiet. She made her way to the room with the trap door, and it appeared to have been used recently. The dust patterns on the floor were more disturbed than when they had left Sirius here earlier in the day. She stood still to think about what she should do next, wondering where Black could have gone. Then she realized she heard an unusual noise. It seemed faint at first, and then she noticed that it periodically would get louder. As she listened more carefully, she determined that the sound was coming from upstairs. She made her way to the bottom of the rickety old staircase and the sound became much clearer. Snoring. She shook her head in dismay as she quietly walked up the stairs, considering what she would do when she found him. Sure enough, he was sleeping, and rather loudly at that, on the old bed in one of the two upstairs rooms. "Freeze, Black, you're under arrest." The words caused Sirius to awaken with a start, and he nearly fell off the bed as he pulled the covers around him. He peeked out from under the sheets and saw a laughing Hildy pointing her wand at him. "Bloody hell, woman," he yelled at her. "Not only did you nearly scare the life out of me, but you have your wand pointed at me." Hildy slowly lowered her wand, and then she explained as she controlled her laughter. "I didn't want to take the chance that you would hex me into next week when I screamed at you that you were under arrest." Sirius started to glare at her, and then he looked around and considered that here he was, a grown man, hiding under a sheet and cowering in front of the woman who happened to be one of his benefactors since he escaped from the hell that is Azkaban. The ridiculousness of his situation overcame his anger, and he joined her in laughing at himself. After several minutes of relaxing laughter, Hildy spoke to him again. "Do you have the item?" "Yes," he answered, holding out the magically protected bag. "It was quite easy, too. I presume that you were successful in your hunt today." She laughed brightly as she remembered the events of the day. Once again, the Dark Hunter is able to successfully apprehend someone without even trying. The dashing Django managed to find and capture someone who was long thought dead and to have died a hero, but who is at this very moment in Ministry custody, finishing his interrogation by Madame Bones herself under the influence of Veritas serum. Tears started to form in Sirius' eyes. "You mean I'm a free man?" "Not yet," she answered, feeling a little sad for him as she explained, "but hopefully soon." He has apparently been very talkative once he realized his situation, and with the encouragement of Ministry-approved Veritas serum. "Hopefully it won't be long before you are captured and brought to the Ministry so they can address the wrongs they have committed against you." "How can we be so sure that they'll be willing to do that?" asked a worried Sirius. "This is, after all, the same Ministry that locked me away without so much as a trial. They sure wouldn't want to have to deal with my embarrassing them once the truth comes out, if they even let that happen." "Oh, we have a plan for that already," she added with a smirk. The gleam in her eye worried Sirius a little. "And what sort of plan is that?" Sirius wasn't sure if he really wanted to know the answer. "We will be leaking the story to the press," she explained further. "The Daily Prophet won't print anything about the Ministry making a mistake or my being wrongly imprisoned," protested Sirius. "Probably not," agreed Hildy. "But the Quibbler would love to run such a story." "Don't fool yourself, there are people who read it and don't question it." "Yes, many people feel it's just a rag full of lies, but once people start talking about it, the Ministry will have to deal with it. Once someone asks the director of the DMLE what really happened, she will either tell the truth or be officially silenced by the Ministry." "And being silenced by the Ministry," Sirius slowly stated as he realized the implications of this strategy, "would effectively confirm that the Ministry is hiding something and that the article to be published in the Quibbler is, in fact, true." Sirius was speechless for once. "All apparatus back to Peverell Manor," she stated as she let the enormity of the day's events sink into Sirius' sometimes thick head. Tilde 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 Le DH 14.2, tilde tilde tilde. March 1994. The controversy over the article in the Quibbler stating that the escaped mass murderer Sirius Black had been the victim and had been wronged was not going away. First came the attacks against the paper and its publisher, Xenophilius Lovegood, stating that he must be nuttier than a fruitcake to publish such drivel. But then it was leaked from the ministry that Sirius Black had been imprisoned without a trial. The public reaction to this news was actually quite mixed, as some felt that the man clearly deserved to be in Azkaban. Then there came more information that seemed to support the claims from the Quibbler article. Information that someone had been captured who knew the truth about the murders involving Sirius Black. Then there were the rumors about just who had been apprehended at Hogwarts when the Dark Hunter had gone throughout the school searching for evidence that would help him find Black. The minister had been strangely silent on the whole issue. The Quibbler continued to publish editorials calling for the Minister for Magic to publicly address the whole issue about Black, his innocence or guilt and the identity of the mystery prisoner. Finally in mid-March, the Daily Prophet published an interview with a dark and mysterious bounty hunter. The Dark Hunter Speaks. An interview with Django Pavensi, by Rita Skeeter. Dear readers, I am sure you are all eager to know the truth about the latest controversy in our world. Who killed 12 muggles and a wizard the night after the boy who lived defeated you know who? Who is the mysterious prisoner that the DMLE captured at Hogwarts with the help of Django Pavensi? Where is Sirius Black? The stunning answers to these questions and more will be revealed in this exclusive interview which yours truly managed to arrange with the most popular bounty hunter in the magical world. Read on, my faithful, and learn the truth. R.S. Django, I may call you Django. Please, tell us, is it true that you always catch your man? D.P. I have rarely been hired to actually hunt down a criminal. In all actuality many of the people whom I have apprehended have been unplanned. I happened to be in the right place at the right time. Apparently my luck combined with my skill in catching many dangerous witches and wizards helped me earn my current reputation. R.S. How exactly did you join the hunt for Sirius Black? D.P. The Ministry of Magic contacted me via Owl Post, and asked me to meet with them. I have been hired to bring to justice Sirius Black, the only man known to escape from Azkaban prison. R.S. Are you competing with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? D.P. No, not at all. I have met with and worked with Madame Bones. I have been hired to do one job. She still has all of the duties of the DMLE to oversee, no just trying to catch one fugitive. R.S. My, aren't we diplomatic? With all of these rumors about could Sirius Black actually be innocent, how does that affect your job? What do you think about Mr. Black? D.P. I am not being paid to have an opinion about Mr. Black. I am being paid to track him down and capture him and return him to the DMLE. If he is innocent, then he should let me bring him in so that he can clear his name. If he is guilty, then he should still let me bring him in and avoid the dangers of facing me in a duel or some back alley somewhere. R.S. Dark and mysterious. No wonder all of the ladies are falling for you, Django. What can you tell us about the mysterious woman whom you are seen with so often? D.P. That is my wife. We have happily been married for many years. We expect to make this last in the past, the present and the future. R.S. What more can you say about her? D.P. Hildy is my one and only, we have been and we will be together. Nothing is more important to me than her. R.S. How romantic for you, but how horrible for all the witches in England and throughout all of Europe. Is it true that you learned magic from the Aborigines in Australia? D.P. Laughing, I haven't heard that one before. I did spend time growing up in Australia and some time in the US and then Europe. R.S. Where is Sirius Black hiding? D.P. Probably under a bed somewhere. But I will find him. I will bring him to the Ministry of Magic and he will get his day in court. I can guarantee that will happen. No one stays hidden from me forever. No one. R.S. Is Sirius Black innocent? D.P. That is not for me to decide, but if he is, then the ministry and the DMLE owe him and the rest of this country an explanation for what they did and they owe him for all of those years of wrongful imprisonment. R.S. And there you have it, gentle readers, straight from the Dark Hunter himself. March 15, 1994. 11 a.m., atrium of the Ministry of Magic. Several ministry employees were heading out for an early lunch. The director of the DMLE was on her way towards her office after having just met with a group of merchants in Diagon Alley who were concerned about an increase in vandalism on some of the store fronts. Amelia Bones had a long morning and she was looking forward to getting back to her desk and nice cup of tea. The air in the atrium cracked with sparks and smoke. A fog rolled out of the fountain of magical brethren. Then there was a sudden flash causing everyone to cover their eyes. When the smoke and fog and flash had cleared, several people were lying on the ground after diving for safety. There were a couple of Aurors standing in the middle of the crowd with their wands drawn, looking for the source of the commotion. Madame Bones herself had her wand drawn and instinctively dropped into a combat-ready crouch. Everyone's eyes were then drawn to the figure standing in front of the fountain. A tall man with a dark goatee and dark robes was standing there, with another man in a gray and tattered robe with his hands in magic-inhibiting manacles kneeling in front of him. When the man recognized the presence of the head of the DMLE, he spoke loudly enough for everyone in the atrium to hear. "Madame Bones," declared the man, "I present to you the fugitive, Sirius Orion Black. I told you I would bring him in. However, from what I have read in the papers, it would seem that this man is in need of a trial which he never received before he was thrown into that prison you call Azkaban." The Aurors were unsure of what to do next and looked to their boss for direction. Madame Bones stood tall and looked at the two men in front of her. "Mr. Pevensie, while I appreciate that you have indeed apprehended the man who escaped from Azkaban, but your grand entrance was perhaps a touch over the top and entirely unnecessary." Django grinned in response. "What, you think I should cut out the theatrics? But where would the fun be in all of this without theatrics?" "Very well, if you insist." Then with a simple wave of his hand the remaining smoke and fog vanished from the room. Then Django turned to the Aurors, "If you would please put away those wands. The man in front of me is quite securely bound and unable to cast any spells, and I do believe he is in desperate want of a shower and a fair trial." The Aurors sheepishly put away their wands and then turned back to Madame Bones for their next instructions. Then, almost as if on cue, the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, came running into the atrium. "What is all this then?" he screamed at his head of the DMLE. Then he turned and looked at Django and the man in front of him. The face was thinner than he remembered, but the sunken dark eyes and the matted hair were clearly the same as those that belonged to the prisoner who had asked for his copy of the Daily Prophet all those months ago, not long before he somehow managed to escape from the prison. "Sirius Black?" he asked rhetorically. "You really have him?" Then after a brief pause he added, "Well, it's about bloody time." Django stepped forward with his captive walking in front of him after he was pulled up to his feet. "Minister," he said with a clear and serious tone, "I believe that you now owe me the pre-arranged fee." Then Django turned to the rest of the people in the atrium as he spoke loudly. "I look forward to seeing just what comes of this man's trial." Sirius was taken to a holding cell and from there he was taken by the Aurors to an area where he could get cleaned up. It was only Madame Bones who wondered why the man who had just been apprehended and delivered to her staff was not appearing as thin or as disheveled as she would have expected for someone who spent about 12 years in prison and then another 9 months or more on the run. Soon she had called for a formal interrogation under Veritas Serum in the presence of the Minister for Magic, the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and Senior Auror Rufus Scrimgeour and a court-appointed attorney. It took less than 45 minutes of questioning that Sirius Black was guilty of any of the charges against him, other than escaping from Azkaban, but the attorney had pointed out that he had been improperly, if not illegally, imprisoned without a trial or official sentencing. The fact that he was, as a lord of an ancient and most noble house would definitely not look good for the ministry. Fudge was beginning to sweat as he realized that the ministry would definitely be coming out of this looking quite poorly. Sirius Black was trying to comprehend the citation when the attorney, Arnold Becker, started to negotiate with the representatives of the ministry. "Minister Fudge, Madame Bones," he began, "it is quite clear at this time that my client was done a great disservice with his treatment at the hands of the ministry and the DMLE. While we can concede that the circumstances of his arrest and the state of the entire magical world were during a time that was confusing at best, that cannot excuse the injustices which Lord Black has suffered." Madame Bones simply nodded in agreement, acknowledging the point, while Fudge was still sweating and visibly squirming in his seat. "What would you have us do?" blurted out the minister. "I was not minister at that time. Amelia was not the head of the DMLE. You can't possibly hold us responsible." Sirius was starting to worry that his attorney might be getting him into some new sort of trouble. Becker then held up his hand to try and ease the tensions of everyone in the room. We are not trying to say that anyone in this room is responsible for the unfortunate treatment that my client received. However, it is still true that the Ministry of Magic is responsible for what my client went through and should be liable for damages. Perhaps we could all come to an agreement here about just what kind of compensation would be most appropriate, considering that the lost years to his life as well as the damage done to his reputation as a lord and a leading order during the war as a result of his false imprisonment. Just what are we talking about? Asked Fudge, who was starting to realize that with the right spin on this he might come out looking not too bad, or even looking pretty good. We would like to start with a formal apology, announced in the paper, began Arnold Becker. Then we should consider awarding him damages, at a rate of 100,000 galleons per year he was incarcerated. Full reinstatement to the Wizengamot, and the return of all properties and rights and responsibilities that may have been stripped from him as a consequence of his being placed in Azkaban. Fudge considered the offer for a moment, and looked to Amelia Bones and to Albus Dumbledore for advice on the situation. That actually sounds quite reasonable, commented the head of the DMLE. The actual financial amount would not have to be announced to the public, though, would it? She asked Becker. We would be open to that stipulation, agreed the attorney. Dumbledore was quiet as he was considering just what this agreement would entail. He realized that now all eyes in the room were focused on him. Your thoughts, Albus? Questioned the minister. Well, I think in principle it all sounds well and good. However, I think that we should take some time to consider the ramifications of such a move, answered the headmaster thoughtfully. Before anyone else could comment further, the attorney decided to make his offer a little more clear. This offer is on the table now, stated Becker. If it is not accepted now, then we will take our chances with bringing a formal suit against the Ministry of Magic, and see what Lord Black is awarded in that arena, including allowing the court of public opinion to sway the way the Wizengamot may decide to rule on such a situation. Albus raised an eyebrow at the notion of not willing to wait on the decision and blindly rushing into such a decision. Fudge noted the concern on Dumbledore's face and then he looked to Bones and Scrimgeour. The agreement seems reasonable considering the apparent injustice to Lord Black, Scrimgeour offered simply. Amelia Bones also contributed her thoughts. There does not seem to be anything objectionable in the demands of Lord Black as presented by his counsel. Fudge then turned to face Lord Black and the attorney. Very well, we accept your deal. But I want it all in writing, including a promise to not bring any further legal action against the ministry in the future. As long as we have in writing the concessions which we have requested from the ministry, agreed Becker. Fine, conceded the minister, we'll have the legal staff draw up the necessary documents straight away. Very well, smiled Becker. Is there a room where I can confer with my client while these papers are drawn up? Amelia answered for Fudge, yes, we can provide you with that. I think it may be an hour before all of the papers are drawn up. As Becker led Sirius out of the room and down the hall with Amelia Bones to the conference room they were going to use, Albus shook his head wondering how things had changed so quickly, and if he was losing control of the situation. *******. Once they arrived in the conference room and the two men were on their own, Sirius looked at the attorney and then he spoke his mind. What the bloody hell just happened? Who are you and can you explain what all of this means? Arnold Becker just grinned broadly and reached to shake Sirius' hand. A certain acquaintance of yours pulled some strings to have me assigned as your appointed attorney. I was already given a fair amount of information about you from an anonymous source. This source specifically asked that I make the demands that were just made on the ministry. Personally, I couldn't believe they accepted everything so readily. Maybe they thought you would get more than 100,000 galleons per year if we had a hearing in front of a bunch of purebloods who didn't want to see the ministry taking advantage of one of their own. Sirius just nodded in agreement. So, you don't know who arranged for you to be my attorney? No, everything was done through an anonymous owl post, replied Becker. He did send a sealed envelope to be opened after an agreement had been reached. The attorney opened his briefcase and pulled out a thick envelope. Becker slid it across the table to the former fugitive. Sirius picked up the envelope and pulled out the top documents. He recognized the handwriting of the top letter as being that of Django Pavensi. He could have told me ahead of time he was setting all of this up, he thought to himself. He then scanned over the letter. Sirius, if you are reading this then I presume that you are now a free man. Hopefully, Mr. Becker was able to get the ministry to agree to all of the stipulations we had put forth. While the sum of 1,200,000 galleons may not seem that much compared to what you will find in the Black family vault, it will at least serve as a warning to the ministry that they should not mess with innocent men. I am not sure just what the clause about returning your property will net you, as you are the only one who has access to 12 Grimald Place already, but you may know of other family properties which you would prefer to stay at. The final part of the reparations that I expect that Mr. Becker was able to successfully negotiate for was the reinstatement of any and all rights and responsibilities that may have been revoked on your being sent to Azkaban. There is one important clause that needs to be brought to the attention of the DMLE as soon as possible after this is in writing and marked with the seal of the ministry. You need to claim guardianship for your godson, Harry Potter. All you need to know is that he has been living with his aunt and uncle since the night that his parents and your good friends were murdered. Also, his magical guardian has apparently been Albus Dumbledore. You need to claim this title as well, for Harry's benefit, and this needs to commence immediately. We will discuss the reasons for this in detail in person very soon. Oh, by the way, Becker will be arranging a press conference to announce everything about your capture and your status as a free man. That should be happening within the next hour or two. Do not forget your inner marauder self, and do act surprised at everything that is happening. Also, do not tell anyone where you will be going to live, only that you will be retreating to a family home to rest and recover, as long as that home is still habitable. Congratulations on your freedom, your benefactor. Sirius could tell that much of what was planned in arranging this agreement was meant as some sort of big prank on all of the wizarding world. He couldn't help but smile as he reviewed what Django had revealed. But perhaps the most important thing is that he would have his godson to raise. He shed a tear as he considered what the past 12 years must have been like for young Harry, but now he had the chance to start to make it up to him. If only Harry could find a way to forgive him for his recklessness that caused Harry to have to go live with Lily's sister. He didn't want to think just how bad that must have been for young Harry. Suffering the Cruciatus curse repeatedly would probably be better than that. Becker sat there silently while Sirius read the letter and reviewed the documents that outlined just what Sirius' assets were at this moment in time. He briefly wondered how Django had access to all of this information, but then he decided he would just be patient and enjoy this feeling of freedom. It was so refreshing not to feel that he and to hide or be fearful of Dementors or Aurors or anything. He would have plenty of time to meet with Django and get answers. A short while later, there was a knock on the office door and a young woman came in with a stack of parchments. These are from the minister, they have been duly recorded and signed, they merely await the signature of Lord Black to make it all official. Why, thank you, stated Becker as he received the parchments from the young aide. Well, take a few moments to review these and we'll let you know as soon as we are done. The aide stepped out of the room and Becker began to quickly peruse the documents. Sirius could hear him muttering various words indicating that he found the various articles within the agreement to be satisfactory. Once he finished reviewing all of the parchments, he then slid them to Sirius. I think that you will find that everything is in order. The ministry has readily agreed to all of our stipulations and I find no loopholes or crafty wording that could be used against you in this document. If you are so inclined, we can sign these and then move on to the next step. Sirius raised an eyebrow. You mean the press conference? He mentioned that in his letter to you, did he? I can't say that I am surprised, commented Becker. This benefactor of yours has certainly been most thorough. That he has, agreed Sirius. Hogwarts. Hilde Pevensie had arrived at Hogwarts at about 11:30 that morning. She had waited long enough to be sure that the headmaster was no longer present. Then she made her way to the Transfiguration classroom. She arrived just as a class for fourth-year students was finishing and leaving. Professor McGonagall called out Hilde, "May I have a word with you?" The professor was slightly surprised. She immediately recognized the woman in front of her. Mrs. Pevensie, is it? What brings you here? Hilde waited to be sure that all of the students had left and the door was closed before she answered. I felt I need to let you know that my husband, Django, has just delivered Sirius Black to the ministry. He is in custody as we speak. Really? But I thought from everything we learned when you captured Pettigrew that Sirius Black was innocent. Minerva's expression betrayed her confusion. Yes, however, the minister had not yet called off the official arrest warrant for Lord Black. I do believe that they have a court-appointed attorney for Mr. Black and he may be declared a free and innocent man shortly. Remembering how she had liked Sirius and the other marauders brought a slight smile to her normally stern face. Well, that is good news, but why come to speak to me about it now? I suppose that I could have waited until the Daily Prophet announced this all in tomorrow's paper. Perhaps, agreed Hildy, but I would think that you have one student who should very much need to be informed of this sooner rather than later. A student who has spent much of this year being told that the person who supposedly betrayed his parents had escaped from prison and was apparently going to hunt him down, when in truth the man had escaped to capture the true betrayer. This man who is about to be declared free and innocent is Harry Potter's godfather. You know that. Shouldn't Harry be given an opportunity to be reunited with the man who is the closest thing to family he has left? And do not think for even a moment that Lily's sister and her family or any semblance of family to poor Harry. Minerva weighed her options silently as to what to do with Harry. I suppose that he could possibly miss his next Dada class. I think that Professor Lupin would understand. In fact, I do believe that Professor Lupin may want to take Harry there. To meet him. Hildy understood how this would be an important reunion for everyone involved. That sounds like a good plan, Professor. Perhaps you should come with me to find Professor Lupin and young Harry, suggested Minerva. It may be more believable coming from you. The two women made their way down to the great hall for lunch was being served. Sure enough, Remus was seated at the faculty table and Harry was sitting amongst his friends at the Gryffindor table. Many people stopped talking as the deputy headmistress and the wife of the Dark Hunter walked into the hall and made their way to the front of the room. They spoke directly with Professor Lupin and then the trio made their way to the Gryffindor table. Daphne Greengrass was watching all of this unfold while carefully trying to not appear to care about what was going on. There were hushed whispers around the hall. Daphne wondered what this all could mean as she observed her Dada professor leave the hall with the woman who was the wife of the bounty hunter and Harry Potter. She did admit to herself that young Harry was kind of cute, in a roguish sort of way. She had found his emerald green eyes to be more than captivating, but living in the House of Snakes she knew well enough to avoid letting any of her housemates know what she thought or felt about a lion. She noted that the Transfiguration professor stood still beside the table which Potter had just vacated and watched the three people leave the hall. Once the doors had closed, the deputy headmistress went to the front of the hall and made an announcement. I am sure you are all wondering what is going on, and you will all be reading about it in tomorrow's Daily Prophet, I am sure. She paused to allow the renewed murmurings to abate. Django Pavensi, the Dark Hunter as he is called in the press, has recently captured the fugitive wizard, Sirius Black. There were various gasps as well as cheers from around the hall. She waved her hand to get the students to quiet down. As you recall, Peter Pettigrew, whom was thought murdered by Black over 12 years ago, was found alive and in hiding here at this school just last month. Apparently Mr. Black, or Lord Black, has been found innocent of all charges of murder and betrayal. Lord Black is now a free man. He is also the godfather of our very own Harry Potter. Professor Lupin is taking Harry to the Ministry to meet the man who should legally and rightfully be his guardian. This is a difficult and emotional time for Mr. Potter, as well as for many who knew the Potters and Sirius Black. Professor Lupin's afternoon classes will be cancelled for today. Please be respectful to Mr. Potter when he returns to our school later today. With that she finished her announcement and went to sit down at the faculty table, and she was immediately surrounded by the other professors who had many questions they wanted answered about what this all would mean. LDH 14.3, April 1, 1994. Ministry of Magic. Django Pavensi had arrived to meet with the minister and the head of the DMLE. He was still waiting on the payment for the bounty for bringing in Sirius Black. As he had still not been paid by the ministry, he had requested the meeting with Cornelius Fudge and Amelia Bones. Fudge was as acting as pompous as ever after the Daily Prophet painted him as a type of hero for being honest about the mistakes the ministry had made with Lord Black and being willing to admit that they had made an error. He even convinced many people that it was his idea that reparations be made to the offended Lord Black. Why should he have to pay some bounty hunter for bringing in a man who wasn't really a criminal? His own thinking was that the ministry did not have to pay the bounty. Django had arrived in his usual dark gray robes. His mere appearance was unsettling to the minister. But Fudge felt reassured that he would have Amelia Bones with him, for he knew she was not so easily intimidated. Django sat down and looked at the two people in the room with him. "So, I have several questions for you both," he began without even greeting them with as much as, "hello," or, "good day." Fudge responded immediately, "Now see here, you were contracted to bring in a criminal, but as we all know, Sirius Black was no a criminal." Amelia Bones sighed and rolled her eyes at that comment. Django did not react to the outburst, but produced a rolled parchment. "This is the contract which you signed to hire me to bring in Sirius Orion Black," he said as he placed the parchment on the table. "If you were to read it closely, there is nothing about whether he was a criminal or not in the agreement. It simply stated that I would be paid if I captured and brought into custody Sirius Orion Black. I did that, and justifiably, I should be paid the agreed upon amount." Fudge turned to the head of the DMLE. "Is that true? Why did you write up such a document?" Amelia smiled thinly and then she replied, "Minister, you had your staff draw up this agreement without consulting anyone from my department." Fudge glared at the woman sitting to his left and then he turned back to face Django. "Very well, it seems that we may not have any choice in this matter," he said, the defeat evidenced in his voice. Django considered that this was just too easy to manipulate this man. "Well, Minister, if I find that my account at Gringotts has received the full payment by the end of next week, then I would consider our business here concluded." Fudge seemed to relax a little at the comment. But then he became uneasy as he noticed that the Dark Hunter's gaze was fixed on the head of the DMLE. "Madam Bones," he said politely, "could you do me the favor of answering a few questions for me? Or if not for me, then could you answer for the concerned magical populace?" Amelia was feeling put off by the tone of the man in front of her and Fudge relaxed as he was not the one about to be grilled by the bounty hunter. "What questions do you have, Mr. Pevensie?" she asked, her tone was chilly. "I was wondering, why would the DMLE have placed the savior of the magical world with his muggle relatives after his parents were murdered? Wasn't his parents' will reviewed before an orphan was placed with people who were known by those within the magical community to despise all magic and anything to do with magic?" "I am not sure," she answered truthfully, feeling a little concerned about where trying to answer these questions would lead. "We now know that Harry Potter's parents' will had directed that he should have been placed with his godfather. If the will had been reviewed, it would have indicated that the oath taken by Sirius Black would not have allowed him to betray Harry or Harry's parents." Django paused as he let his words sink in. Who could have overridden a will? Why was that even allowed to happen? "I assure you that my staff will look into this matter," she said, fearing what she would discover. Only one person had known where Harry Potter had gone when he disappeared from the magical world after that fateful night. The fact that there was a will at Gringotts which was used to establish that Harry Potter should now be placed with his godfather, the recently exonerated Sirius Black, indicated to her that someone must have ignored the presence of that will back in November 1981. She also understood that once this information was released to the public, it would be embarrassing at best for the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, or possibly incriminating of improperly using his position of power. "I think that the news of this investigation will be of great interest to the Daily Prophet and even the Quibbler," stated Django. "Are you blackmailing us?" asked a stunned Minister for Magic. "Blackmailing? That would imply that I was threatening you with revealing some information. In doing so for a price. The only monies we have discussed is monies which are rightfully owed to me. The only information I have is what was made available in the various stories in the press about Lord Black and his godson. I am simply asking questions that I believe the press will be asking you soon." With those comments, Django stood and excused himself from the room. LDH 14.4, June 1994. The school year ended rather uneventfully at Hogwarts. Hermione Granger was facing physical exhaustion from using the time turner to take all of the classes she had enrolled in for the year. She and Harry and Ron had used the time turner to help save the hippogriff, Buckbeak, from execution. Harry had received some sympathy from his few friends when they learned that he wouldn't have had to have been raised by his magic-hating relatives if his godfather had never been imprisoned for something he never did. As the group of friends were saying their goodbyes at platform 9 3/4, Harry was anxiously awaiting Sirius Black to pick him up. Hermione had given him a crushing hug before leaving with her parents and promising to write Ron and the rest of the Weasley family had said their goodbyes as well. Molly had been hesitant to leave Harry alone at the station, but Professor Remus Lupin had reassured her as he stated that he was waiting with Harry until his godfather showed up. "How irresponsible of that man," commented Molly. "If he is going to be taking care of my Harry, he needs to understand he can't keep the poor thing waiting." Harry, out of his politeness, stopped himself from saying anything to her. Remus, however, did speak up. "Molly, I am sure that you mean well, but I know that Sirius will be here shortly, and that he has his reasons." Molly begrudgingly left Harry under the watchful eye of the Dada professor. After the Weasleys had left, Harry noted another family making their way off of the platform towards the barrier that led to the Muggle side of the train station. He recognized the B.owned student and he assumed it was her younger sister and her parents that were with her. Harry noted that Daphne was keeping her eye on him as she walked by. He blushed slightly as he weakly said, "Hi," to her as she passed by. She apparently noted his blush and actually paused slightly as she passed him. "Have a nice summer, Potter," she said over her shoulder. "You too, Daphne," he answered. Daphne continued on with her family so that he wouldn't see the blush that was rising in her own face. As the Greengrass family passed through the barrier, Astoria teased her sister, "Daphne has a crush on Harry Potter." A minute later, Sirius Black walked through the barrier. Sirius immediately walked up to Harry, his arms open and welcoming him in a hug. Harry ran up to him and hugged the man back. "It's good to see you, pup," said Sirius as he held onto Harry with his eyes closed. "I know we barely know each other, having only met that afternoon I was freed. I'm still working on getting to know you, and I know I need to make up to the 12 years you spent with the Dursleys, but I've got big plans for us for this summer, pup." Harry slid out of the hug. "I know," he said, "I just know it will be brilliant. Anything has to be better than 4 Privet Drive." "That sounds like faint praise, based on what you've told me in the letters and during that meeting we had," said Sirius. "And I think I have something that will be even more exciting than anything you could have imagined." Remus' eyes lit up slightly at listening to his old friend. "I had some help on this from a new friend," continued Sirius. "We're not going to be spending the summer at my family home." Harry felt a little confused at this time. "I just came here from your new home, pup," Sirius added, clearly excited. "You're going to be living at Potter Manor, your family's ancestral home. We've just finished working on getting it repaired and ready for us to move in." "Well, not exactly finished, you see, as it still needs some work, but that is in areas that we won't be needing to use for quite some time." Harry was amazed. He had a family, and now he had a home. "I just know I'm going to love it," he said, holding back tears of emotion. The two marauders then greeted each other with a hug. "Well, Moony, are you going to be joining us? There's plenty of room." Remus wasn't sure how to respond. Then Sirius added, "There is a special room in the basement, and I have arranged for a bountiful supply of Wolfsbane potion. We'll be safe." "Padfoot, I don't know what to say," said a tearful Remus. "Just say, yes, Moony," said Sirius with a big grin. "Harry hasn't had a family. Now he does. You haven't had friends or family. Now you do. Join us. It'll be great." Remus looked torn. Sirius grasped his friend by the arm as he encouraged him more. "It's not like you really have anywhere else to go right now. You said you quit your job at the school. Come stay with us. Do it for me. Do it for Harry. Do it for James and Lily. Hell, do it for yourself." "All right," agreed Remus finally, "I'll join you. Someone has to keep you from getting Harry into too much trouble." *******. Harry was amazed when they arrived at Potter Manor. The mansion was impressive but not gaudy. He turned to Sirius, "So this is where my dad grew up?" "Yes, pup," answered Sirius with a smile. "I even spent a few summers living here with your dad. That was about the time my family was ready to cast me out. As it turned out, they only threatened to kick me out of the family, and burned my name off of the family tapestry. But they never kicked me out of the family, or else I wouldn't be Lord Black right now." As they walked up to the entrance, they heard the distinctive sound of apparition. The three men turned in the direction of the telltale pop. Harry realized that he recognized the couple, Django and Hildy. Django was carrying a package with him that was not much bigger than a loaf of bread. He handed it to Sirius as he greeted the group. "A house-warming present for you all," said the bounty hunter. Harry looked at the man in confusion and then he looked to Sirius for an explanation. Sirius caught the confusion in Harry's expression. "Ah, you're no doubt wondering just what the man who captured me and brought me to the ministry is doing here. Well, between you and me, pup, he's the one who kept me safe since last summer." Harry felt even more confused at that statement. Django looked at his younger self and sighed internally. "Harry, there is more going on here than you could ever imagine, but for right now, please know that Hildy and I will continue to do everything in our power to help you and Sirius in any way possible. And someday we may be able to make sense out of all of this, but for now, all I can say is that I can imagine what you must be feeling, better than you could guess. Let's go inside and get a tour of your new home, Lord Potter." "Lord, I'm a lord?" asked a now bewildered Harry. "For most of your life people have tried to protect you by keeping you in the dark," stated Django. "I've talked a little with your godfather about this, and from this day on, we have every intention of putting an end to that." "Yes, Harry," added Sirius, "I've been wanting to tell you this. Someone should have told you this before. As the last of the Potters, you can take up your title at age 13, you can be emancipated at age 15. And since this is the manor for an ancient and noble house, you can do all of the magic you want while you're here." The 5 people walked into the entryway of the newly remodeled manor. Harry's eyes popped just like a little boy on Christmas morning. Sirius had to wipe tears from his eyes as he watched how everything was affecting his godson. Harry looked up the magnificent stairway that led to the 2nd floor. Through the entryway he could see a large room which seemed to be a lounge or perhaps a ballroom. A quick tour showed them all the kitchen and dining area, the study and the library as well as a training room, all on the 1st floor. On the 2nd floor was the master suite, which Harry initially thought would be Sirius' room. "No, pup," stated Sirius, "this is your room. You're the lord of this house. I'm merely your guardian." Harry's room had its own private bathroom, and a walk-in closet that was larger than Dudley's 2nd bedroom which Harry was begrudgingly allowed to use for a couple of summers. Django spoke up as Harry was staring at his room. "You know, young man, you'll have to fill up the closet with clothes befitting a young lord." Hildy added, "and with clothes that are fitting for a teenager to have fun in." Harry was amazed at everything he was looking at. "I can't believe this. It is all too amazing to comprehend." The group headed back downstairs to the large room and then out into the garden. "The old Quidditch pitch is still being renovated," commented Sirius as they looked out across the grounds. Harry's mouth hung open, he never dreamed of having his own Quidditch pitch. Then Django commented, "Perhaps you should open that present now." Sirius smirked as he had a good idea what was hidden inside the packaging. Harry removed the outer wrapper which revealed a simple small box with the letters QQS on the outside. Carefully he opened the box and he was surprised as the contents seemed to pop out. 6 brand new firebolt brooms appeared on a broom stand. Harry was speechless. Django spoke up, "I figured if you had friends over, it would only be more fun to let several people fly at once." Harry looked at Sirius, his eyes asking the question for him, could he fly now? "Later, pup," answered his godfather, "I think we best be having dinner now." Over dinner Sirius filled Harry in on what he knew about Potter Manor and the grounds that were being finished. He even told his godson some stories of the fun that he and James would have years ago when they were similar in age to what Harry is now. "You know, Sirius," interjected Django, "your godson here has grown up completely outside of the magical world. He really needs to learn the traditions and ways of pure-blood society. He is a lord after all." Sirius was initially taken aback by the comments, but then he considered that there would be benefits to Harry, even to the both of them, to make sure they knew as much as possible about how they would fit into this world of magic that they had both been absent from for so long. Harry wasn't sure if he wanted classes over the summer, but Sirius looked at him with a smile as he said, "Hey pup, it could be fun. We both probably need to understand what it means to be a lord of an ancient and noble house. You never know when it might prove useful someday." As dinner was finishing up, Harry once again asked about trying out the new brooms, and Sirius could no longer deny him the pleasure. Harry ran out to the garden and picked one of the brooms and was soon off flying around the manor grounds. "So, how safe is this place?" asked Sirius. Django grinned broadly. "It is unplottable. It is now under a Fidelius charm, with you as the secret keeper. Harry is already keyed into the security here as Lord Potter. The Death Eaters will never find it again. That's good to know, sighed Sirius in relief. The conversation moved to the lounge as they had Creature, who had been called for to help care for Sirius, and Harry brought them out some brandy. Django swirled the liquid in his glass for a moment and then looked at Sirius with a thoughtful eye. You need to know more about Harry, he stated flatly. Sirius was surprised by this comment. Of course I do, we have hardly met. But we have all of the summer halls together, and anytime he needs to talk, we can do it. James and I made this special mirrors. That's wonderful, Sirius, replied Django dryly, but there are more pressing matters you do need to be aware of. Harry's scar and the true nature of it for starters. What about that scar? Asked Sirius. Remus was now concerned as well. There is a reason it stays red and irritated, so many years after the attack, said Django. You know about the items we have obtained over the past couple of years. The diadem, the cup, the ring and the locket, answered Sirius. Remus seemed a little confused at this point. Exactly, was Django's only comment. There was a long silence as Sirius worked out the puzzle in his mind, and then his face grew dark with concern and Remus was merely more confused. No, not one of those horrid things in his scar, exclaimed Sirius. Neither Django nor Hildy argued with him. What are you all talking about? Asked Remus. Sirius' face was now pale as he looked to his old friend. Horcruxes, we're talking about Horcruxes. Remus was still confused. Bloody awful dark magic. A Horcrux is a soul container, it holds a piece of a wizard's soul, binding them to this plane of existence. As long as they have a Horcrux, then they can't be killed. Voldemort made a bunch of them. Sirius had a look of fear on his face as he explained this all to Remus. Remus became horrified as he now understood what was being implied. Django confirmed their fears when he stated, yes, there is a Horcrux in Harry's scar. After the long and awkward pause that followed his pronouncement, Django spoke again. We need to not reveal this, Harry, just yet. He held his hand up to stay the protests from both Sirius and Remus. I know all too well the problems with people keeping secrets from young Harry. We just need to have more of a plan of how to deal with this, and you two need to be able to protect yourselves from legilmency probes, even from the esteemed headmaster. Remus and Sirius were both puzzled by this, so Django went on to explain further. Dumbledore suspects about the Horcrux, and he has kept that information from Harry. We already know that Albus was the one who did nothing to free you from Azkaban, and he allowed Harry to grow up in an abusive household. Django paused to let his words sink in. Albus may mean well, deep down, but he trusts no one with any really useful information. I know that we can take care of this without his interference, and in a much safer way than the headmaster has devised. What do you mean? What has he devised for Harry and the Horcrux? Sirius' tone was clearly worried as he asked these questions. Django shook his head slightly and then he looked Sirius directly in his eyes as he replied, he plans to have Harry die to destroy the Horcrux so that Tom Riddle can finally be defeated. But there may be another way. Hildy then added, Albus' plan could work, and maybe even allow Harry to survive somehow. But we'll have to discuss this in more detail later. As she said this, Harry walked back into the room after putting away his broom. Sensing the tension in the air and the sadness among all of the adults, he quipped, who died? Sirius was speechless as his godson walked into the room. The rest of the adults looked from Harry and then to Sirius, wondering how he would respond to young Harry. No one died yet, he said somberly, unless of course you continue to be so reckless while flying that broom around the grounds. His voice conveyed the humor he had hoped to interact into the situation, and quickly the tension in the room was released. Then Sirius decided to pick up on something Remus had mentioned to him earlier in the day. So, who is this cute bee? Oh, that Moony said you were saying hello to but trying not to be caught doing so. Someone I should know. Harry blushed slightly. She's just a girl in my class, but nothing could come of it. Sirius frowned at that statement. Why would you say that? She's in Slytherin. Snakes and lions just don't mix, we could never really be friends, said a dejected Harry. Don't be so sure, Harry, added Remus, she's clearly not in Draco Malfoy's fan club, and not everyone in Slytherin is a follower of the little egomaniac. Harry's mouth fell open. I didn't think teachers could talk about students like that. Remus grinned broadly, I'm no longer a teacher, and he's no longer my student. Remus noted the raised eyebrows from several people in the room, and he understood the unspoken question, why was Remus no longer a teacher? Django was particularly surprised as there was no incident with the professor turning into a werewolf and possibly jeopardizing the students. "Oh, I liked it well enough, being able to teach," began Remus with his explanation, "but I always felt uneasy about what could happen if my change was uncontrolled. Besides, there were rumors starting among some of the families who knew I was close friends with your parents Harry. They were starting a petition to have me removed. I figured I would just resign before they had the pleasure of running me out." Harry and Django had nearly identical expressions of frustration at this news. Hildy noticed it first and kicked Django in the ankle. The combination of his grimace and his turning to glare at her prevented anyone else from picking up on the similarities. Sirius noted the brief look of pain on Django's face, but let it go as he figured the two bounty hunters were just being their usual mischievous selves. "Well, pup," he said as he turned back to Harry, "the headmaster is not exactly happy that I managed to get you away from the Dursleys. He is still worried that you would be in danger if you were just running around in public, but I have no idea why. He did put in a request that you spend as much time as possible at home. I'm not sure what he is worried about, but I do plan to have some fun with you this summer. We have a lot of catching up to do, and you have many birthdays I need to make up for that I missed while staying on a certain cold and heartless rock." Harry was still smiling. "Being stuck here forever beats even one day at Privet Drive," he added excitedly. He became thoughtful for a moment and then he tentatively asked Sirius a question. "Would it be possible to have some of my friends over occasionally if I'm not supposed to go out that often?" "Of course it would," replied Sirius with a grin. "Let us know who and when and we'll work on arranging things. But I do have a surprise for you for later this summer." "A surprise?" questioned Harry. "The Quidditch World Cup. Top box seats, courtesy of the Ministry as part of their reparations for my fall imprisonment. We all can go. It will be fantastic. Bloody brilliant," exclaimed Harry in his excitement. Le DH 15.2, July 1994. Harry's 14th birthday was at the end of the month and Sirius was trying to determine just what he should do to celebrate it for Harry. Late one night he asked Hildy and Django if they had any suggestions. "I'm still really new at this Godfather stuff," admired Sirius, "and I feel like I have so much to make up for with young Harry. What do you think I should do?" Django internally was feeling quite awkward at this question. He wasn't sure how to tell someone how his younger self should be raised. Hildy noted his discomfort and spoke up for him. "Harry is a remarkable young man, I think we all can agree, and I don't think you truly need to make up for the past 13 years. If you were to ask him I would be willing to bet that all he would want is time with his godfather away from the hell that was where he was growing up. You've already given him a home, a family, fancy brooms and his own Quidditch pitch. What more could he truly want or even ask for? What more do you have to give to him?" Django nodded as he appreciated the wisdom that his wife offered. Sirius leaned back into his chair as he contemplated what Hildy had said about Harry. "But he has missed out on so much of life. I want to make sure he knows, truly knows and understands how much I love him," he said with a sigh. Django finally spoke up. "I think that Harry knows and understands more than you realize. He actually is quite perceptive and quite forgiving." Sirius simply nodded. Yes, I know that." He sat there resting his chin on his folded hands as he contemplated just what he could do. Then his face brightened and looked between his two friends and benefactors. "I am a free man today because of what you two have done. My freedom has given me so much, it has brought me back to my godson, it has allowed me to understand just what it means to be responsible. I guess even a marauder eventually grows up, even if it is only a little. I have no heir, and I will need to name one. Merlin knows there is no way that I would allow my cousin's son ever become the Lord Black. I will need to meet with the goblins and update my will." Sirius looked to Hildy and Django with a twinkle in his eye. "Did you know that James Potter and I were cousins? Second or third cousins or something like that I believe. But young Harry does have black blood running through his veins. He is my godson. I will formally name Harry as my heir." "Formally name him?" questioned Django. Hildy put a hand to her mouth as she realized what this meant. Django was a little confused as he had never learned much of the old ways of pure-blood society. "He will be turning 14, he is the last of his line," stated Hildy with excitement, "so if he is to be named as heir to the Lord Black, And he would also be able to take the title Lord Potter by the time he is 18, he would be heir to 2 ancient houses. 2 noble and most ancient houses, corrected Sirius. Django still was confused. Hildy then explained, to be named as the heir is usually associated with quite a celebration. A ball or fancy party is usually the occasion that would mark such an event. She then turned to Sirius, but young Harry knows little of pure blood society. He would be lost at such an event. Sirius frowned slightly at this. We have a month, stated Hildy. Or nearly 1 month to rectify this. We'll teach him the traditions and prepare him for his place in society. Well, I hadn't thought it all through just yet, said Sirius, feeling a little overwhelmed. And besides, I never learned much about pure blood society. I wouldn't know where to begin. You just worry about the will, and making arrangements for the announcement, celebration. We'll take care of Harry's education, said Hildy with a broad grin. Well, I do love a good party, grinned Sirius. Django was starting to get caught up in the excitement. A celebration it is then, he agreed. Hildy was clearly excited. You make arrangements with the goblins for the will and the inheritance. We can hire people to arrange the party. Then you can send out announcements. I can arrange for Harry's training. In dance lessons, he will need to have dance lessons prior to this ball. Sirius then had a worried look on his face. But Dumbledore would never allow it. He would say it is too risky. No one knows how to find us here. We would be jeopardizing security. Django laughed at that notion. No problem, I can assure you that we can keep this secure. We can arrange for a special temporary flow connection for the party. Only invited guests, and they must enter from a location either at the ministry or some other place where they would be screened. Then they can flow to the manor. We can magically remove and tracking spells, port keys, or other devices that might allow the location to be compromised. It would add to the mystique and the grandeur of the celebration. Le DH 15.3, The next day Sirius went to meet with his account manager at Gringotts as well as with his solicitor. He began to make the necessary arrangements for designating his heir. Then he also met with several merchants along Diagon Alley to arrange for catering for the celebration that he would be having. Meanwhile, Hildy and Django needed to arrange for a tutor for Harry in the ways of the magical society. Hildy had just the idea that she felt would be quite beneficial in several ways. Trust me, were her only words to Django before she took him by the hand and brought him with her via sight-along apparition. She then started to lead him down the road that they had landed on. They were clearly in the country and the road led to an old English estate. Something felt familiar about where they were, but also different. He was having a hard time initially placing just why this seemed to be somewhere he should know. There was a low stone wall in front of a line of small trees that led up to a gated entrance to the property. Once they arrived at the ornate gate with the large G in the middle, Django now understood. It was Hildy Daphne's childhood home, the Greengrass Manor where she had raised or rather would raise their daughter Jasmine. Django reached out and grasped Hildy's shoulder. Here, really? You want to go see your family now? Hildy twisted out of his grip, which was not very tight at all. It's not about my family as much as it about us, about young Harry and young Daphne. Sirius readily admits he knows next to nothing about pure blood society. I grew up learning all about it from my parents. We'll ask them to train Harry. Django began to protest, but Hildy cut him off. Sirius wants this kept under wraps for now. This would be unexpected, and it would give Harry someone to practice dancing with. He will have to dance at the ball. Just like he will have to go to the Yule Ball at Hogwarts this year, even if he isn't a champion. I fully expect that part of history will repeat itself, stated Django. One way or another, my name, Harry's name, will come out of the Goblet of Fire. That will be important as we need to be able to confront the Dark Lord immediately upon his return. Make it clear that he has no power and prevent the Death Eaters from gaining the power they thought they had. Hildy stood up on her toes and gave Django a quick key. It's okay, I understand all of that. And there will be no protesting. Let me handle all of this. Just follow my lead, and trust me. The two then made their way through the gate and up the path. Hildy was feeling a little uneasy despite the brave face she had just shown to Django, as she hadn't seen her parents since not long after the war. While her father had been a Slytherin, her mother had been in Ravenclaw. They had been able to stay neutral during both wars, but after Voldemort had been defeated when the remaining Death Eaters targeted Harry and his friends for revenge, they also targeted those whom they thought should have been supporting the Dark Lord. Jonathan Greengrass was a respected attorney who worked with clients from both sides of the war, and as such he was often not trusted by many people. Isabella Greengrass' family was originally from an Eastern European country, and she had been a skilled healer but had stayed at home with her daughters as they were growing up. It was late on a Monday afternoon and Hildy was hoping that her parents would both be at home. She knew that their presence would be detected by the wards set up around the house and that as they got closer they were sure to be greeted by one of the family's house elves. There was a sudden pop as a house elf appeared just in front of the couple when they were still about 30 feet from the front door of the house. Hildy fought back tears as she recognized Mitzi, the Greengrass family house elf from her childhood. Mitzi looked up at the two people who were making their way to Greengrass Manor unannounced, and her big round eyes blinked a few times and just stared at Hildy. "Mitzi not remember you, Mrs., but Mitzi feels she knows you." The house elf continued to blink and stare at the woman in front of her. After an awkward minute of the house elf staring and blinking, she finally spoke again. "Who may I tell Master and Mistress Greengrass is here?" Django stepped forward as he answered, "You can tell them that Django and Hildy Pevensie are here, and we would request an audience with the Lord and Lady Greengrass." He finished with a slight bow to the small house elf. After several more moments of staring and blinking, Mitzi popped away. A few minutes after that the front door to the manor opened and a tall man with light hair stepped out. His eyes were narrowed as he inspected the pair in front of him. Of course he had heard of the bounty hunters, but he was suspicious of why would they be here at his home. "I would extend my greetings to you too, but I am at a loss as to why internationally renowned bounty hunters would be showing up at my door. I am not wanted anywhere, at least that I know of," stated Lord Greengrass with a deep voice. Django was about to respond when Hildy gently pushed past him. "Lord Greengrass," she began to explain, "we are not here because of anything to do with a bounty of any kind. But we do come here as a favor to a gentleman who we recently have come to know. Lord Black is in need of some unusual services, and our research on the magical community here in England has led us to your door." Her words did not set the man at ease. Although something did seem familiar with the woman in front of him, he couldn't quite place it. Mitzi had mentioned something about a familiarity about the woman, but his house elf could not explain the sensation either. "I know little of this Lord Black," replied Jonathan. "And I know even less about you too. Your reason for being here seems vague at best." Django stepped forward as he tried to appease the man's concerns. "All that we ask is a few minutes of our time to explain more clearly what Lord Black is requesting. Then we will be on our way. And we do apologize for the intrusion on your home, but we figured this was the easiest way to convey the Lord Black's message." "Has he never heard of an owl?" asked a disgruntled Lord Greengrass. "Alas, but he does not have an owl," explained Django with a frown, "and to rent one for such a message would be unseemly. But if I may present a small part of the request, the Lord Black does recall you and your wife from his days at school. There was a time in his youth where he called you friend. He states that he hoped that the difference in your houses at school would not have affected that, and it is upon this old friendship that the Lord Black makes this request of you and your wife." "Still ever mysterious," quipped Jonathan. "I suppose I should not be surprised based on what little I know of you, or what little anyone seems to know of you. Please come in and I will call my wife to join us." Lord Greengrass opened the door to his home and invited them in. He has Mitzi show them to the parlor while he retrieved his wife. By the time they were all together in the parlor, Mitzi had returned with tea for everyone. Jonathan made the introductions. As everyone began to sip at their tea, he once again asked for the visitors to explain their request in more detail. Hildy began to tell the reasons for their unannounced visit. "Our new friend, Sirius Black, is planning to re-enter society now that he is a free man. Lord Black also wants to introduce his heir to society as he makes the announcement about who is his heir. The thing is, Sirius rebelled against his family for so long, and his ward has not had any real opportunity to learn about wizard society. We were tasked to find someone who might be able to help Sirius on both counts. You have obviously heard of my husband even if you have not heard of me. In our brief research on who might be able to help, your names came up. You have been known to have remained neutral throughout the war. Lord Black hopes that it would be acceptable to have you tutor both himself and his heir in the ways of the wizarding world. He plans to have a ball this summer to announce his place as the Black of Blacks, as well as the station of his heir. Isabella and Jonathan both raised eyebrows in response to the long explanation. They were clearly surprised by this announcement, but before they could say anything further, Hildy continued. Honestly, Lord Black would like this to remain as quiet as possible. Yes, he will be making an announcement about his plans for hosting the ball. Many will be invited, but your help with preparing his godson in the ways of our society in addition to helping them learn to dance would be greatly appreciated. He really would prefer not to make a fool of himself or his young heir at such an event. Isabella sat back as she took in the message. She wasn't sure what to think about the proposal. She turned to look at her husband, who also seemed a little bit uneasy. Jonathan finally asks for clarification on the matter. Just who is his godson, or heir? He asked, even though he was fairly sure he knew the answer. Young Master Harry Potter, stated Django. He is the heir to both the Potter family and the Black family. I had presumed as much, commented Jonathan. He then turned to face his wife. Your thoughts on this, Isabella? Lady Greengrass let out a long sigh. I remember Siri from when we were young. He was always such a bright young boy, and very caring. That's why I couldn't believe that he would have ever betrayed James and Lily. She paused as she considered the request. Sirius was always very proud, though, and if he is asking for help, he must be either desperate, or very aware of his own shortcomings. Or simply beginning to use his brain, added Django. Everyone stared at him for his comment. Everyone was thinking it, I'm only saying it, he added with a sly grin. Hildy shook her head slightly in frustration with him, and then she turned to speak to Isabella. I presume that your daughter has had dancing lessons, she stated, although she knew all too well that both Greengrass daughters had many years of dance instruction, and it might be useful to have her help young Harry learn to dance. They are in the same year at Hogwarts, aren't they? Yes, they are, answered Isabella. She looked to her husband and silently questioned him, and he gave her a slight nod that was barely perceptible to the other two in the room. Very well, she said to Hildy, I will be happy to train them on proper pure-blood etiquette, and we can work on teaching them how to dance. I hope that Daphne won't be too put out about this, as she is in Slytherin and everyone knows that Potter is a Gryffindor. I think that we may be able to help the young man overcome any prejudices he may have gained over the past few years against Tat House, added Django. And just why would he have developed any prejudices against the House of Salazar Slytherin? Asked Jonathan, who was clearly irritated at such a notion. House rivalries, suggested Django, mistreatment by the head of house, continual harassment by certain members of the house such as the young Malfoy, he added. I suppose that may explain a lot, he replied with a slight smile. When should the Lord Black like to begin? Probably as soon as possible, answered Hildy. The ball is to be held on the 31st of this month, the day that young Potter turns 14. There are no guarantees as to how my daughter will react to the idea of helping to teach the boy who lived how to dance, added Isabella. Hildy smiled at the comment. Hopefully she won't need too much convincing. Now, I should add that Lord Black will insist on paying you for your services. He does not want you to feel that he is imposing on your generosity. He will make his Flow Connection open to your family if you agree. And what is the Flow Connection address? Asked Jonathan. Potter Manor, answered Django. He noticed the reaction from the Greengrasses, the complete look of surprise. Apparently the Potter family's ancestral home was easier to repair after the war than many were led to believe. It is still quite heavily warded, and it will be the location of the upcoming celebration. Jonathan was still surprised at the news. Considering the history of the Potters and the Blacks, and the fact that there is still some tension in our society, despite what the Minister for Magic would have us all believe, I find it quite curious that Sirius would even give the slightest thought to the idea of having people over to that home. Oh, the security will be quite formidable, assured Django. Isabella spoke up again. Well then, I suppose that we shall see Lord Black and Mr. Potter tomorrow morning. Thank you, ma'am, stuttered Hildy. She desperately hoped that her mother would overlook her misspoken words. Then we shall be departing and leave your family to enjoy the remainder of the day without any further intrusion from us, said Django. Also, if I might be so bold, if we could trouble you to use your Flow Connection to return to Lord Black and Potter Manor. Plus, it would make sure that the connection is working on both ends. That should not be a problem at all, said Jonathan as he led them to the lounge where the flow connection was located. Astoria and Daphne Greengrass had been hiding in the hallway eavesdropping on their parents' meeting with the famous bounty hunters who had arrived unexpectedly. "You have to teach Harry Bloody Potter how to dance," exclaimed Astoria. "Language," chastised Daphne. "And I will not be teaching him how to dance." "Why not? Isn't he cute enough for you?" teased Astoria. "Isn't he famous enough for the Ice Princess of Slytherin?" Daphne glared at her younger sister. "Don't you call me that," she warned with a hiss. "Why not? The whole school knows of your reputation of being so cold towards everyone, especially to any boys," continued Astoria. "And he's a Gryffindor. And you're in Ravenclaw, just like Mum was, so what's the big deal?" "He's just another boy from school," Daphne said defiantly as she crossed her arms across her chest. "And Dumbledore is just another wizard," mocked Astoria. "Stuff it!" exclaimed Daphne, hoping her outburst would stop her sister's teasing. Just then the door opened to the hallway where they were arguing and their father stepped through with the Pevensies. Daphne and Astoria both immediately stopped their bickering and just stared at the couple who followed their father away from them towards the lounge. They both noticed the glare that their father gave them as he suspected that his two daughters had indeed been listening in on the conversation. Sirius and Harry spent the next 2 weeks getting history and politics lessons from Isabella Greengrass in the morning, followed by dancing lessons in the afternoon. The first few lessons Isabella noted that Django and Hildy were present for, but then their attendance became more sporadic. While they were often present for the dance lessons, it was evident that Hildy clearly did not need dance lessons, and Django was only marginally better than Harry. After the first 2 weeks had finished, Isabella found herself face to face with Hildy and Django one morning. Finding the opportunity, she decided to be bold and ask them the questions that she had been pondering. "So, I've been wondering, just where you two have been on the days that you aren't here, and why are you two here so often in the first place?" Django answered first. "We've been hired to arrange all of the security for the ball. The arrangements have been made and now the invitations will be sent out to many in the magical world by later today." Hildy then added, "You have been keeping Harry and Sirius quite busy, so someone has had to make all the arrangements for a large party. It's not like Black has an army of house elves to help out with this extravaganza that they are planning." Isabella nodded in understanding. Then Hildy held out a piece of parchment. "These are the invitations, they will be sent by all post today." Isabella looked at the invitation. "The noble and most ancient house of Black cordially invites you and your family to attend the event of the year, the Black Summer Celebration Ball. Join the Lord Black as he celebrates his return to Magical Society. July 31, 1994. 7 p.m. at the newly restored Potter Manor. Transportation via special flow connections. From the Ministry of Magic or Diagon Alley." Isabella turned her head and smiled as she read the invitation. Then she gave a quizzical look to Hildy. "Special flow connections?" she asked. Django again answered for his wife. "But of course," he said softly, "if the location of Potter Manor is to remain hidden, then we cannot be opening up the flow connection to just anyone. Besides, this will afford us the opportunity to put in special wards. Wards to prevent marked Death Eaters from coming to the festivities. Wards to prevent individuals who are transformed into animagus forms from entering the property. Wards to prevent anyone from bringing port keys or directional beacons with them. Wards to prevent tracking charms from working. The Lord Black is sparing no expense in the safety for all of those who will be in attendance, especially his godson." Hildy then added, "Rest assured, Lady Greengrass, your family's connection to the manor will remain intact. You may feel free to travel directly here from your own home." Later that day the invitations went out. The staff at Hogwarts received their invitations, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Sinestra and Vector. Even Snape was invited. Other staff, including Madame Pants, Madame Hooch, Madame Pomfrey and Hagrid were also invited. Families of Harry's friends were invited, the Grangers, the Weasleys, the Longbottoms. Families of Harry's Quidditch team, the Bells, the Johnsons, the Spinnets, the Woods. Almost every family who had children in Gryffindor. Families of people whom Harry would get to know were invited. The list was getting long enough by this time that neither Harry nor Sirius questioned who was being invited. Members of the Wizengamot, members of the ministry, even shop owners from Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade were invited. The event reached immediate notoriety as the entire magical community began to discuss the upcoming ball. The speculation as to just who would be attending soon became more of a questioning of just who wasn't invited. The Lord Black even arranged for an article in the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler explaining where they may obtain transportation to Potter Manor. Initially, the Ministry of Magic did not like the idea of people using their flow connection, but after it was explained that the Lord Black would be contributing to the expense of creating this special connection, including all wards added to the connection, Fudge decided that it was a good idea after all. Albus Dumbledore was not a happy man. He had lost control of Harry Potter once Sirius was cleared of the charges against him. The arrival of Django, the Dark Hunter, had thrown many of his plans into disarray. And now, Sirius was throwing a huge party and inviting most of the magical world to Potter Manor. Albus was sure that Potter Manor had been destroyed during the war against Voldemort. He knew that the war was not over, that there were dangers out there. How could Sirius possibly think that having such a party was a good idea? Or that it was safe? Then there was the apparent oversight in the fact that he, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the ICW, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, did not receive an invitation to the celebration. So far he was unable to contact either Harry or Sirius. He was unable to find their location, and several of his devices that he had set up to monitor Harry no longer were functioning. While there was no evidence that the boy was in any danger, he could no longer track his every location. This will not do, he said to himself. He was determined to meet up with Sirius and Harry, even if that meant attending the ball without an invitation. Harry Potter had been busy for his summer hauls, but he was not complaining. While he felt that he was back in school with having to learn about the politics and customs within the world of witches and wizards, he finally felt that someone was actually willing to explain things to him. Finally he was learning about life, the universe and everything, and he was fairly certain that the answer was not going to be 42. Perhaps the best part of his summer was the fact that he no longer had to return to 4 Privet Drive and experience life with the Dursleys. While his aunt and uncle would undoubtedly tell anyone how much better life was for them without the freak, they would definitely not admit that they ate better food when their nephew was there to cook for them. No, Harry Potter did not miss his relatives. He did not miss the emotional abuse, the neglect and malnourishment, and he definitely did not miss being the target in his cousin's games of Harry hunting. While learning to dance was not something he had originally placed high on his goals of things to accomplish over the summer, he had to admit that life could have been a lot worse. And to top it off, he had to dance with one of the prettiest girls he had ever met. Daphne Greengrass, the girl who had been nicknamed the Slytherin Ice Princess. Harry was very shy about meeting her face to face for dance lessons. They had spoken very few words to each other at school, but the last brief encounters they had were at least pleasant. But now he had to hold her in his arms as they learned to dance, or to be more accurate, while he learned to dance and she simply smiled at it all. It wasn't until after the 3rd day of dance lessons that the two teenagers actually had a moment to themselves. They had finished their dance lesson for the day and Sirius had taken Isabella into another room to review some of the plans for the upcoming ball. Harry had grown a little more self-confident as he was not stepping on Daphne's feet as much, and he was actually enjoying the dancing. "I'm sorry," he said without looking at her. Daphne gasped briefly as she was actually unsure of herself, and the first words out of Harry Potter were an apology. "Whatever would you be sorry for?" she snapped, trying to hide her initial response. "I'm sorry that I must be ruining your summer. I would have thought that you would have been doing things more interesting than helping me learn to dance," explained Harry. Daphne giggled at his comment. Harry had never heard Daphne laugh, and he realized he had never seen her laugh before either. "What's so funny?" demanded Harry, feeling a little irritated by her reaction. "You haven't ruined my summer," she admitted shyly. "Well, I had expected to be able to spend some time traveling, going to the beach with Tracy. That's my best friend, Tracy Davis, she's also in Slytherin. But we do that every year. This is different. But you already know how to dance," commented Harry. "But how often does a girl get to say they helped teach the boy who lived how to dance?" she quipped. "But you're in Slytherin and I'm in Gryffindor," protested Harry. Daphne glared at him. "You have a problem with my being in Slytherin. She snapped. No, exclaimed Harry in defense. I just figured that you wouldn't want anything to do with me. He noticed the scowl on her face. Well, I thought pretty much everyone in your house hated me. Daphne let out a laugh. We don't all follow Malfoy. Who, by the way, is not as awful a guy as you might think, but he is a prat when it comes to you or any of your friends. He probably gets it from his father. Harry nodded. I've met him before, and I think he hates me, too. Of course he dislikes you, she said as if it were common knowledge. After all, you defeated he who must not be named. No one really believes his claims of having been imperious into following him. But you represent to all of the Death Eaters and those who sided with them that they were wrong and that they lost. Not everyone in Slytherin sided with the Death Eaters? Asked Harry, a little surprised. Did everyone in Gryffindor side with Dumbledore and the light? I don't think so, and I do believe your friends proved that, she added. I guess you do have a point, admitted Harry. After a moment of sitting together quietly, he added, so, when school starts, I guess we go back to pretty much ignoring each other. We don't have to, admitted Daphne, whose shyness was starting to present itself again. But what would Malfoy say? Wondered Harry. It's not like we're going to be boyfriend-girlfriend, commented Daphne. Besides, I will be friends with whomever I choose to be, and Malfoy can go whine to his little gang of Neanderthals. Harry laughed at her words. The two then sat in silence for another minute until Harry got the courage to speak again. So, at this ball thing that my godfather is putting on. I have to dance there, which you obviously know because you're here to help me learn how to do it. But, I was wondering, if it would be okay with you, if you would maybe, perhaps be willing to dance with me at the ball. I mean, if that wouldn't be a problem for you. Daphne stared at the dark-haired boy next to her. That was the most long-winded request for a dance that she had ever heard. She started to laugh again and then she noted his face turn red. She quickly realized his reaction and she apologized. I'm sorry, I wasn't laughing at you or your request, just how long it took you to say it. The blush became brighter in his cheeks. Yes, she said. Harry now looked at her and was confused. Yes, I will dance with you at the ball. After all, it is partially for you that Lord Black is having this celebration, she said. Then his face suddenly went pale. Now what's wrong? Asked Daphne, who was concerned by the change in the color in his face. I just realized, he said with a look of horror, what will Ron think when he sees me dancing with a Slytherin? Dumbledore went down to meet with his potions master. Ah, Severus, it is good to see you, intoned the headmaster with his usual cheeriness. Headmaster, said Snape as he acknowledged the intrusion of his quarters, what brings you here so early, and in the summer no less? I suppose that you may have heard of the upcoming festivities being held by the recently freed Lord Black. Asked the headmaster, his eyes twinkling as usual. Yes, I have heard, droned Potions instructor in reply. I haven't the time or the inclination to be bothered by such a waste of time, particularly when it would seem to revolve around that arrogant prat who fancies himself a hero. Dumbledore was frustrated by his potion master's attitude. But Sirius Black was innocent, and he chooses to celebrate his freedom and share that celebration with others. I would have much preferred if he had shared it with the Dementors who were sent to hunt him down. But instead he is found by this fool of a bounty hunter who only goes on to prove Black's innocence, as if it were something that should have ever have been questioned. Anyone who ever served the Dark Lord knew that Black never would do anything for Voldemort, and he never would have done anything to betray his accomplice in all the crimes he committed whilst he was a student. Snape's irritation with his former classmate from Hogwarts was obvious from the venom that dripped off of his words. Ah, spoke Albus hopefully, so you have received an invitation. No doubt he merely means to find some way to embarrass me at his festivities, sneered Snape, but I won't give him the chance to have the pleasure. But it would be important to see the inside of Potter Manor, see just how safe young Harry is, stated Dumbledore, if that is even where Harry and Sirius are staying. Potter is in the hands of Black, spat Snape, and there is nothing I can do about that, not that I would want to anyway. The influence that Black will have on that insufferable child is beyond reasoning. He should probably be expelled from this school before he even arrives, knowing what sort of trouble that Black will have him causing. Now Severus, smiled the headmaster, we must not be so harsh. We must not, asked an incredulous Snape. You were not the one who was tortured and persecuted by Black and Potter and their gang. You did not suffer the indignities of their constant pranks, time and time again. You did not have your life nearly ended because of a truly foolish prank by Black. So, pardon me, but I do not feel that I am being too harsh at all. Albus' smile turned to a frown. But it would be a good idea for you to at least attend. No, said the potions master as he turned away from the headmaster and went back to working on the potion in the cauldron that was before him. Dumbledore decided to try another tactic with the head of Slytherin House. For Lily's sake, you really should. Snape cut him off mid-sentence. I said, no, already, and my answer shall not change. I'd have given you the invitation to use to see if you could go on your own, but I burned it already. He looked up at the headmaster. That is the whole point of this farce of a conversation. You must not have received an invitation. Pity, I wish I could have enjoyed your position and not have needed to waste the time to even toss the invitation in the trash. The headmaster could tell from the tone in Snape's voice that there would be no further discussion on the subject, so he finally decided to leave and try to figure out another plan to get to the ball. LDH 15.4, July 31, 1994. The day of the ball had arrived. Harry had been getting ready for this day and the pending event seemed to eclipse his birthday. But as he arrived downstairs for breakfast, he was greeted with a big hug from Sirius as well as several presents. Harry had never experienced a birthday where he had gifts waiting for him, as well as having a special meal prepared for him. Happy birthday, pup, exclaimed Sirius. I'm sorry about all of the distractions, but don't ever think that your birthday isn't important to me. And to tell you the truth, the party we're having tonight is my way of throwing you the biggest birthday party ever. Although I guess that the guest list got a little out of hand. Harry hugged his godfather tightly as he replied, no one has ever given me a birthday party before, at least not one that I can remember. A tear started to well up in Sirius' eye at Harry's words. He reached down and ruffled the young teen's hair. Well, then I just have my work cut out for me. I'll have to make each successive birthday more memorable than the last. Hopefully the bar won't be set too high with the extravaganza we're throwing tonight. Just why are you throwing this party, Sirius? Harry wondered out loud, not having really taken the time to ask his godfather this simple question earlier. Sirius laughed deep and hard. I look at it as one hell of a prank. By celebrating my freedom I am poking the Ministry in the eye over their having held me prisoner for so long. Besides, with all of the things we have planned for the guests, or more accurately, for the guests who will not be able to join us, I will be pranking them as well. I do believe that Django and Hildy have come up with some fun for tonight. While they are responsible for the security for the evening, and the dealing with any individuals who would try and be party crashers, they will be here for much of the big event. Harry wondered just exactly what would be in store for those who were not invited, or even for those who were invited but were not truly welcome. Now, let's get your attention back to the matters at hand. There seems to be quite the pile of birthday presents here, said Sirius as he started to toss the boxes and packages around, trying to see who had sent a present. Harry looked at the pile of gifts with some confusion. Sirius, he began to ask, if there are such strong protections that the manor is safe from any intrusion without your permission, how did these all get here? Sirius seemed almost surprised by the question. Then he looked at the gifts and then back at Harry. I do believe that Django and Hildy set up a way to redirect all owls. Any messages or packages sent to us are automatically directed to a special room at Gringotts. From there, one of the house elves is able to retrieve them after they have been checked for any curses. No sense having some angry Death Eater seeking revenge for the loss of their Dark Master by sending you something that would be most inappropriate. Harry nodded in understanding. So, what do you want to do first, pup? Asked Sirius with a broad grin. Open presents. Or eat breakfast. Breakfast first, said Harry, who felt his stomach grumbling for food. We can wait on the presents, as you did say the other day that some of my friends can come over this afternoon for a simpler party before the ball tonight. Sounds like a fantastic plan, smiled Sirius. July 31, 1994. Potter Manor. Harry was having the best birthday ever. He had a family and friends who spent part of the day with him. They played a few rounds of Quidditch, and they even played with the football that he had received as a gift from Dean Thomas. The group of teens had a relaxing and enjoyable time from late morning until the mid-afternoon. They had all originally met up at Diagon Alley and Sirius had arranged for them to travel to Potter Manor for the day. They were then able to use the flow connection to return to their own homes to prepare for the ball that was to take place later that evening. Daphne Greengrass had not come over for the informal party in the afternoon as she was spending the day getting ready for the ball. Harry had asked her if she wanted to come, and it was clear that everyone else attending the events during the day were essentially his friends from Gryffindor. Daphne had mumbled something about not wanting to be fed to the lion's den. She hardly knew Harry's friends, other than Neville Longbottom, as he had attended many ministry functions with his grandmother while they were growing up. Daphne had no real contact with any of the other Gryffindor students other than Hermione Granger, who took arithmancy and ancient runes with her. Once the afternoon activities came to an end, Harry had to get ready for the ball himself. Sirius and Django had made sure that Harry had new silk robes, trimmed with blue and gold and the Potter family crest. Sirius robes would be the typical black with green and silver trim for the Black family with the Black family crest as well. Soon, the festivities would begin. The Black Summer Celebration Ball. At 7 p.m., the guests began to arrive at Potter Manor. Promptly at that hour, the Greengrass stepped through the flow and into the newly decorated hall. Sirius and Harry were there to formally greet their guests. Harry smiled slightly as he watched Daphne step out in a green gown that was perfectly flattering to her. He tried to hide the blush that was rising to his cheeks. The next person to step through the flow was Hermione Granger, who was accompanied by the young Auror, Nymphadora Tonks. Hermione's hair was done in a simple style, the bushiness finally tamed. Her silver and blue dress made her appear elegant in a way that none of her classmates would have ever imagined before seeing her. Daphne Greengrass felt a slight pang of jealousy as Harry's best friend stepped out and greeted Harry with a tight hug. She actually began to wonder if all of the time she had spent helping Harry learn to dance would be for naught, as she had been starting to develop a slight crush on the shy boy who was alternatively viewed as a hero at school or a pariah. She steeled herself and buried her emotions behind her mask of indifference. The staff that was there to help with the evening's festivities then requested that Harry and Sirius and the few guests that had already arrived to step into the main ballroom so that there would be room for the scores of people who were yet to step through the flow. Meanwhile, Django and Hildy were both standing watch at the two designated flow connections, with Django at the Ministry of Magic and Hildy at the location in Diagon Alley. Django nodded politely to Madame Longbottom and her young grandson Neville as they stepped through to Potter Manor. Several other families made their way through the specially marked flow connection for what was considered the social event of the summer before the finals for the Quidditch World Cup scheduled for later in August. Anyone who thought they were of some sort of importance in the wizarding world did everything they could to get an invitation. Over at Diagon Alley, the crowd was growing as they lined up to make their way to the Black Summer celebration. Hildy was paying special attention to who might be trying to get into the ball, particularly those who might be attempting to do so without an invitation or through illicit means. She noticed a blue beetle land on the back of the hat of an older woman. Hildy thought it was probably one of moderate, pure-blood families that the woman was from. Hildy smiled at the older witch as she waved her into the flow. She knew that the Aurors standing guard at one of the 3 holding cells specifically designed for tonight would soon find themselves with some excitement. At the DMLE, there was a sudden flash in the second holding cell designed for the evening's festivities. Initially, the Auror on duty, Dawlish, did not notice anything appear in the room as a magical gong sounded, alerting him to a transfer into the room. The special one-way flow connection suddenly spit out a small insect. As the insect fell onto the floor, there was a sudden flash and then a woman appeared on the floor. She was clearly confused as to how she had ended up wherever she was. She reached up and straightened out her glasses, and then she turned to face the man who was standing outside of the small room she had found herself to be in. "Good evening, ma'am," said Dawlish with his wand pointing at her. "Please place your wand on the floor and kindly step to the back of the cell." "That's good, nice and slowly. I demand to know why I am here," shrieked Rita Skeeter. "I'm a reporter, I'll have you know, and you can't just hold me here against my will." Dawlish merely laughed at the hysterical witch in front of him as he carefully bent down and picked up her wand. "I can hold you here, and I can even tell you the charges." He smirked at her for a moment before he continued with his explanation. "You are being held pending the formal charges being filed. Those charges are one count of being an unregistered animagus, and the second being attempting to trespass onto Lord Potter's property. Interesting words they developed for this shindig tonight, bounced you right here as it will anyone else who shouldn't be trying to attend the ball. With those words he stepped back and resealed her cell, then he calmly took a seat and waited to see if anyone else would end up in the room with her. At the Ministry of Magic, the line was progressing slowly. Draco Malfoy was tugging at his collar and his tie. While he was happy to be showing off his new silk robes tonight at a public affair, he was not happy that he would be going to the home of Harry Potter. The half-blood wizard raised by Muggles and credited with defeating the Dark Lord as an infant was a thorn in his side ever since he rejected Draco's offer of friendship. However much Draco despised the idea of attending the ball, his father was trying to train him in the ways of proper public deportment befitting a lord or member of the Wizengamot. To have true power in this society, he had been told, one needs to learn how to manipulate others and how to be friendly to those whom one hates, so tonight would serve as a simple training session for the young Malfoy heir. Finally the Malfoys reached their turn to step through the flow and then into Potter Manor. Draco secretly was hoping that the place would be cheap and ugly and in no way comparable to his home. Now he just had to step through the flow with his mother and father. Stepping out on the other side he immediately looked around and he was irritated by the elegance of the foyer where they had arrived. He was starting to feel a little envious when he suddenly noticed that while he was standing near his mother, his father was nowhere to be seen. Standing at the first holding cell, Mad-Eye Moody's magical eye started to spin wildly as it detected the first person coming through the special flow. The tall, thin, bee-owned man stepped out of the flow and came to an abrupt halt in front of the magical doorway. He looked from side to side and then at the grizzled Auror in front of him. "What is the meaning of this?" demanded Lucius with his usual arrogant drawl. "I demand that you let me out of here right this minute, Moody," he added. Moody just smiled at the man in front of him. "Can't do that, Lucy," snarled the battle-worn wizard. "There's one reason why you're there." The fine print of the invitations clearly stated that any marked Death Eaters were not welcome to Lord Black's little get-together. "We both know what is on your left forearm. And we both know that you can't get that under the Imperious Curse, you have to want to take the mark. Don't worry, you shouldn't be in here for very long. You can't hold me here," demanded the now trapped Death Eater. Moody smiled. "Oh, yes, we can hold here until all of the proper paperwork is filed. Trespassing on a lord's property is a punishable offense. And I do not think that either Lord Black or Lord Potter are in a very forgiving mood tonight. LDH 16.2, Draco Malfoy was not sure how to react to his father not arriving at the ball. He started to express his discomfort with the situation, speaking to no one in particular. "Wait until my father hears." He was cut off by his mother who whispered loudly at him, "Now that is quite enough. Do not create a scene, that would be most unbecoming for a lord in training." Draco looked up at his mother and noticed that her face had turned pale and her eyes showed an emotion she had rarely seen before. Fear. A gong rang out throughout the Potter Manor, indicating that the event of the evening was about to officially begin. The guests had all been gathering in the ballroom, partaking of hors d'oeuvres while it was becoming more obvious that certain people had not arrived with their respective parties. There was murmuring about what was going on, all of which was silenced when the gong sounded again. Sirius Black stepped up to the small podium that had been put in place in front of him. "Greetings to you all, friends, family, witches and wizards. I would like to thank you for joining us here tonight. Now, I am sure that I don't know half as you as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you half as well as you deserve, and some of you probably don't even like me at all. But tonight isn't a time for us to bicker about who likes who, but it is a time of celebration. As by now I am sure you are all familiar with my story. You may have hated me years ago when I was a student at Hogwarts and you were possibly the brunt of one of the many pranks that my friends and I perpetrated on the school. You may have hated me when you heard the stories of my supposed betrayal of my best friends and my godson. You may have feared me when you heard of my escape from Azkaban. But the truth is, I never betrayed my friends, and I could never betray my godson. But now, I am returned to my godson and I am returned to magical society. So, I think that this is reason enough to have drink. Or a party. But even more important than that, I publicly take my place in our society as Lord Black, of the ancient and most noble House of Black." Half of the audience wasn't sure how to respond while the other half cheered loudly for the speech from their host. Sirius awaited for the applause to die down, and then he continued his speech. "And many of you may be wondering just why we are here at Potter Manor. As I have already declared, I am the godfather to Harry Potter, son of my best friends, the late James and Lily Potter. I am his guardian. Harry James Potter is the Lord Potter, as he is the last of his line. And tonight, I would like to publicly declare what I have already legally established, and that Lord Potter is also my heir, and will be the next Lord Black." There were scattered screams and gasps and cheers from around the hall at this announcement. Music started to play in the background as Sirius finished his speech. "So we are here tonight to celebrate life, freedom, and the re-establishment of two great houses within our world. So let the merriment commence, the dancing shall begin, and the party shall continue." Sirius held out his hand, and waited until a stern-looking Amelia Bones stepped out from the crowd and took it. Then the two began to dance. Soon they were joined by Harry Potter, who had stepped forward with Daphne Greengrass as they began to waltz gracefully around the room with Sirius and Amelia. Isabella watched with pride as her daughter danced with the young lord. The weeks of practicing had been worth it as they looked absolutely magnificent together on the dance floor. As the waltz came to an end, another song began and more people joined them on the dance floor. At the DMLE, Lucius Malfoy soon found his cell to be getting crowded. Theodore Nott Sr. looked around the room he found himself in and he cursed loudly. Vincent Crabbe Sr., Gregory Goyle Sr., Yaxley, Walden McNair, Avery, Gibbon, Thorfinn Roll, Selwyn and Travers were all equally enraged at finding themselves imprisoned. "This is intolerable," shouted Nott. "I understand," said Moody calmly, "I can barely tolerate looking at any of your ugly faces." Yaxley walked towards the cell door. "I demand to be released this instant. I demand to know just why we are here. And I demand that you be fired for bringing us here against our will." Moody simply laughed. "As soon as you are all processed, then we will be letting you go." He paused for a moment before adding, "And don't think that you'll be heading to Potter Manor for the celebration tonight. Death Eaters aren't allowed on either Lord Black's or Lord Potter's property. We'll just need to document the little tattoos on your left arms, have you smile nicely for a picture, and then you'll be allowed to go on your way." Down the hall a few others found themselves sitting in a cell. Dolores Umbridge, Madame Edgecombe, and Pansy Parkinson were all shocked to find themselves sitting in a locked room somewhere. They were sure they had not arrived at the Potter Manor for the Black Summer celebration as they had anticipated. The locked door suddenly swung open and a pair of Aurors stepped in. Dolores Umbridge croaked out her complaints at the two. "How dare you lock me up here? Do you have any idea who I am? When the minister hears about this, you will find yourselves out of a job." Now, Madam Secretary," stated a very calm Gawain Robards. "You three all ended up in this room for the same reason. In your attempt to travel to Potter Manor for the Black Summer celebration, you had on your persons illegal pointing devices or port keys that may have allowed the location of Lord Potter's home to become plottable, and considering the difficulties his family has been through in the past, he had arranged for the home to remain unplottable. All invitations included in the fine print that the use of any devices that might allow others to either discover the exact location of the home or to permit unauthorized entry to the home was clearly prohibited. Lords Potter and Black have asked that the DMLE prosecute these violations to the full extent of the law." The Undersecretary was livid. Madame Edgecombe was now fearing for the future of her job, while Pansy Parkinson just sat smugly assuming that her father or her boyfriend's father would get her off of any charges. "Just so that we are all clear here," added the other Auror, a tall dark-skinned man, "the DMLE is fully authorized to follow up on the illegal use of magical devices, and that is what you will all be charged with. Family connections and status within the ministry will not be used to get anyone off, be it you three or the others who have been apprehended tonight. Due to the embarrassment to the ministry and the DMLE in light of Lord Black's recent acquittal of all charges, the ministry is determined to be thorough and fair in all of the proceedings stemming from tonight's activities." Madame Edgecombe now began to cry. Pansy lost her smug look as she wondered if her family or the Malfoys would truly be able to protect her, and Dolores Umbridge simply went red in the face. "Now listen here," shouted the toad-like woman in the pink sweater and skirt. "I will not stand for this, and neither will the minister. It is out of the minister's hands at this time, said Robards simply. Once the others are processed for their attempted trespass onto Lord Potter's property, then we will begin the process of formally filing your charges as well as having the unspeakables assess the various devices which were removed from you upon your arrival here. Severus Snape was sitting at his home in Spinner's End. He had just received a recent journal, Potions Monthly, and he had been looking forward to perusing what foolishness other so-called potion masters from around the world had come up with recently. He was working on finalizing his treatise on the fallacy of using sliced saprophyros beans as opposed to crushing them, and why the manner in obtaining the juices mattered for any potion and not just the draught of living death. A knock came on his door and Snape sighed heavily, as he was sure that there could be only one person who would be bothering him at this time on this particular night. He did not even bother to get up from his chair as he knew the visitor would soon be the intruder. "Greetings, Severus," came the all-too-happy voice of the headmaster. "I am a little surprised to see you here tonight as I had truly hoped that you would have done as I requested and attended the small party that Sirius is putting on tonight. I had made it perfectly clear to you that there was no way that I would be attending such an even with that miscreant and his sanctimonious brat of a godson who feels he is entitled to all of our sympathy," spat Severus without even looking at the headmaster. "But Severus," protested Albus Dumbledore, "I had made it clear that I needed someone to go and then allow me to apparate to them as I for some reason was overlooked and did not receive an invitation. Feel free to use mine, as I surely will not be using it, other than as kindling for starting a fire," stated the potions professor. Albus sighed in frustration. He had hoped that he would finally be able to persuade the man to do as he asked, but once again he had no such luck. "Very well, my friend, then I shall attempt to go to the celebration on my own," he added, resigning himself to doing this on his own. Albus then let himself out of Spinner's End and decided that he should just try and apparate himself to the party. While he was sure he once knew where Potter Manor was located, he had deduced that it must have been placed under a Fidelius charm as he could no longer recall where it was or how to get there. But that would not stop the great Dumbledore. He was not considered the most powerful wizard of this age for nothing, and he had an understanding of magic that went beyond anything taught at any of the prestigious magical schools around the world. He would just simply concentrate on the young Harry Potter, and he would will himself to apparate to his side, and he would magically remove any wards he would encounter on the way. While it would require a significant amount of magical strength and willpower in addition to a detailed knowledge of warding, he should be able to apparate through any wards. After all, he knew how to apparate through the wards at Hogwarts, but he was sure that he would not tell anyone just how it could be done. So Albus stood still as he concentrated on his task at hand, steadied himself for the complex magical transportation spell, and then he silently willed himself to go to Harry Potter's side. Dumbledore felt his body slowly move through a rather long tube, then he felt pain as though his body was being forced through tighter and tighter spaces, but the process did not relent. He lost track of his sense of time as he felt himself slide through what he could only imagine as having become a complex labyrinth. He tried to concentrate on his destination, but then he felt even more intense pain in his head and any thoughts of where he had intended to travel were ripped from his mind. Eventually he felt his body drop on a floor. The pain in his head was finally starting to relent, and he tried to take in his surroundings. He registered gasps from people around him but he could not focus his eyes clearly as his spectacles had fallen off of his face. He found them and placed them back in front of his eyes, but he had to shield his eyes from the very bright lights shining on him. He seemed to be on some sort of a stage, and he noticed a couple of metal poles nearby with what appeared to be Muggle women with very few clothes on spinning around. Squinting his eyes to focus more clearly, there seemed to be a large crowd of men sitting at various tables, some of them waving what appeared to be money at the scantily clad ladies. Then he felt someone grab his robes around his neck and pull him off of the stage he had found himself on. "Dunno what you think you're doing up there, old man," bellowed the large man with multiple tattoos on his thick arms, "but this just isn't allowed. Dancing with the girls is only allowed in the VIP rooms and you don't look like the VIP type to me." Dumbledore stumbled as the large man started to drag him away from the stage and towards the side of the large room. The bright neon lights that were flashing seemed to reflect of the shaved head of the man who was making no attempt to be gentle with him. Albus still wondered what was going on, so he tried to speak with the man who was pulling him towards a secure exit. "Please unhand me, sir," he said politely, "and could you tell me where I am?" The large man stopped for a moment and stared at the old man with the twinkling eyes and befuddled expression. Look, mate, we get all types in here, and I have no idea how much you have had to drink or why you're wearing some sort of dress, but the owner doesn't take too kindly to the clientele jumping up on stage with the dancers. With that he shoved the wizard through the exit door and out into a dark alley. Dumbledore landed in a pile of something that was wet and squishy, and he really did not want to find out what it was. He scanned the alley and noticed that he was alone. Then he quickly cast a Scorchfee charm on himself, followed by casting a location charm, and he saw that he had somehow ended up in Liverpool. Then he laughed quietly to himself as he muttered, "Good one, Sirius, I see that you still have quite the knack for pranks." Then there was a sudden pop in the alley as he disappeared with a sigh, conceding defeat in his attempts to crash the celebratory ball. Cornelius Fudge was clearly agitated as he approached Lord Black. He didn't even have a drink in his hand as he tried to get the attention of the host for the evening. "Now, Sirius, my friend, I am most concerned. My undersecretary has not arrived," spoke the man who was still wearing his green suit and bowler. Sirius wondered if the man had any other clothes and what he did when it was time to do his laundry. "Obviously you are distressed, Minister," replied Sirius. "I will take care of your problem at once." Seeing an elf making its way through the crowd with a platter of drinks, Sirius quickly grabbed a glass of champagne and then handed it to the minister. "There you go, sir. Now you have a drink. Problem solved." "But Lord Black, that is not the problem," protested the minister. "Of course there is no problem, you now have a glass of champagne," replied Sirius with a large grin, "or would you prefer a whole bottle?" "No, no, no," exclaimed the frustrated politician, "the problem is my undersecretary. If she needs a bottle, we'll get her one," answered Sirius, "but I don't see her anywhere around her." "That's the problem," said the minister, "she is not here." "Oh dear, you've lost the undersecretary. Well, who is she supposedly under? Did you search them first?" Sirius continued to smile as he spoke with the minister, who was now getting red in the face. "Now listen here," the minister now spoke slowly and loudly, starting to draw some unwanted attention to the conversation. "Dolores Umbridge, my undersecretary, was supposed to arrive with me, but she never came through the flow when I did. I have been expecting her to show up. I do not know where she is. Cornelius, my friend, you know how much trust I place in our political leaders. Oh, those would be those ones who sent me away to Azkaban without a trial. Who condemned me to be key-ed without any facts. So, no, I am not particularly concerned about your little undersecretary. In fact, you may want to follow up with the DMLE. I do believe that the little meeting I had with you and with Madame Bones about the security for this event was quickly approved by you." "What security?" asked the now wary minister, worried that he really hadn't paid close attention that day, as he figured that security for a party was just a bunch of nonsense. "I made it quite clear that under no circumstances would anyone be allowed here if they carried the dark mark. Death Eaters are not welcome here," stated Sirius, who had now lost all of the jovial attitude. "But what about the poor individuals who were imperious and forced to take the mark?" asked Fudge, who was now getting very worried. "Let us not talk falsely now," said Sirius, "no one can take the mark unless they wanted to. The imperious defense is a lie. Always has been and always will be." The minister's face paled. "You can't be serious." "Of course I am serious," came the deadpan reply. "Don't you worry about it any more tonight. I'm sure everything will be all sorted out come morning, just you wait and see. Would you like more champagne?" Sirius did not wait for a reply from the minister and turned and walked off to find some truly interesting conversation, or at least someone who would be much prettier to look at. Harry had several dances with Daphne Greengrass and then he offered to get her something to drink. They found an out-of-the-way table and were quickly joined by Hermione Granger. "Harry, this is absolutely amazing," she exclaimed. "This is really your home. You have to tell me what you've been up to this summer. I heard that Ron and his family have tickets to the Quidditch World Cup. Will you be coming with us? It's absolutely wonderful that Sirius is free. I'm sure you must be so happy. And now you're a lord and everything. Do you have any idea what it means to be a lord?" "Hermione," interrupted Harry with a smile, "you need to stop talking and breathe." Daphne chuckled slightly at Harry's comment, but Hermione started to blush. "I'm sorry," said Hermione sincerely, it's just that I've been so worried about you all summer and I think that this is also amazing. I'm worried I'm going to be losing my best friend in the middle of all of these changes for you. You can't get rid of me that easily, asserted Harry. Daphne seemed to be looking across the ballroom and avoiding eye contact with Hermione and Harry. Harry noticed that something seemed to be bothering the beautiful young girl, but he wasn't sure what to say to her as he still felt awkward in most social situations. Hermione covered the awkward silence by trying to start another conversation with Harry. So, wow, Harry, you can dance, she said, clearly impressed. I mean the two of you, Daphne and you two looked really amazing out there. Is everything amazing to you? Asked Daphne, not hiding the snippy tone very well. Hermione seemed to miss the jab. You two must have been practicing all summer long. She then turned to Daphne, and your dress looks absolutely beautiful on you tonight. Why thank you, answered Daphne, who was beginning to feel like a third wheel in this conversation. I think I'll just go take a walk, she said simply as she stood up and left the table. She moved away quickly before she let a single tear well up in her eye over the thought of being jealous over the Gryffindor bookworm. She headed out onto the patio for some fresh air and she ran into her best friend, Tracy Davis. Tracy greeted her with a hug. Hey Daphne, you look amazing tonight. Daphne glared at her friend. Did you have to say, amazing? She sighed and then returned the hug. Tracy ignored the comment. So you and Potter, dancing and everything, is that who you've been spending all of your time with this summer? Daphne rolled her eyes at her best friend. Yes, I've been having to help Lord Potter learn how to dance and to learn about magical society. Tracy's eyes went wide at the way her best friend replied. Do I detect a little irritation there? But you've been crushing on him for most of the past year. Shut up, Tracy, snapped Daphne. Uh-oh, commented Tracy as she detected that she hit a raw nerve. Something happened, and you need to talk about it, I can tell. Daphne turned around and looked back at the table where Harry was sitting with Hermione. Tracy's eyes followed to where her best friend was looking and she nodded knowingly at the scene in front of her. So, Daphne Greengrass actually has fallen for a guy who is more impressed with brains than beauty, said Tracy. Immediately Tracy felt a slap on her arm. How can I compete with Granger? She muttered, hoping that no one other than her friend Tracy would hear. I mean, she's smart and all that, I know, but I do pretty well in our classes too. Tracy rubbed her arm slightly as she listened to her friend. Granger's even prettier this summer than I've ever noticed, added Daphne, and it's obvious that Harry's noticed that too. Besides, they've been best friends since we were first years. Daphne turned and looked at her best friend. How can I compete with that? With his best friend? And why would I ever want to be interested in the boy who lived? Life isn't a stupid storybook. Tracy gave her friend a slight hug. So, finally got a break from the new lord, came a drawling voice from behind where the two girls were standing. They both felt as though they had just heard fingernails scraping on the chalkboard at school as they slowly turned to face the Onpons who terrorized their dorm mates and the rest of the school. Malfoy, go away, said Tracy as she put her hands on her hips, trying to show her irritation with him in every possible way. And leave two of the fairest Slytherin girls alone in such a dangerous place. Not when Potter's around. Someone needs to protect you from that pompous brat with grandiose ideas of who he really is. Kettle, black, much, whispered Tracy to Daphne. Daphne was about to make her own comment to Draco when another voice broke in. Daphne, what are you doing out here? Asked Harry. Draco turned and glared at the young host. Daphne stepped away from Draco and Tracy and closer to Harry. Just having a chat with a friend, she said as she turned and gave a wink towards Tracy. Why don't we go dance some more, she added as she slipped her arm into Harry's. Harry ignored the glare from Draco as he turned and went back inside with his dance partner. Draco shook his head in frustration and then he spoke to Tracy. So, Davis, have you seen Pansy at all tonight? Tracy just rolled her eyes as she answered, thankfully no, and I'd like to keep it that way. Then she turned to walk back inside. So let me get this straight, spoke a bewildered own-headed reporter to the Auror who was now speaking with her. The DMLE will not file charges against me as long as I sign this affidavit and file my animagus ability with the appropriate departments. The Auror simply nodded in reply. And this affidavit, continued Rita Skeeter, simply states that I will not use my animagus abilities to violate the privacy of any magical or muggle citizen. Another nod. The reporter was about to sign the paper when another Auror stepped up handing her another envelope. Skeeter raised a thinly plucked eyebrow at the man who delivered the envelope. "What is this now?" she demanded. "Just something that your employer, the majority owner for the Daily Prophet, had prepared and asked us to deliver to you once you were ready to be released." Skeeter hesitated a moment as she took the envelope and just stared at it blankly. Finally she tore open the seal and pulled out the parchment contained within. At first her face fell into a frown, and then into a wide grin. "So, this may not be so bad after all," she spoke quietly to one in particular. "This might be just the thing," she added as her smile grew wider. La DH 16.3, August 1, 1994. Potter Manor. Harry was sitting at the table eating breakfast when Django and Hildy walked in after entering through the flow. He looked up and nodded at them to acknowledge their arrival. "Good morning, young lord," said a smiling Django. "How were the festivities last night?" Harry clearly had dark circles under his eyes as he responded after a yawn. "Pretty good, I guess. At least I didn't make a fool out of myself with my dancing." Hildy picked up on an unspoken frustration from the teen. "But something upset you last night, more than just being up late and dancing." "Girls," muttered Harry looking at the bagel in front of him as he purposely avoided eye contact with the two adults. "I just don't understand them." Sirius walked in as Harry was making his comments. "Good morning, pup." He noticed the somber tone in the room and quickly added, "Okay, who died?" Django replied with a grin, either Harry's ego or Harry's plans for finding a girlfriend. Sirius sat down at the table as a rasher of bacon appeared and then a large cup of coffee. He raised an eyebrow at his godson. "So, which one of the young ladies gave you the brush off last night?" Harry shook his head as he answered, "No, that's not it. I thought things were going well and everything until the time I found Malfoy harassing Daphne. Daphne seemed all upset about something even when we danced after that. I tried to talk to Hermione about what was going on, but she had no idea, and the next time I tried to talk to Daphne she was back in her Ice Queen persona like when we first started to dance. It's like she was all brassed off with me about something." Hildy waved off Sirius from making any snide remarks. "Back up, Harry," she said calmly. "Do you think it was something that Malfoy said or was it something before that?" "I don't know what Malfoy said to Daphne, but I could tell she was not interested in speaking with them," explained Harry. "Daphne had gone out to the patio while Hermione and I were talking. When I went to see if I needed to get Daphne away from Malfoy she immediately pulled me back on the dance floor, but things seemed a little off. I went to talk to Hermione about what might have got Daphne's knickers in a twist, but Hermione had no idea. Then after I was talking with Hermione, Daphne wouldn't talk to me anymore." Sirius started to laugh until Hildy slapped him on the back of his head. Django was shaking his head as he was starting to figure out what the problem was from the night before. Hildy looked at Django as she spoke to him. "Do you remember any of your bookworm friends from when you were Harry's age? Did they ever have a crush on you?" Django turned pale as his face made an imitation of a goldfish. Not that I ever knew. I mean, I sure don't think so." Hildy sighed. "You're about as pathetic as Padfoot here." Then she turned to face Harry again. "Did you do or say anything that may have made Daphne think you were more interested in Hermione than being with her?" Harry wrinkled his brow as he thought about the question. "Daphne and I were sitting down after the first few dances. Then Hermione came and sat down with us. And she started asking me about my summer and going on and on about all sorts of things. Eventually Daphne got up and went outside. Then I went to check other and found Malfoy was bothering her." "That's probably the problem right there," commented Hildy. "What? Malfoy?" replied all three men. "No, not Malfoy," said an obviously exasperated Hildy. "Daphne probably felt like you were ignoring her for Hermione." "I wasn't ignoring Daphne," stated Harry defensively. Hildy laughed at that. "Says you," she smirked. "The problem is that you boys don't understand how to relate with women." Django began to protest. "That's okay, honey," said Hildy reassuringly. "You are getting better with proper training." Then she turned back to Harry. "Try thinking about it from Daphne's perspective. The two of you have been learning to dance all summer leading up to last night. Then you start chatting things up with Hermione when you were already sitting with Daphne. If you came across as being more interested in your friend as opposed to the young girl who probably assumed she was on a date with you, I would suspect that she either is jealous or offended, or both. Then she muttered under her breath, or having her monthly. Harry turned red in the face. Do you really think that Daphne likes me and that's what happened? But why would she get upset with Hermione? She's my best friend. One of my first friends ever. She's a girl, said Hildy flatly. And from what I have heard, she also was quite the looker last night. That could be intimidating to any girl, even someone such as Daphne. Now what? Asked Harry, who was worried. Talk to her, said Hildy, and hope for the best. Ask her to go to the beach, or to go to a park, or something. Maybe she likes Quidditch and would want to go to the World Cup, mused Harry. Yes, I'm sure she would love that, said Hildy. Sirius and Harry looked at her questioningly. Hildy noted the stares at her, and then she quickly explained, well, one of the days she was over here for dancing I was talking to her and she told me she really likes Quidditch. And she probably won't admit it again, but she thinks you're the best seeker she's ever seen. With that comment, Hildy stood up and left the dining area before she said anything more that might be too awkward. Sirius watched the woman leave and took a sip from his coffee. He called for Dobby and asked if the Daily Prophet had arrived yet. The elf quickly appeared with a copy of the magical newspaper and Sirius began to read the front page. Daily Prophet, August 1, 1994. Front page headline: Multiple Death Eaters apprehended trying to trespass onto Potter Manor. By Rita Skeeter. Last night, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement apprehended a number of wizards who were clearly identified as having been marked with the dark mark of He Who Must Not Be Named. There has also been evidence brought before the DMLE indicating that it is impossible for anyone to have ever taken the dark mark to have done so without choosing to do it willingly. Several of those who were in custody of the DMLE had previously been tried after the war with He Who Must Not Be Named had ended, and they had been acquitted of the charges against them based on their testimony that they had been forced to receive the mark while being placed under the Imperius Curse. It is also reported from an anonymous source from within the DMLE that there were several ministry employees who were apprehended last night as well. These individuals were shown to have the dark mark, but they had no previous known association with Death Eaters. Perhaps the most prominent and well-known person who is definitely marked is Lucius Malfoy, whose claims of having been Imperiused by the Dark Lord himself were the loudest during the time immediately after the war ended with the defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named that fateful night on October 31, 1991. His known associates Vincent Crabbe Sr. and Gregory Goyle Sr. were also identified as marked Death Eaters. Ministry employees identified as bearing the dark mark include Walden McNair, Jerome Avery, Arnold Yaxley, and Tristan Travers. Known associates of these men were also identified as bearing the mark on their left arms, including Thorfinn Roll, Sawyer Gibbon and Alfred Selwyn. The implication of several key ministry employees being marked as followers of the Dark Lord is quite concerning for those who have enjoyed the peace of the past 13 years since the end of the war. For more on the dark mark, see page 5. For more on those who have been identified as being marked, see page 3. The Black Summer Celebration Ball. By Rita Skeeter, with photos by Colin Creevy. The social event of the summer took place last night under the utmost security at the amazingly beautiful Potter Manor. Magical Society was treated to a superbly planned and catered event that saw the Lord Black formally taking his place in Wizarding Society as the head of the noble and most ancient House of Black. In addition, the young Lord Potter also claimed his title as head of the noble and ancient House of Potter. Our very own boy who lived is now the Lord Potter and heir to become the next Lord Black. The political and social power that these two men hold was put on display both in how they handled their many guests and those who wished to disrupt the very elegant party. Among the hundreds of people who were fortunate to receive an invitation were our own Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge and the director of the DMLE Madame Amelia Bones. In fact, it was none other than Director Bones who opened the evening's festivities with a wonderful waltz with the host for the evening, and they were quickly accompanied by the young Lord Potter, who looked especially handsome in his acromantula silk robes as he danced smoothly with his positively radiant partner, the young Daphne Greengrass, whose own green silk gown clearly showed to all in attendance that she was perhaps the prettiest woman present at the spectacular affair. For more photos of the event, see pages 8 and 9. For more on the Black Summer Celebration Ball, see page 4. Quidditch World Cup Finals. By Ludo Bagman. Once again, the finals for the Quidditch World Cup are quickly approaching, and as all of our readers surely must know, they will be held right here in England. The Minister for Magic himself will host the event, with the respective ministers from Ireland and Bulgaria. The finals will pit two of the world's most amazing teams in a match that will be sure to be one for the ages. The strong Irish team will be led by their trio of chasers that are unmatched in their skill and teamwork, whereas the young but powerful Victor Krum will be flying for the Bulgarian team as one of the most dynamic seekers that has ever been seen in the history of this fantastic sport. For more on the Quidditch World Cup, see page 10. For more on Team Ireland, see page 2. For more on Team Bulgaria, see page 6. Harry got the courage up to make a flow call to Daphne after he spoke with Sirius more about the events of the night before. Her sister, Astoria, replied to the call. "Hey Harry," she said, looking at the glowing face of the boy who lived peering out of the embers in the fireplace. "Hey Astoria," Harry called back to her, "is Daphne around? Could I maybe talk to her?" "Sure, she's around here somewhere, probably hanging out in her room with Tracy," answered Astoria. She then gave a slightly malicious grin as she continued, "I'll go get her right away then." Astoria disappeared immediately. Harry strained to hear anything going on in the house, and then he could make out loud footsteps stomping closer to the parlor where the flow connection was set up. "What do you want, Potter?" demanded Daphne, who had her arms folded across her chest. Harry could tell she was quite upset about something. "I was hoping to talk with you, like face to face," said Harry sheepishly. "You're facing me now," she said as she worked to keep her expression on her face impassive. "Would it be okay if I stepped through the flow to speak with you?" asked Harry. Daphne rolled her eyes as she drummed her fingers on her arms. "I suppose," she answered, clearly irritated to even be talking to him. Harry feared he was stepping through the flow to his doom, but he summoned his Gryffindor courage and stepped through to Greengrass Manor. As he stepped into the parlor in front of Daphne, he proceeded to trip and fall on his face with a loud thud and a grunt. Daphne stopped herself from bending over and trying to help the poor boy in front of her. Harry pulled himself up, put his glasses back on his face, noting that he seemed to break the rims, again. He shuffled his feet slightly as he looked down at her feet instead of straight into her face. "Well, Daphne," stuttered Harry, I was thinking that maybe I did something to upset you the other night. Last night. And well, I didn't mean to. So, I guess I wanted to apologize to you, and I wanted to do it speaking directly to you." His face felt warm as he looked up into her eyes as he finished what he had come over to say. "Is that it?" snapped Daphne, who was working to keep the mask of indifference on her face. Harry stared at her eyes and lost his train of thought for a moment. No," he stammered. "I also was hoping that maybe you would be interested in coming with Sirius and me to the Quidditch World Cup." "What's the matter?" asked Daphne. "Is your girlfriend Granger not able to join you?" Harry was taken aback by her comments. "What? Hermione? She's not my girlfriend. I've never had a girlfriend. Hermione's like my best friend, well, her and Ron. They were the first friends I ever had." Daphne was surprised to hear what Harry had told her. Throughout all of the time they spent together with the dance lessons, she had still learned very little about the boy in front of her. Harry noted the look of surprise on her face that managed to slip past her mask. "Oh," was all Daphne managed to say. After a minute of uncomfortable silence, she continued, "Well, that might explain some things." She then looked away from him. Explain what things?" he asked, curious to know just what she meant. Daphne was failing in hiding her blush. "Well, things. Things like why you seem to avoid everyone, why you never came to magical events when you were younger, why you never seem to be able to talk to anyone outside of Gryffindor, unless it's getting into a fight with Malfoy." Now Harry felt his blush returning. "If you don't want to come, I understand. But then again, you probably already have tickets for the match." He started to turn back to the flow. Daphne called to him as he reached for a handful of flow powder. "Harry, I'd love to go with you and Sirius." She mentally chastised herself for blurting that R like some sort of fangirl. Harry turned and smiled. "Really? Well, that's brilliant." The two just stared at each other for a moment. Then Harry spoke up again. "Great, so that's like not until next week." So, maybe you might like to go to a movie or something before then. A movie? Asked the slightly surprised witch. Yeah, a movie, answered Harry. They're Muggle entertainment. Moving pictures with sound, they usually tell a make-believe story. I know what movies are, Potter, sneered Daphne, I'm not Malfoy. I've actually been to a movie before. We go into Muggle London occasionally, you know. Oh, said Harry feeling more than a little foolish. A movie would be great, added Daphne. Tomorrow afternoon, then, asked Harry. Sure, said Daphne, why don't you flow over here? It might be easier to get to a cinema from here. Harry nodded and then he smiled at her as he replied, see you then, and then he turned and stepped back through the flow. Daphne turned around to see a smug-looking Tracy Davis. I knew you couldn't stay mad at him for very long, the brunette said to her best friend. Daphne glared at her friend, don't you even. Tracy stared at her friend as Daphne was becoming defensive. The Muggles have a term for someone like you and it rhymes with witch. What did I do? Asked Daphne. For starters, you're not being very nice to a guy who obviously likes you, stated Tracy. Slytherin green and silver is one thing, but jealousy over his best friend. No one else put up with her, even Weasley treats her like dirt. And don't think for a minute that she has anything on you. But, began Daphne defensively. But nothing, interrupted Tracy. I know why you hide behind that mask. I hide behind you, and your mask for the same reason. Malfoy, and the rest of his friends. So yeah, you'll be an even bigger target for them for dating Potter. But it might also make some of them back off. Tracy folded her arms across her chest as she stared at her best friend. Look, you're my best friend Daph, but you don't let anyone close to you. The whole school thinks you're a royal pain in the ass, and sometimes I even agree with them. But Potter seems like a decent guy, no matter what Malfoy and his friends say. Other than getting in fights with Draco, have you ever seen Harry be mean to anyone? He's a decent guy. And besides, you two did look kind of cute together at the ball. Tuesday, August 2, 1994. Harry arrived at Daphne's home. The two young teens headed out to London to go to the cinema. Harry had decided that they would go see a movie called The Sandlot, which was about some kids learning to play baseball in their neighborhood. Daphne had never been to a movie before and neither one of them knew much about the American game of baseball. Once the movie was over they went to get a late lunch at a pizza place. As they waited for their pizza to arrive, Daphne was starting to shift uncomfortably in her seat. Harry noticed that she was appearing to be bothered by something. Is something wrong, Daphne? Daphne looked away for a moment and then she looked back at Harry. No, not really, she said softly. But, I guess I need to apologize for yesterday, or last night. I may not have behaved very nice to some of your friends. Harry leaned back, feeling surprised. I'm not sure what you mean. Daphne reached up and pushed some of her hair behind her ear. I guess I just felt uncomfortable around some of your friends. It's not like we really got to know each other very well during the time we were dancing or learning to dance. Harry started to squirm a little himself. Oh yeah, well, I guess you're right. I was just so worried about learning all of those things and not making a fool of myself and trying not to stare. Daphne looked up at him. What do you mean, not to stare? Harry blushed and looked away. Stare, at you. Daphne blushed in response. She was very uneasy with the idea of opening up too much to anyone, even Harry Potter. So, Harry, so how did you end up becoming friends with Weasley? I mean, Hermione makes sense. The whole school knows about you saving her from the troll. Well, everyone talked about it. There were several stories, one that you blasted the troll with a reducto curse and destroyed its head. Harry chuckled at the thought of his killing a troll like that when he was only 11. The truth is Ron levitated the troll's club and smashed the head in with that. Daphne raised an eyebrow. I guess I owe Tracy 10 galleons. It really was the weasel. Harry raised a confused eyebrow. Daphne laughed lightly. Oh, there are several wagers about what really happened, but apparently no one ever asked any of you about it. Oh, yeah, well, not many people take the time to talk to me. Or Ron, or Hermione, said Harry. So, you're living with your godfather, said Daphne. Harry gave an awkward smile. Well, you know that, you have been coming over to our place since the summer started and we had the dance classes. But you only met him this past year, and now you're his heir, she commented. He was my dad's best mate, they were all but brothers, stated Harry, responding to the unspoken question about his godfather. He was the one who was supposed to raise me after my parents died. And then he was put in Azkaban, without a trial, and then he broke out. Everyone said it was because he was coming to get me, to supposedly finish Voldemort's mission, but he broke out to capture Pettigrew. The one who was caught by Django and Hildy. Pettigrew was a friend of Sirius and my dad. He was in Gryffindor and he was a marauder. But he betrayed my parents. He betrayed me. He was the one who framed Sirius by faking his death. Daphne was listening and smiled at him. So, what questions do you have for me? After all, I've been asking you about your friends. Harry smiled back at her. So, what is it like in Slytherin? I don't know much about your friends. Or about your house, other than the Sorting Hat wanted to place me in Slytherin. Daphne's jaw dropped. Before she could say anything else, the waitress brought out their pizza and sodas. As they started to enjoy their meal, the conversation was briefly lost as they had both been quite hungry. After finishing a slice of pizza, Daphne started the conversation again. So, you asked about Slytherin. It's the house I expected to be sorted into, seeing as my father was in Slytherin and my mum was in Ravenclaw. Slytherin is supposed to be the house of the cunning, not of Death Eater wannabes like Draco and his fan club. Honestly, I can't stand him and his attempts to control the house. But there are good people in Slytherin. As a whole, we're not that trusting of others outside of our house, as we always seem to be blamed for anything that could go wrong. That is until people start blaming things on you and your friends. Or at least Snape does. It's obvious to everyone that he hates you, although we have no idea why. Draco loves to tell everyone in Slytherin how Snape picks on you and your friends during potions. It seems to be all a big joke to him how you are treated. Harry shrugged at the reminder of potions and how Snape treats him. So, tell me more about your two friends, Daphne said earnestly. I really would like to get to know them better. Well, first there's Hermione. She is sometimes bossy, but she means well, she really cares about me. So I guess it's kind of like she's a big sister to me, not that I ever had one, commented Harry thoughtfully. Daphne nodded as she listened. I guess I shouldn't have been mean to Hermione. I just really enjoyed getting to know you with all the dancing and stuff, and then when she showed up and looked so pretty and you've known her longer. I thought you might not want to be seen with a girl from Slytherin. Harry could tell by her expression that Daphne was being open and sincere. Her Ice Queen mask was long gone since they started the conversation after the move. If I haven't said it before, thanks for being willing to dance with me, or at least help me learn to dance. Daphne smiled in response. You're welcome. I couldn't believe that we had to do that at first. It's not every day that famous bounty hunters show up at your house and ask your mum to teach the boy who lived how to dance and a little about wizarding history and magical society. Although, I still wonder why they chose my family. Harry nodded in response. I'm not complaining, but with the start of the dancing lessons, I thought you hated me. Heck, I thought you were going to hex me every time I stepped on your toes. Daphne laughed slightly at Harry's comments. Then she changed the subject slightly. It's kind of cool you got to meet Django, and that he saved your godfather. Yeah, he is kind of neat, but I am so lucky to be able to stay with them now, stated Harry. Sirius and I have Potter Manor to live in. Django and Hildy have their own place, although I haven't been there yet. But they stop by quite often. But it is nice that I got to move in with Sirius. Daphne noted that Harry was trying to hide tears welling up in his eyes. Why? Where did you live before? I mean, I never believed the books that said you were living in a palace and being raised like a prince. Daphne's tone indicated her honest concern for Harry. Besides, 4-year-old boys don't fly around on dragons, save little girls from dark dungeons and defeat giants and trolls just by looking at them. And no one would have ever believed a unicorn stood by your bed and watched over you while you were asleep. Well, Tracy used to believe that part of one of the stories. Harry seemed to be uncomfortable with the question about his past. I was raised with my aunt and uncle, he said quietly. Harry changed the subject away from his upbringing. What stories were you talking about? Daphne did not expect such a question. The books, you know, the books about your growing up. Somewhere far away so that you could train your powerful magic that was used to defeat he who must not be named. You mean you actually read those piles of lies? Asked a surprised Harry. I had heard about them from other students, but I never paid attention to what they said about me. I guess I figured everyone knew they weren't or couldn't be true. No, well, we all had those books, explained Daphne. I don't think any kid our age growing up didn't read the books. They were read to us as bedtime stories. And no one really thought that you would be anything like that when you showed up at Hogwarts. I mean really, 11-year-old boys don't fly around on hippogriffs or defeat bad wizards with their bare hands or kill a giant snake with a little sword to save a dying girl. 13, 11, 12, stated Harry in response to Daphne's comments about the books. What? Asked Daphne, not sure why Harry had just rattled off several numbers. I did those things, sort of, admitted Harry, who seemed reluctant to bring them up. At the end of third year, at the end of first year, and at the end of second year. Daphne put a hand to her mouth as her eyes grew large. No, truly. Then the rumors about what you did those years. They were true. Harry was clearly embarrassed to be talking about this. Well, Ron, and Hermione and I don't usually like to talk about it that much. Or at least Hermione and I don't. But, during first year, our professor, Quirrell, he was actually possessed by Voldemort. Daphne flinched at the name. He was trying to steal something from Dumbledore, and we kind of found out about it and the three of us tried to stop him. It ended up just me and Quirrell, and he revealed that the Dark Lord was hiding under that smelly old turban and he tried to kill me. As it turned out, because of the magic that protected me from him when I was little and he killed my parents, Voldemort can't touch me. So when he attacked me and I didn't have my wand, I grabbed his face with my hands. It burned a lot, but he ended up dying because of it. And Voldemort's spirit escaped. I was still 11 and it could be said that I killed a wizard with my bare hands. Daphne is amazed by the story, but she didn't interrupt Harry's detailed explanation. Harry noted she was paying attention to his tale, and so he continued with a summary of his adventures from the next year. Then, at the end of second year, Hermione had figured out what was petrifying all those students. It was a basilisk. Ron and I went to go down into Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Ron couldn't make it all the way, and then I ended up alone and fighting the basilisk to save another student and to save myself. As it turns out, the heir of Slytherin is a student from years ago. His name was Tom Riddle. He eventually became Lord Voldemort. He was trying to come back to life and he had the basilisk attack me. I ended up killing it with the sword of Gryffindor, but the basilisk caught me with one of its fangs. Daphne gasped at Harry's revelation. But why didn't you die? Basilisk. Venom is so poisonous. She paused for a moment and then smiled knowingly at Harry. Oh, now I understand, you're immortal, you can't die. How else can you explain surviving the killing curse as a toddler? No, I don't think I'm immortal, answered Harry. I thought I was going to die when I was fighting Quirrell. The basilisk venom hurt like anything and I am sure that I was about to die, but Fawkes, that's Dumbledore's phoenix, he cried into the wound on my arm. I was healed by phoenix tears. Oh, but that is still amazing, said Daphne, who was clearly impressed. But what about the hippogriff ride? You killed a basilisk when you were 12, you killed a dark wizard with your bare hands when you were only 11. That leaves the hippogriff and 13. Buckbeak, stated Harry. The hippogriff that Draco claimed attacked him. After Draco made all of the complaints against Buckbeak and his father had the minister look into it, they sent a ministry official to execute poor Buckbeak. We heard that he escaped, but they couldn't prove that Hagrid let him go, said Daphne. Draco sure was angry over that. The foolish Ponce wasn't even really hurt by Buckbeak, other than having his pride wounded in front of half of all the third years. Harry smiled in agreement, as most of their class knew that Draco had not been really hurt. He wore the sling on his arm for over 1 week even though Madame Pomfrey had made it clear he didn't need it at all. Well, Hermione and I helped Buckbeak escape. But you can't tell anyone. Hagrid doesn't even know all of what happened. But Hermione and I rode on his back when he escaped, although I am not entirely sure where he is right now. I thought you were going to tell me he was somewhere at Potter Manor, said Daphne with a smile. Harry smiled back as he realized how comfortable he felt just talking with Daphne. He considered how things had changed for him so much in the past year, and then he wondered out loud about how cold Daphne would seem at times. So, Daphne, I'm not meaning to be rude, but I was wondering, why do you wear that mask, the Ice Queen mask? Daphne sighed as she heard the question. She never spoke about why she kept her emotions so hidden, but she was feeling so comfortable around Harry now, so she decided to open up with him about her reasons. It started to help keep brats like Malfoy away. Particularly once he decided that we would be together. You may not believe this, but he used to be not so bad. When we were all little, pure blood families would get together every once in a while. We all knew about magic, of course. Harry tried to imagine what it would have been like growing up knowing about magic. That sure sounds a lot different from what I grew up with, and it certainly wasn't any palace filled with unicorns and dragons. I don't think a walrus, a baby whale and a hose count very much. You grew up with animals? She asked, surprised. Did you grow up on a farm? Harry began to laugh. After settling down he became a little sad. Daphne could tell he really wasn't looking forward to speaking about his childhood. No, I grew up with my aunt and uncle and my cousin. They really didn't want me around. My aunt, she's my mum's sister, she never had magic. I think she resented my mum. After the night that my parents died I was sent to live with her and her family. Harry became silent for a few minutes as Daphne studied his eyes, trying to discern what he was hiding. I didn't know my own name until I started school, he continued. My uncle only called me Freak. He looks like a beached walrus with a large mustache. My aunt has been described as looking like a thin horse. However, their son seems to be taking after my uncle. He's almost as wide as he is tall. Daphne wondered how bad could things have been. But you were their family, she said, expecting that Muggle families would treat someone who was related to them with love and kindness. No, I was the freak, the one who was unnatural, said Harry staring at the table between them as they finished their late lunch. I'd rather not talk about it. I never have to go back now that I have Sirius. And Django and Hildy have been pretty cool to have around. Daphne could tell that there was more to the story, but she understood she would not be hearing about it today. Harry looked up at her with hopeful eyes. So, can you tell me what it was like growing up knowing all about magic? He asked, wanting to desperately change the subject. Daphne decided that she could open up a little more as Harry had clearly shared some very personal history. Well, as I was saying, we would get together with other pure blood families for parties several times a year. I've known Tracy Davis for as long as I can remember. We used to all play together as kids. She then started to laugh a little as she blushed. What's so funny? Asked an intrigued Harry. What we used to play, she said looking away. What kinds of games did you play? He asked, curious to understand magical children. Please don't take this the wrong way, she said, pleading with him. Well, the boys would want to pretend that they were the boy who lived, like in the stories that we all knew. They all wanted to be the one who was saving the damsel in distress, just like in the stories. She then turned away. There's something more, isn't there? Asked Harry. Daphne seemed to be struggling with answering him. Finally she turned to Harry and became very serious. You have to promise me not to tell anyone else about this, she said. Who would I tell? What would I tell? Asked a confused Harry. Promise, demanded Daphne. Fine, said Harry, I promise not to tell anyone what you're about to tell me. Daphne relaxed and had to hold back giggles as she began to tell Harry. Well, you see, up until we were about 5 or 6, I would occasionally play with Malfoy. And Draco, well, he'd kill you if he knew you knew, well, he pretended he was Harry Potter. No one else could take a turn being the boy who lived. It always was him. He would claim that someday he would come and save me, just like Harry saved all of those girls in the stories. Harry was shocked, but then Daphne's mood changed. It all changed once his father found us playing, said Daphne. I've never seen someone become so mad. Up until that point, I think Draco actually believed that his father had been imperious and did not choose to follow he who must not be named. Draco would still occasionally make comments that I would be his wife someday. My parents assured me they would not enter me in a marriage contract with Draco. But I guess I started to develop the Ice Queen mask to keep all boys away from me, especially Draco. Draco changed after that incident with his father. He started being trained in the proper deportment of one who was the heir of the Malfoy line. Plus, I think he also expected he would become Lord Black, because his mother is a Black. But now you're the heir to the Black family and you're Lord Potter. I think he now knows that you are his better. Daphne paused for a moment, took a sip of her soda and then she continued. Family means everything in our world, Harry. People thought you were rejecting your heritage, but it's clear to me that you had no idea about your heritage. That's why Hildy came to speak to my parents earlier this summer. My mum explained it all to me. Hildy obviously knows more about magical traditions and magical families than Django does. And she knew that you didn't know anything about our traditions either, which now makes sense as you said you grew up with your Muggle relatives. Hildy was the one who basically insisted that my mum teach you and Sirius about our society so you could become Lord Potter and Lord Black. After a couple of minutes in silence, Daphne spoke up again. I'm really glad that Hildy did that. It's been good, really good getting to know the real Harry Potter. Not the make-believe boy from the story books. Not the foolish Gryffindor who people thought was turning his nose up at the entire wizarding society like he was a Weasley or a Pruitt. Harry thought long and hard about all that he had learned, and he decided to let the comment about Weasleys and Pruitts pass. But what do we do when school starts? You're in Slytherin, I'm in Gryffindor. The ball was one thing, you can explain that because your parents made you dance with me. But what happens when we get back to Hogwarts? When school starts and we're in rival houses? Will we still be friends? Or even better than friends? Daphne laughed. You're the boy who lived. I'm the Ice Queen of Slytherin. You're Lord Potter, soon to also be Lord Black. Don't worry about me and Slytherin. You're now a Black. They all will have to respect that, even if they don't like it. But they will not want to incur the wrath of two noble and ancient houses. I'll be fine. But what about you, the Gryffindor golden boy who gets away with breaking all of the rules? Your housemates won't have much reason to be nice to me. Besides, there will probably be plenty of rumors that I must have given you a love potion or used dark magic to get you to pay any attention to me. The Slytherins might believe it and think more highly of me. Harry shook his head. Why does my life have to be so complicated? It doesn't have to be complicated between now and September, offered Daphne. Harry looked up at her and smiled. Yeah, that would be brilliant. Really, it will. Daphne looked up and noticed the time on the clock on the wall. I think we better get back home. My mum will be getting worried if we don't show up soon. Since the afternoon was getting late, they made their way back towards Diagon Alley and then stepped through the flow at the Leaky Cauldron and arrived at Greengrass Manor. Le DH17.2, Saturday, August 13, 1994. The night of the Quidditch World Cup had finally arrived. Daphne Greengrass had arrived at Potter Manor earlier in the day. Due to Sirius' position as a lord of a noble and most ancient house, in addition to being the guardian of the lord of a noble and ancient house, and his recent celebrity status, they were able to obtain port keys that enabled them to arrive the day of the World Cup and forego the menagerie of magical tents and what wizards called camping. They were going to be sitting in the top box, with the Minister for Magic as well as other dignitaries. Django recalled that the Malfoys had been in the top box as well in the original timeline, but he wondered what would happen tonight as Lucius had recently been arrested. Granted, he had managed to get released, as had all of the other marked, former, Death Eaters, but he had been publicly humiliated and his influence with the Minister had taken a severe hit. Django also knew that the Weasleys had been seated at the same top box in that version of the timeline. Harry had not heard from Ron about the seats they had as Sirius had made it clear that they already had tickets for the match. Django and Hildy were attending with their younger selves and with Sirius. They knew all too well what had happened the last time, and Hildy was grateful she had not been there based on the stories that Django had shared with her. Django, for his part, was worried if things would be very different this time around, as they had already begun to change the timeline. He had tried to talk to young Harry to see if he was having any of the visions that he had experienced, but so far he had not been able to get that much information from him. He had learned that after taking Hildy's advice that Harry had indeed gone and spoken to Daphne, and that during the time since his birthday and the celebration ball Harry and Daphne had actually had several dates, starting with going to a Muggle movie. Django was anxious about the evening. He figured he already knew the outcome of the match, but he wasn't about to bet any galleons on the final result. It was odd enough that Fred and George had somehow managed to predict a victory by the Irish team with Crumb catching the snitch to end the game. But he wanted to keep his eyes open, and be prepared in case the Death Eaters would make their appearance during the festivities after the game was over. Not long after they had arrived at the top box, Django noted the Weasleys making their way up the stairs, and it appeared that they would indeed be sharing the prized seats with them. He noticed that all of the Weasley children other than Percy were following Arthur up the stairs. Hermione and Neville were with them for the match. Django internally wondered if that would have any effect on the events of the night. Arthur Weasley made his way into the box seat area, and upon seeing Harry he greeted him warmly. Harry quickly introduced Daphne Greengrass to Mr. Weasley and then to the rest of the Weasleys. He knew she had already met Hermione and she knew Neville from growing up in the magical world. Harry could have sworn he heard Ron grumble something that sounded like "no good slimy Slytherin snakes" as he looked over at Daphne. Harry was met with a crushing hug from Hermione which he returned, and then he shook Neville's hand and welcomed him to the game as well. The adults all seemed to be talking animatedly with one another until the Minister for Magic arrived with his respective counterparts from the Irish and Bulgarian ministries. Introductions were made and Harry was clearly feeling a bit self-conscious with several people staring at his scar. Cornelius Fudge started a conversation with Sirius Black. "It's such a shame about that nasty business during the ball you had," he said lightheartedly. Sirius raised an eyebrow at the comments. "I don't recall any nasty business. In fact, I thought everyone who was there had a wonderful time." "You know what I mean, Lord Black, Sirius. I can call you Sirius, can't I?" "Well, that foolishness with all of those arrests," stammered the minister. "No, no, and no," said Sirius coolly. "Excuse me?" asked Fudge. "No, I do not know what you mean," explained Sirius. "No, you may not use my first name, it's Lord Black. And no, there was no foolishness with all of those arrests. Being a marked Death Eater should be punishable by death. Have them sent through the veil. Do not waste time or energy by putting them in Azkaban." "But surely, Lord Black," protested the minister, "there must be some lenience on those who were forced to take the mark." Sirius narrowed his eyes on the minister and his voice was terse and cold. "No lenience. No one was ever forced to take the dark mark. The deeds required to earn the mark in and of themselves are punishable by death or life in Azkaban. It's really quite simple, sir, when you think about it." Fudge tried to figure out something else to say. "Well, I guess that it is sad that your cousin won't be joining us tonight. The Malfoys were scheduled to sit here with us, but it seems that Lucius had to cancel at the last minute. It seems that he had other pressing matters to deal with." Ron had overheard the comments from the minister and loudly declared how happy he was that they wouldn't have to deal with Draco tonight. Harry was involved with a conversation with Fred and George while Ron and Neville were staring out over the crowds. Daphne decided to head over to the refreshment stand and get a snack before the match was set to begin. Hermione walked up behind Daphne while she was waiting in line. She coughed slightly to get Daphne's attention. "So, are you and Harry together?" she asked the B-owned Slytherin. Daphne stiffened at the question, particularly since it was coming from Hermione and she wasn't sure where this conversation was heading. "Yes, I think we are," she said simply. "I am so happy for you," replied Hermione, "and especially for Harry. He really needs friends. And a girlfriend would do him so much good." Daphne was stunned by the comments. "Wait, you're not interested in Harry?" Hermione was a little sheepish in her reply. I mean, well, maybe, but he's been so much like a brother to me, I just can't imagine dating him. Don't get me wrong, he's a really good guy. But there is one problem, if I could talk to you about it, because it's not like I have any girls I can talk to. It's not like I'm going to bare my soul to Lavender or Pavarti. But I am worried about Ron now, he keeps paying so much attention to me and it's just odd. He has no manners, he is always so lazy and he is so opinionated. But now with you and Harry together he seems to think that he gets to be my boyfriend by default. I mean, it is true that he is one of my first friends, but he has never really been all that nice to me." "Hermione, stop," interrupted Daphne. "You're rambling. I get it. I'll help." "What?" asked Hermione, not sure she heard Daphne correctly. "I said I'll help. In fact Tracy and I will both help," she added. "Hang out with us more. That may be more than enough to keep Weasley away from you as he makes it clear how much he hates us snakes. Then we'll get you a proper makeover, and we'll help you find a decent boy. Well, someone other than Harry that is," she added conspiratorially. It was getting close to the start of the opening ceremonies that would lead to the actual Quidditch World Cup finals. Django was standing next to Hildy as he was drinking a butter beer. He could feel the excitement in the air almost as much as he had when he was 14 and here originally. He looked to his side and noticed how excited his younger self was as the spectacle was about to begin. Ludo Bagman began to announce the arrival of the teams. First he announced the Irish national team, whose arrival was marked by the display of their team mascot, leprechauns, flying around the arena sending off fancy displays of rainbows and pots of gold exploding around the arena. The Irish seeker, Aidan Lynch, led their team onto the pitch as they flew 2 laps around the stadium to thunderous applause and cheers. Then the group of dancing Vila came out as the Bulgarian national team was introduced. Django looked briefly at the dancers and turned away, laughing internally at the foolish reactions of others around the stadium. Hilde noted that her husband was completely unaffected, even by a score of full-fledged Vila. His non-reaction to the display made her smile. Then she turned to her right and she noticed Neville pulling Ron back away from the edge of their box. Ron was clearly mesmerized by the group of beautiful women dancing on the pitch below. Farther to her right she noticed that Harry and Daphne were chatting with Hermione, and it was clear that young Harry could see the Vila dancers but that he was simply ongoing them, much like his older self, Django, was doing. Daphne looked up, and noticed Hilde was staring at the group, or at least at Harry. Daphne noticed Harry's indifference towards Vila and she turned to face Hilde and returned the smile. Once the stadium seemed to be mesmerized by the Bulgarian mascots, there was a sudden explosion near the entrance to the pitch. Out of the ball of flames came the Bulgarian national team, flying in formation with their renowned seeker, Viktor Krum, entering the pitch last. Ludo Bagman once again took to using the sonorous charm begin the commentary for the match. He reviewed the lineups for both teams, and the officials for the match met with the TAM captains at the center of the pitch. The entire stadium became silent, awaiting for the release of the quaffle and for the match to begin. Then the 3 Quidditch balls were released and the game was underway. Django was only slightly paying attention to the events of the match as he looked around the top box. Just like his first experience at the match, he noted Winky, Barty Crouch's house elf, was sitting in a corner seat. Django surreptitiously did a revealing spell and he was able to detect the presence of Barty Crouch Jr., and he quickly developed a plan. Using a slight levitation charm to expose the back of the escaped Death Eater's leg, he then placed a tracking charm on the unsuspecting man. "Gotcha," said Django quietly to himself. The World Cup Finals match began very similar to the match that Django remembered. The Irish team was outscoring the Bulgarian team and they were mounting an early lead. Django looked up at the official scoreboard as Ireland scored once again and increased their lead to 150-40. Django was trying to remember how the scoring went the first time around, but he realized that due to all of the excitement from the events the night after the match he really could not recall the details of the game, but only the final result. A few more scores were made by each team and soon the score was now 190-60 in favor of the Irish team. Then he noted Viktor Krum begin a dive towards the end of the pitch in front of the Irish goal posts. Aidan Lynch had not seen what Krum had and he was still circling high above and he apparently had assumed that Krum was performing a fake. Then suddenly Krum spun quickly around the goal post and quickly rose into the air, clutching a small gold ball with wings in his hand. Bulgaria had won the match 210-190. Django looked at Hilde and frowned. Hilde could tell from the look on his face that he was very concerned. She quietly mouthed the word, "What?" to him. Django closed his eyes tight for a moment and then he quietly answered her. "History has changed. When this originally happened, Krum did catch the snitch, but Bulgaria lost." Hilde's eyes went wide at the implication of this event. Predicting what else was going to happen was now going to be that much harder. The timeline was being changed even in ways that they did not realize they were directly involved. She then asked him another brief question. "Crouch Jr. already tagged sitting under his invisibility cloak," smiled Django. "Things may be changing, but we should hopefully be able to track him. Now we need to get ready for tonight." After the Bulgarian team had come up to the top box to receive the World Cup trophy, the crowds were starting to make their way out of the stadium. Django had pulled Sirius aside. "I'm worried about tonight," he said quietly. Sirius scoffed at the comment. "What's there to worry about? Everyone will be partying, either in excitement over who won, or to drown their sorrows over who lost, or just to have fun and party. No worries." "The Death Eaters," commented Django. Sirius sobered for a moment. "What about them? Everyone knows who they are. Right now. We made it clear who the marked Death Eaters were who attempted to come to Potter Manor, said Django. There are others, and you know that as well as I do. I have a bad feeling about tonight. What better place to make a statement than at the Quidditch World Cup, where the entire magical world will be watching? What better time to strike than when everyone is partying and happy and tired, when no one will be expecting it? Sirius realized the gravity of the situation. Do you really think they would? Tonight. Here. You've gone up against them before during the First War. You ended up in prison after underestimating a certain rat. You tell me, would they? Tonight. Here. Django turned the questions back on Sirius. Sirius frowned as he came to the conclusion that Django was right. Now what? First, we send Harry and Daphne back home, said Django. But we stay, and we stay alert. Sirius shook his head slightly. This looks like it will be a long night, and not for the right reasons. Sirius then noted that Django seemed to be distracted. What's the matter? Looking for someone? Django turned back to Sirius. Nobody I won't be able to find sooner or later. Django then leaned into towards Hildy and whispered, Junior has already left, and we really don't know when or even if the Death Eaters will show up tonight. Hildy gave him a slight key on the cheek. Oh, don't worry, I thought you know this group well enough, after all you did or will hunt them all down. They just don't know it yet. Django stepped back slightly and looked at his wife. You've always known just what to say to me ever since we got together on that project. Hildy smiled and then she turned to the two teens who were with them. Harry, Daphne, we need to make our way back to the Portkey Point. Harry frowned. We were hoping we could stay with the Weasleys at their camp, at least for a little while. Arthur Weasley spoke up. It's perfectly fine with me if they stay for a little while. Sirius quickly considered the offer. He looked to Django who responded with a shrug as he didn't want to worry anyone. Sirius nodded as he replied that he thought it would be okay. Arthur then added, why don't you all stop by the tent? We've got plenty of room, and besides, the Portkey locations may very well be quite busy for some time, what with all of the excitement and such. Hermione gave a hopeful look to Daphne who in turn looked to Hildy. Hildy smiled and spoke quietly to Daphne. Things should be fine, and we'll get a message to your parents. Django and Sirius and I will still be watching out for you all. As they started to make their way down the stairs and out of the stadium, Django called out to Harry and his friends. Be careful, lads, don't let yourselves get separated in this crowd, and make sure you know where your wand is. You know, just in case you need to send a signal or something to help us find you if you get lost. Django noticed Harry gently feel the wand holster under his sleeve and he was clearly reassured that his wand was in place. Neville obviously double-checked for his wand, but Django sighed realizing that they would have to help arrange to get Neville a new and properly matched wand. Ron seemed to totally ignore the comments. After about 15 minutes they had made it out of the stadium and they were approaching the campsite where the Weasleys' tent was pitched. Soon the twins and the younger teens were sitting around excitedly discussing the events of the match and the maneuvers and tactics that both teams had been using during the match. As the young teens were engrossed in their reminiscing about the World Cup, Django and Hildy slipped outside of the tent. Hildy could tell that he was growing increasingly concerned, and she assumed that it was about the pending attack by the Death Eaters. You still think that they will show up after what happened the night of the ball? She asked. Django gave her a crooked smile as he replied, that wouldn't have been enough to get them to back down. Lucy is going to put on a brave front for the others, even if he has no idea what is going to be happening this year. What is happening this year? Asked Sirius who had also slipped outside of the tent. Django cursed himself silently for not being more alert to someone else coming out of the tent and overhearing him. It was not the sort of thing he was prone to do, especially after all of his years of hunting down the Death Eaters single-handedly. He briefly wondered if working with others, including Hildy, was throwing him off his game. Slowly he turned to face his godfather. You know, old dog, he said as he changed the subject, sneaking up on others, particularly internationally famous bounty hunters, is a potentially hazardous thing to do. Sirius just shrugged off the comment, possibly true, maybe even probably, but I ask again, what were you taking about this year? Hildy glared silently at Django for letting anything slip. Django ignored her look and responded lightly. I just figure that there are plenty of people who are not too pleased with either your establishing yourself as the head of your house or with the way certain individuals were treated that night. Sirius narrowed his eyes as he inspected Django closely. It was as if he was using his animagus senses and trying to sniff out the truth. Django turned to Hildy, pretending to ignore the questions from man whose freedom he had procured. Would you like to go for a walk? Maybe head towards the edge of the campsite over there, he suggested as he held out his arm for her to take. Then he spoke over his shoulder, you're more than welcome to come along if you like, but do bring your wand. And your wits. Sirius understood implicitly that something of importance was about to happen and that somehow Django knew about it, but now was not the time that he would find out how Django knew any of this, but it was about to be an opportunity to find out just what Django knew. As he followed the couple, he began to consider that Django seemed to know an awful lot about things that seemed to be things that he should have no knowledge about. Such as his escape from Azkaban, where to find him when he escaped, and even who to capture the rat. That didn't even begin to explain how Django knew about the cursed items they had been collecting. Sirius snapped himself out of his musings when he realized that he was not keeping pace with Django and Hildy, so he quickened his step to catch up to the two bounty hunters. They made their way towards the edge of the designated areas for the campsites, and then the couple took up a place near the edge of the woods. Hildy looked around at their surroundings and questioned Django about their location. So, do you think they will be starting near here? She asked. Sirius was wondering who the they was and what they would be starting. Django shook his head as he pointed out that they were on a slight incline. Probably not too close to here, but as we are on the edge of this hill that is sloping away, it does give us a good vantage point to keep an eye on everything. And just what is it that you or we are actually keeping an eye on? Asked Sirius. Do you expect the fans to let their partying get out of control? Django smirked at the comment. No, I am sure that there will be people losing control all over. We're just on the lookout for signs of the Death Eaters making their move. Sirius stared at the man in front of him, becoming more concerned about the situation. Do you have a connection with these Death Eaters? He asked in a demanding and accusatory tone. You might say that, answered Django casually, and with a wave of his hand he attempted to dismiss Sirius' concerns. I'll explain more of this to you later. But now, he continued as he pointed towards an area several hundred meters away, we have some business to deal with. The three of them started to walk at a brisk pace towards the commotion that was going on. There was suddenly an increase in the amount of screams as flames started to erupt from some of the tents. Sirius could make out the silhouette of someone bouncing in the air behind the burning tents. Bloody hell, Sirius muttered as they all began to run towards whomever was causing the trouble. Soon they arrived to find a group of masked Death Eaters randomly sending spells at various tents. People were beginning to panic and were running away scared. Upon arriving at the edge of the mayhem, they could see that there were at least a dozen masked individuals, including the ones who were using spells to play a cruel and bizarre game of catch with what appeared to be a couple of muggles. Try not to let any of these fools get away, yelled Django as he cast a spell towards one of the bouncing bodies in the air. Django's spell seems to grab a hold of the woman and pull her away from the wizards below her. Harry carefully let her down on the ground behind a tent. At the same time, Sirius and Hildy began casting spells at many of the masked men who had been setting the tents on fire. When Django rejoined the other two, he noted that Sirius was putting down the attackers with stunners while Hildy was using cutting curses. We need to do more than stun them, Sirius, he yelled at the man who was actually his godfather. They came to hurt people, they need to learn that they will get hurt for trying to hurt others. As it is, there have been no real consequences for their actions. The battle between the trio and the Death Eaters started to become even more intense once the masked mob realized that they were not being attacked by Aurors with orders to only subdue them. A few even panicked and tried to flee. As the Death Eaters had not been expecting any resistance from their prey, and in the past everyone usually cowered in front of them or ran or panicked, they had little experience with being engaged in an actual battle. Their comrades from the First War who had actual battle experience were either dead or in Azkaban, so it was only a few minutes before the group who had tried to cause mayhem were either subdued, injured, or had already fled. Several Aurors finally arrived on the scene, as they had all been detained at Diagon Alley for the evening to make sure that no one was trying to cause trouble there while all of the festivities of the World Cup were going on. Apparently this was an edict from Minister Fudge to the director of the DMLE, who tried to argue against it. Kingsley Shacklebolt and John Dawlish approached the threesome, demanding that they put down their wands. Django stepped forward and announced to them who he was, and then, using his left arm without a wand, indicated to the bound individuals still hidden behind their masks who had been captured. The Aurors quickly understood the situation better. As they approached the 5 bound individuals, there was a sudden glow coming from high above in the sky. Thousands of wizards and witches who had already been panicking from the confusion and chaos associated with the aborted attacks were now terrified to see a sight that hadn't been seen in over a dozen years. The dark mark filled the sky. A large skull with a snake spewing forth from its mouth had appeared above the area of the campsite. Children screamed in fear. Women panicked. Many people soiled their pants. Django turned to the Aurors. Get those people to your headquarters and have them arraigned for terrorizing and criminal mischief. He then turned to Hildy. He's over that way, he whispered after checking a quick magical display that would show him where the invisible wizard mark he had cast would be found. The two then made their way to a clearing near the woods with Sirius hot on their heels. Django quickly scanned the area and he was able to detect the magical aura of someone who was disillusioned. Only 10 feet to the left of what he correctly presumed to be Barty Crouch, Jr., was the diminutive house elf, Winky. Not far from them was Ron and Hermione. Django called out to the 2 friends of his younger self. Ron, Hermione, what are you 2 doing here? We got separated from the others when people began to panic and run scared, explained Hermione, who was visibly upset. Django was not surprised when 3 men arrived on the scene. Arthur Weasley and Amos Diggory were led by none other than Barty Crouch, Sr., who was clearly displeased with everything that was going on. He glared at the 2 teens in front of him. Which one of you did this? He demanded. Ron gulped and Hermione paled at the accusation. Django stepped forward. Mr. Crouch, you can't honestly believe that 2 teens who were barely even toddlers when the war ended would have any idea how to cast the Morsmortar curse. Crouch spun and glared at the bounty hunter. How do I know it wasn't you who cast it then? Sirius spoke up in defense of the man who had become his benefactor. Because he was with me as we stopped that group of Death Eaters from attacking people, burning tents and torturing the family who was keeping watch over the campground. Crouch simply sneered at the man who had once been considered a Death Eater as vile as his own son. Internally he was panicking at the thought that his own son had escaped somehow. Then Crouch noted his house elf standing off to one side, with a wand in her hand. His eyes quickly scanned the area to see if he could find his son who Winky had been tasked to keep track of, a task which she had apparently failed at completing. What are you doing with that wand? He demanded. The house elf was scared and immediately dropped the wooden stick. She began to cry. I is sorry, Master Crouch, sir. Winky didn't mean to fail in her task, sir. Now the older Crouch started to panic as he didn't want the elf to reveal too much about why she was even present at the World Cup match. The former head of the DMLE stepped forward and picked up the wand in question. You must have just found it lying here, he answered for her. Once we find out whose wand this is, we will find out who cast the curse. Crouch spoke with such finality that several of those people standing there nodded in agreement. Suddenly Ron's eyes nearly popped out of his head. That's my wand. I must have dropped it, he exclaimed. Crouch looked more closely at the wand. We can tell if this was the wand used to cast that spell, he stated, directing his ire at the young Weasley whose color in his face now matched his hair. And if you're the one who cast that spell, you'll be arrested for creating a riot and inciting panic. But he didn't cast any spells, exclaimed Hermione, arguing in defense of her friend. If you examine the wand, you may well find someone used it to cast the Morsmortar curse, stated Django calmly, much to the shock and indignation of the Weasleys and even Sirius. But with the proper inspection from an unspeakable, it would be possible to tell if the spell was cast by the proper owner of the wand or if the magical signature belongs to someone else. Hildy smirked as she realized very few people knew that the unspeakables had such skill, and the expression of frustration on the elder Crouch's face was now priceless. Be that as it may, replied an extremely irritated Crouch, we will look into this further. I will take the wand back to the DMLE office to be examined. Amelia Bones had arrived on the scene to personally investigate the incident, and she had made her way directly to the small group that had gathered beneath where the dark mark had appeared. I think not, Barty, she stated firmly. I will be taking that wand and see to the proper inspection being conducted as quickly as possible so that it may be returned to its rightful owner. She stepped up to him and quietly held out her hand. She made no visible reaction as she waited what was to her an entirely uncalled for delay of over 30 seconds before her predecessor finally placed the wand in her outstretched palm. The Aurors were managing to calm down the spectators after the fires were put out and those that had been apprehended had been transported back to DMLE headquarters for arraignment and questioning. Several stations for apparition and for port-et travel were soon erected to facilitate the departure of those who had attended the World Cup event and now wanted to leave after the mayhem that was caused by a handful of individuals. The Daily Prophet. Sunday, August 14, 1994. The dark mark appears over World Cup Stadium. Bulgaria upsets Ireland 210-190. Masked Death Eaters attack, several captured. Articles in the Daily Prophet the next day detailed the events from the previous evening. Django was surprised with how accurate the reporting actually turned out. The simple fact that they actually reported that someone had somehow cast the dark mark and wondered publicly what that could possibly mean was more than he had ever expected and certainly more than what they had printed when he had experienced it the first time. The story that detailed the capture of Crabbe, Yaxley, Selwyn and Roll was also a little surprising. The four had not been released by the DMLE as they had already been identified earlier as marked Death Eaters after their attempts to attend the summer ball. Even their lawyers and their money and their connections with Cornelius Fudge had not kept them out of the holding cells with almost certain time to be spent in Azkaban. Django wondered what happened to Lucius Malfoy, as he was certain that he detected him among the group of rabble-rousers who had been trying to incite panic. Eventually he would learn that he had departed after being badly injured in his leg by a cutting curse which he was not able to defend. However, the most worrisome news was what had shocked him the night before. Bulgaria's victory signaled to him that the future was now clearly unpredictable. He would have to be more careful. He reassured himself that he could still keep track of Barty Crouch, Jr. and he intended to use that information to help him as things progressed. La DH 17.3, Django was sitting at the breakfast table reading the paper when Sirius came to join him. Their group had returned to Potter Manor in the early morning hours. They had seen to Harry and Daphne being settled in separate rooms for the night before the adults had retired for the evening themselves. Sirius sat down across from Django and quietly stared at the man across from him. Django could sense the presence and the stares from behind the paper. After a few minutes he finally placed the paper down and returned the inquiring look back at Sirius. "What?" he asked simply. "What?" asked Sirius in reply. "Yes, I want to know what. I want to know what the hell is going on. What is it that you know that no one else seems to know? Something's going on here and you're not telling everything you know about it. All of these items you acquired, how did you learn about them? How is that you always seem to end up at the right place and at the right time? You weren't surprised by those jerks showing up last night. You suggested all of the security for the ball. Hell, you and your lady suggested the ball in the first place." Django stared at him blankly without allowing any emotion or reaction to cross his face. Hildy had arrived at the table in the middle of Sirius' barrage of questions and he had not stopped just because she had arrived. There was an awkward silence as Sirius awaited an explanation from Django. Django looked over at Hildy and she simply nodded and smiled at him. Django turned and faced Sirius who was still awaiting a reply. Then Sirius felt a sudden probe within his mind. He was shocked at first and then angry, but he then remembered his occlumency defenses and quickly pushed Harry out of his mind. Then Sirius shook his head as he wondered where that thought had come from. He rubbed his eyes which had watered slightly and looked at the man in front of him. Django was smiling slightly at him. "Damn you," he shouted at Django. "What the hell was that?" "That was a test," answered Django simply. Sirius glared at him, clearly angered and confused. "You passed the test," Django added encouragingly. "Bloody hell," snapped Sirius. Then he stared hard at Django and suddenly he realized something. "But if you tried to use legilimency on me then why did I think it was Harry whom I was pushing out of my mind?" Django did not reply but smiled slightly. Sirius looked from Django to Hildy and then back at Django. "No F. King way," shouted Sirius, but Django remained impassive. Sirius grabbed his head with his hands and pulled on his hair for a moment and then looked at the two people sitting across from him. "Harry," he whispered, and then he added, "Daphne." He noted the slightest nods of response indicating that he had indeed been correct. "But how? Why?" he asked again. That is a very long story, my friend, said Django. And not something we can go into in detail when your young godson will soon be coming downstairs for breakfast. With a wave of his hand he dismissed the disillusioned Charms and Sirius stared at the face of a 50-plus-year-old Harry Potter, with a dark goatee and a faded lightning bolt scar on his forehead. It's a long story, but our side eventually won the war. But there was too much that was lost. Too many people died. And even after the Dark Wanker was defeated, some of his more rabid followers wouldn't let it go. They came after my friends. They came after everyone who was close to me. They came after me. I vowed to seek out my revenge. I promised to avenge those who were killed, those who were tortured, or worse. Eventually I did it and I eliminated every single one of them. Every Death Eater. Every last relative of any supporter of Tom Riddle. It cost me more than you can know. So, we decided to do something about it. Daphne and I decided to change things. To protect all of the people we loved. You traveled back in time. Was the incredulous question from Sirius. What was this about traveling in time? Asked a weary Harry who had stumbled into the breakfast room rubbing the sleep from his eyes. It's about time Hildy and I traveled back to our own home, replied Django as he quickly changed the subject. We'll talk more later, Sirius, he added. When Harry walked past and into the kitchen to get some food, Django whispered to Sirius. Now that I know you can keep my secrets safe as you have developed your occlumency shields, I will fill you in on the rest. But not this morning. Later that day after Harry and Daphne had finished eating lunch, Harry escorted Daphne back to Greengrass Manor. Stepping through the flow, Harry had managed to land gracefully as he did not fall on his face. He had been getting the hang of this commonly used method of magical travel. Well, maybe poor next date will be a little less eventful, Harry said with a smile as he held Daphne's hand. Daphne smiled back at him as she squeezed his hand. It sure isn't dull hanging out with you. Harry smirked in response, but he did feel a little bit guilty. I'm just glad nothing much happened involving you or me last night. It seems trouble always seems to find me. Whether it be Hermione and the troll when we were first years, fighting that basilisk during second year, or things like last night. Daphne smiled at her boyfriend. Harry, it's not your fault. And I'm sure I'll get more attention for dating the boy who lived than I would ever want to, but the point is, I like being with you. You're a good guy. And you're sweet to even be worried about what happened last night, but you have no control over things like that. Harry nodded as he listened to her words. Well, until this past year it really felt like I had no control over anything. Daphne silenced Harry by leaning forward and dotting him on the lips. The moment ended when Daphne's sister, Astoria, stuck her head in the room. I saw that. Wait until Dad finds out, he'll probably ban Harry from the house. Django and Hildy had returned to Peverell Manor for the afternoon, knowing that they would have to explain more about things to Sirius later, but for now they were letting the information that he had learned earlier this morning sink in. They were sure that he would have plenty of questions when he had the chance, but for now they all wanted to take some time and consider the next steps in putting an end to the wizarding war that hadn't even started yet. Django sat down on the sofa across from Hildy as he sipped a cup of tea. We'll have to find a way to keep a close eye on things with the tournament coming up. Of course, agreed Hildy, but you're going to just let Crouch Jr. impersonate Moody all over again. I'm worried about that. Django sighed and put down his cup. I'm not sure how else to make sure that the ritual could be arranged to happen at a place and time that we can control. Even with Wormtail out of the way, we still have to hope that not too much will change in the coming timeline. Hildy nodded as she acknowledged his fears. Django continued, the ultimate goal here has always been to bring down Riddle before he can gather his forces again. Well, and to save lives. Hildy smiled at him, and make a better future for Jasmine. At Potter Manor that same afternoon, a house elf popped into the study where Sirius was reading a book on the dark arts from his family's library as he was trying to prepare himself for whatever battles might be coming their way. He looked up at the elf who was almost hopping up and down on his feet. What seems to be the problem, Liddy? He asked the overly anxious house elf. I don't know how it happened, Lord Black, sir, but there is someone who appeared in the entry hall, said the elf who was clearly frightened. Somehow she came through the wards but I don't recognize her. She was asking for Master Harry and Mistress Daphne. Sirius' face grew long, wondering what could possibly be going on. He quickly followed the house elf out to the entry hall. There he saw a person wearing a dark hooded robe, but she was facing away from him. He coughed to get her attention as he approached. The woman spun around and Sirius recognized the dark robes of an unspeakable. The woman's robes were not fastened in the front, and Sirius noted that the person was wearing what looked like a tight leather outfit that did nothing to hide a very shapely form. Then she pushed back the hood from her robes, revealing long blonde hair, a very beautiful face and green eyes. Emerald green eyes that matched his godson's eyes. The woman walked forward towards him. "Ah, you must be Sirius Black," she stated. "I'm looking for my parents, Harry and Daphne. Do you know where they are?" Sirius' jaw dropped as he stared at the woman in front of him. For the first time that he could recall in a great number of years, he found himself speechless. August 6, 1994. Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy sat in his chair in his office. He was furious with the events of earlier that week. How could he have let himself be caught off guard like that and brought into custody by the DMLE? That scapegoat and good-for-nothing blemish on his wife's esteemed family had managed to arrange for his arrest instead of attending an important social gathering. He figured that the Lord Black would have thought it all to be some marvelous prank, just like he and that foul-blood traitor, the late James Potter, used to do. He glanced at the copy of the Daily Prophet from earlier in the week that proclaimed his guilt. He skimmed the front page once again, shaking his head as he read the article one more time. Multiple Death Eaters apprehended trying to trespass onto Potter Manor. By Rita Skeeter. Last night, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement apprehended a number of wizards who were clearly identified as having been marked with the dark mark of He Who Must Not Be Named. There has also been evidence brought before the DMLE indicating that it is impossible for anyone to have ever taken the dark mark to have done so without choosing to do it willingly. Several of those who were in custody of the DMLE had previously been tried after the war with He Who Must Not Be Named had ended, and they had been acquitted of the charges against them based on their testimony that they had been forced to receive the mark while being placed under the Imperious Curse. It is also reported from an anonymous source from within the DMLE that there were several ministry employees who were apprehended last night as well. These individuals were shown to have the dark mark, but they had no previous known association with Death Eaters. Perhaps the most prominent and well-known person who is definitely marked is Lucius Malfoy, whose claims of having been imperioused by the Dark Lord himself were the loudest during the time immediately after the war ended with the defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named that fateful night on October 31, 1991. His known associates Vincent Crabbe Sr. and Gregory Goyle Sr. were also identified as marked Death Eaters. Ministry employees identified as bearing the dark mark include Walden McNair, Jerome Avery, Arnold Yaxley, and Tristan Travers. Known associates of these men were also identified as bearing the mark on their left arms, including Thorfinn Roll, Sawyer Gibbon and Alfred Selwyn. The implication of several key ministry employees being marked as followers of the Dark Lord is quite concerning for those who have enjoyed the peace of the past 13 years since the end of the war. He knew he had to do something about this. He was smart enough to figure out a way to make himself look better. His lawyer had assured him that all charges would be dropped, but that it might take a little while to work out a way to get the ministry and the paper to print a full apology and a retraction. He just wondered how much time he would have to accomplish his goals. He threw the paper down and felt a slight pang of pain in his left arm. The pain was fleeting, and felt no more painful than a slight pinprick. He wondered if he might have had a splinter or something scratch him, so he pushed the sleeve up on his shirt and he stared at his arm. The dark mark, the magical tattoo placed there by the Dark Lord himself, seemed to be a little darker than it was the night he was held at the DMLE. He had not really paid any attention to the mark since November 1981. Twice in the past week he had stared at the mark, and now he was sure of it. The mark had clearly faded since 1981, but now it was starting to become darker. He quickly realized that this could mean only one thing. August 7, 1994. Nocturne Alley, a back room in a tavern. Several men sat around the table, most with a glass or even a bottle of fire whiskey at their side. One of the men finally grumbled at the man who was sitting serenely at the head of the table, sipping a glass of wine. "Come now, Malfoy, we've all made it here. No one else at the ministry knows we're here, at least no one from the DMLE, commented Yaxley. McNair added, "Don't tell us you have some plan to get our jobs back at the ministry." Now my friends, began Lucius Malfoy smoothly, we all need to reconsider what needs to be done. That fool Black managed to have himself exonerated and cleared of being a Death Eater. And then to top it off, he ends up embarrassing all of us White Hat stunt he pulled with his party. Now the papers are all about demanding a full investigation into all of our activities. Crabbe grumbled, and what are we going to do about that? Lucius glared at the large man for his outburst. We are going to do nothing about the papers. If you haven't learned to ignore them by now, you're as big an idiot as your son. Then he turned to face the entire group again. We have more important matters to deal with than the Daily Prophet, I am afraid. And what would that be? Demanded Roll. The entire magical community is afraid of us, commented Malfoy dryly. So, we've been outed as supporters of the Dark Lord. The people have grown soft and have forgotten how to fear his name. Well, he has been gone for over a dozen years, interjected Goyle. Thanks to that brat, Potter, who has gone and become a lord now, added Tristan Travers sullenly. Are you all so blind that you haven't noticed it yet? Demanded Malfoy, his sneering expression intimidating most of the men in the room. He then pulled the sleeve back on his left arm and bared the mark that he had hidden for years. Everyone knows we have the mark, stated Selwyn. But don't you see? Asked Lucius. Haven't any of you noticed? Yexley, show me your arm. He demanded. Yexley slowly pulled his sleeve back. He then extended his arm as he showed everyone his magical tattoo. What of it, Malfoy? He asked, obviously quite irritated. It is slightly darker than it was last month. It is definitely more noticeable than it was last year, explained the pale bee-owned lord. There were scattered murmurs as they all quickly pulled their sleeves back and stared at their own arms. Avery finally spoke up, and what do you suppose this means? Lucius shook his head slightly. It means, my friend, that the Dark Lord is coming back. There was a period of silence as the men all stared at their self-imposed leader. Do you really think that a mere infant could truly defeat him? That is just propaganda that Dumbledore wanted everyone to believe. But how? Asked Crabbe. The how isn't important until we can find where he is, added Malfoy. If the Dark Lord was truly gone, the mark would have faded due to the loss of his magic and it would never have begun to return. So now what? Demanded Yaxley. Now, we do two things, replied Malfoy as he took a sip of his wine and leaned back. 1. We need to send someone to find him, to find the Dark Lord. He is somewhere, trying to regain his strength. Lucius noted the men nodding in agreement with his words. 2. We need to impress upon the populace that they should never underestimate us and they should continue to fear us. There was silence in response to his words. The Quidditch World Cup, explained Lucius with a sigh and a shake of his head. We make a very visible and very clear message at the World Cup. Make them aware that the Death Eaters are still around and that the Death Eaters are still a force to be feared. That's ridiculous, replied Yaxley. The Ministry would be all over us if we showed up at the World Cup. We create a diversion, sneered Lucius in reply. I still have my ways of getting Fudge to make idiotic decisions. I can just tell him that I heard rumors of planned attacks at Diagon Alley the night of the World Cup final. He'll deploy all of the Aurors there and he'll leave the World Cup venue open to target. The people are such sheep they'll all cower in fear as we attack them. Yaxley grinned as he considered this idea further. Actually, we can mostly attack Muggles, for sport. Find some inky area, make an example of them. Create a little chaos. Now you're getting the right ideas, praised Lucius. There was some general agreement and muttering as the men considered the opportunity to cause a little chaos as revenge against the Ministry and others who they as having done them harm. Finally Travers spoke up. But you said someone has to go find the Dark Lord. There was an awkward silence which was broken by Lucius' slow drawl. Yes, I most certainly did. Thank you for volunteering. Travers gulped and seemed to be a little panicked. But, how can I find him? He managed to stutter. Concentrate on the mark, on the power that feeds it, explained Lucius, who was clearly irritated by the question. But, why me? He whined. Lucius glared at the man for whining so. Think of the rewards the master will give you when it is you who finds him, and brings him back, so he can resume his place as leader of our world. Yaxley added, you'd be one of his favorites. You would be honored. Travers was initially terrified of the idea of finding Voldemort, but the promises of honor and favoritism finally won him over. All right, he said, gaining confidence with the idea of being rewarded, I'll do it. tilde 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 LDH 18.2, tilde tilde tilde. August 21, 1994. Ministry of Magic. Minister's Office. Ludo Bagman was shifting uneasily from one foot to another. He was waiting on the minister to finally see him. The receptionist finally signaled that the minister was ready for him to go into the office. Ludo, my good friend, greeted the minister with his insincere smile. What can I do for you today? I thought you already knew why I was here. I've been trying to meet with you for weeks, from even before the World Cup finals, stated the director of Magical Games. My assistant, Bertha Jerkins, she's been missing for some time now. I sent her off to meet with the representatives for the other schools for the upcoming tournament, and she has gone missing. Cornelius frowned. He wasn't concerned about the woman who was missing, he really couldn't care about some flighty witch who worked as an underling for one of his junior directors. But he was concerned that this could lead to bad publicity for him if not handled properly. The nerve of some people allowing themselves to become a distraction for someone else. Cornelius was interrupted from his internal musings by Bagman's irritated voice. Are you even listening to me, Cornelius? He complained. The woman just went up and missing. She was supposed to meet with the other schools. She asked if it would be okay to take a brief vacation and visit some relatives in Albania or someplace before she went to Bobatans and Durmstrang. She never arrived at either school. Well, Ludo, smiled Fudge, it's not like there is anything I can do about this. Your assistant is your problem. Ludo looked ready to attack the minister, but then he calmed himself. Your administration will look incompetent to the other schools and the other ministers of magic if we don't pull off this tournament properly. You don't need another fiasco like the ending to the Quidditch World Cup. Cornelius flinched at the mention of the Quidditch World Cup. Very well, my good man, he muttered in response. I'll have someone look into it. I'll have my undersecretary see what she can do. Who should I have her speak with about this? Ludo seemed to relax slightly as he finally managed to get the minister to agree to do something about the mess he was finding himself in. Great, that's just great, Cornelius, so just have her meet with Crouch. He's handling the communications with the other schools and establishing the rules for the tournament. He may know where to look for her. Well, then, Ludo, please tell my receptionist to call on Dolores and send her here to see me. She probably won't take any order from you, but if I tell her that this is an important job for the ministry, she'd probably jump right into it. Brilliant idea, Cornelius, exclaimed Ludo as he backed out of the minister's office, just brilliant. As he turned to leave, he was personally grateful that Umbridge was being sent to speak with Crouch, and he just hoped that he could avoid having to deal with the incompetent woman himself. At least he's having someone look into it, he told himself. Tilde 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 LDH 18.3, tilde tilde tilde. Sunday afternoon, August 14, 1994. A house elf popped into the study where Sirius was reading a book on the dark arts from his family's library as he was trying to prepare himself for whatever battles might be coming their way. He looked up at the elf who was almost hopping up and down on his feet. What seems to be the problem, Liddy? He asked the overly anxious house elf. I don't know how it happened, Lord Black, sir, but there is someone who appeared in the entry hall, said the elf who was clearly frightened. Somehow she came through the wards, but I don't recognize her. She was asking for Master Harry and Mistress Daphne. Sirius' face grew long, wondering what could possibly be going on. He quickly followed the house elf out to the entry hall. There he saw a person wearing a dark hooded robe, but she was facing away from him. He coughed to get her attention as he approached. The woman spun around and Sirius recognized the dark robes of an unspeakable. The woman's robes were not fastened in the front, and Sirius noted that the person was wearing what looked like a tight leather outfit that did nothing to hide a very shapely form. Then she pushed back the hood from her robes, revealing long blonde hair, a very beautiful face, and green eyes. Emerald green eyes that matched his godson's eyes. The woman walked forward towards him. Ah, you must be Sirius Black, she stated. I'm looking for my parents, Harry and Daphne. Do you know where they are? Sirius' jaw dropped as he stared at the woman in front of him. For the first time that he could recall in a great number of years, he found himself speechless. Upon noticing Sirius' reaction to her comments, Jasmine placed her left hand in front of her eyes as she looked down. Bloody hell, I think I said too much already. Sirius tried to re-engage his brain in his mouth. No, I think you haven't said nearly enough. Although, Harry and Daphne did not mention anything about a daughter. Harry did tell me, just this morning, that he had traveled back in time. And that would explain how you managed to get past the wards. Jasmine blushed slightly at his comment, but Sirius continued. That would explain your eyes, having Harry as your father. And no, they are not here, they went to their home, Peverell Manor. I can have Liddy retrieve them for you. Yeah, that would probably be best, admitted Jasmine. Sirius dispatched the house elf and invited Jasmine to join him in the lounge while they waited for her parents to arrive. Sirius poured himself a large glass of fire whiskey and began to sip it slowly, awaiting the reaction of Jasmine's parents. After a few minutes the flow emitted a slight sputter of ash as Django and Hildy stepped through. Sirius was facing them, grinning ear to ear, as Jasmine was seated in a large chair that was situated so that she could not be seen by her parents as they stepped into the room. Padfoot greeted Django with concern in his voice. Your elf, Liddy, said you needed to see us about something. Hildy continued his sentence, something very important. Sirius stood up as he took another sip of his fire whiskey. Someone, I should say, he corrected with his wide smile. Someone who came here looking for Harry and Daphne. The couple shared a look of confusion on their faces until Jasmine finally stood up from behind the large chair. Hildy shrieked in surprise while Django stood there with his mouth agape. Jasmine looked down at her feet as she avoided her mother's eyes. Hildy then rushed forward and engulfed her daughter in a hug. By Merlin's beard, I never thought you would come here, come back in time, said a tearful Hildy. Jasmine was initially worried that her parents would be upset, but she relaxed and enjoyed the big from her mother as she now understood that her parents were overjoyed to see her again. Django stepped up next to the two women and gently placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder. It's really good to see you here, he added. Sirius meanwhile just sat back down in his chair and took another sip from his glass. Reunions, he muttered, I just love reunions. The three people in the room all turned and stared at him at his comment. Sirius smiled broadly and lifted his glass in a salute to his guests, and he explained, well, as long as the reunions don't include any other members of the Black family, other than you three. Hildy simply rolled her eyes at his comments while Django gave him a crooked grin in reply. Django then spoke up and directed a question to his daughter. Why did you come back in time? You had told us you didn't want to be following us all around. Hildy stepped away from her daughter as she awaited her answer. Since you guys have been jumping back and forth in time, Jasmine began to explain, things have started to change. There was some growing chaos with the ministry. Things that had happened, that I know had happened, seemed to have been erased from history. But as long as I stayed at the manor, Greengrass Manor, then there seemed to be some sort of protection there. I could remember things better there. Django and Hildy shared a concerned look with one another. Sirius then spoke up, I think everyone better have a seat to finish this little chat. It seems your little Jasmine here has quite a tale to tell. Django turned to his godfather. When did you become so observant of people's emotions? Sirius sighed, it's amazing what level of introspection you can reach hiding out from Dementors for years. Django turned to face his daughter, so, you're saying that the future, where we came from, is changing now. Jasmine looked away from Django and towards her mother. Yeah, it seems that the time transporter that you have been using has protected the area of the manor. And apparently it's wreaking havoc with some instruments at the Department of Mysteries. Hildy put her hands on her hips and stared at her daughter. I checked everything thoroughly after each time we traveled back in time. The time monitors hadn't gone off. The calibrations were adjusted so as not to detect anything. Well, some guy named Weiss, thinks he's a know-it-all, got access to the time chambers. He decided to recalibrate everything, even told some people that you knew he was doing it, explained Jasmine. Who's this Weiss guy? Asked Django. Someone who never should have been allowed to work in the Department of Mysteries. Started out doing some magical research that caught the eye of one of the directors a number of years back, and ever since then he thinks he can do anything he wants, all in the name of magical research, stated Hildy. Turning back to her daughter, so, Jasmine, what did Weiss do now? Jasmine sighed as she began to explain. Well, he localized the magical time disturbance to near the manor. Apparently there was a leakage of magic from the time travel device that tracked you to and from where you have the device hidden in the Caribbean. Some of this ambient time magic followed you through your portal connecting the manor with the house in the Caribbean. He was about to put a magical quarantine on the manor property shortly after you last left. What do you mean by he was about to? Questioned Hildy. Well, I couldn't just have him find out everything you two were doing, she replied sheepishly. What did you do? Asked Hildy again. You would have probably done the same thing, answered Jasmine defensively as she stared at her father. What did you do? Django asked softly. I made sure that he wouldn't be able to find out what was going on, she said staring at the floor. Django rubbed his brow as he considered just what she meant. Hildy's mouth hung open as she tried to read her daughter's facial expression. Django looked into Jasmine's eyes as he lifted up her chin. We can't go back to the future anymore, can we? But it was clear that this was a statement more than it was a question. There was an eerie silence in the room for several minutes as Jasmine avoided looking at either her mother or her father. Sirius quietly called forth one of the house elves who then appeared a moment later with a large bottle of fire whiskey and several glasses. I'd say this calls for a drink, proclaimed Sirius. Hildy glared at him. This is nothing to celebrate. Sirius was slightly taken aback by her comments and her stare. Never said it was a celebration, but with all of the revelations tonight I think we could all use a drink. Django sat down and stared at the bottle, and then he looked to Hildy. We figured this would probably happen, love, he stated somberly. Hildy slid into his lap and gave him a hug. That we did. After holding him tight for a minute she stood up and walked over to Jasmine and put a hand on her shoulder. I'm sure you did what was best, what was necessary. We don't blame you. But I am at least thankful you joined us here if we couldn't return to that time. Jasmine wiped away a tear that she had tried to hold back. I thought you two would be mad at me. Django got up and walked over to his daughter. How could we get mad at you over this? What happened is a direct result of our messing with time. You alerted us to the fact we are making changes in the future, and you prevented Weiss from finding out exactly what we have been up to. I call that a win for us. He reached out and gave her a hug. Sirius poured himself a glass of fire whiskey and spoke up. I still think this is worth a drink or two. The three others turned and looked at the man who was sitting there with a large grin on his face. You might as well tell me exactly what you all have been up to, and I think it would go better for all of us if you all joined me in partaking of this wonderful painkiller. The three looked at each other and then back at Sirius. They then moved to a small table in the breakfast room, and shared the bottle. Django and Hildy then explained what had been happening. Sirius wondered how they could have been in the past for nearly 20 years and still looked about the same age as when they had claimed they had started their time travels from. Django, Harry, and Hildy, Daphne, told the tale of how they had been traveling back and forth in time to different time periods. Daphne had researched about various magical criminals in different time periods. The two would show up just before these individuals were apprehended and arranged to capture the individuals. They actually spent less than 3 years of accumulated time in the past, by staying there for short periods of time. Harry, Django detailed how they had set up a home in the Caribbean, and used that as a base of operations from where they would travel to Australia, the United States, and then Europe as they created the reputation of Django, the Dark Hunter. Daphne, Hildy went on to further explain that they had set up several more houses throughout the places they traveled to make things more convenient. Upon telling Sirius the details about what they had done, Sirius took one final drink of the fire whiskey, wiped his mouth with his sleeve and stared at Django. So now what are your plans, pup? Why go through with all of this? Asked his godfather. Too many people died at the hands of the Death Eaters, replied Django numbly. Not just during the war, but after the war they continued their attacks. They came after me, my family and my friends. After they had managed to capture both me and my fiancée, I was able to escape, but not without saving her. What they did was something so atrocious, so evil, that I had to do something. I showed a pensive memory taught the entire Wizengamot of what they had done. Then the Wizengamot actually did something about the Death Eater problem. Django was shaking slightly as he recounted this part of his story. Sirius fixed his gaze on his godson awaiting the rest of the story. Jasmine was also transfixed as she had not heard all of the details before this day. Django looked over at Hildy, gave her a slight smile and then he continued. The Wizengamot gave me the power, the authority, to track down every last Death Eater. Anyone with the mark was fair game to me. All of them, and every living family member. Daphne actually helped me develop a way to track the Dark Mark. Then I began my personal vendetta against them. It took me 20 years, but I managed to eliminate every single one of their families. By the time I started to actually hunt them all down, Daphne and I had started our relationship, which terrified me. I recalled what they did to my first fiancée, how she was abused and then murdered. When Daphne told me she was pregnant, I couldn't take the chance that anyone would find out about our relationship. I couldn't risk either Daphne or the baby. Harry paused and looked at Jasmine and smiled at her. I arranged for us to be obliviated of our relationship. Only my best friend knew the truth. Jasmine grew up without knowing her father. Once I eliminated all of the Death Eaters, the enchantments started to come undone. I learned I had a daughter who was a young adult who had no idea why she had no father growing up. But Daphne had developed the ability to travel in time. Not just a simple time turner to repeat a couple of hours. A time travel device that would let us move back and forth across time. Sirius went to pour himself another glass of fire whiskey, but the bottle was empty. He looked at the empty bottle longingly, then placed it on the table. Turning back to his godson, he then asked, "So, you plan to tell your younger self about this?" Django relaxed back into the chair he was sitting in. He let out a long sigh and then shook his head. "We don't, at least I don't think that would be wise. Part of our goal was to encourage our younger selves to get together and not wait until after we were done with school. But we don't want to influence them, ourselves, too directly. They seem to be doing just fine on their own right now." Hildy added, "We may have arranged for them to be together, but they do need to make it work on their own." Jasmine looked between her mum and her dad. "They had better," she exclaimed. "For my sake at least." August 21, 1994. Barty Crouch's home. Barty Crouch Sr. arrived at his home with the Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic in tow. She had insisted that she had to speak to him about this ridiculous business of some missing assistant. "Now you listen here, Mr. Crouch," snapped Dolores Umbridge, "I work for the Minister, and I am not about to go off on some wild goose chase for some drunk half-blood scum who got lost somewhere in one of those backwards countries." Crouch turned to face the annoying pink toad before opening his door. "Now, Dolores," he spoke smoothly, "I didn't ask you to help out, I didn't tell you to follow me home. You, however, have been incessantly pointing out that you are just doing your job for Fudge. Well, you insisted on following me home, the consequences of your actions are now your problems." "I do not understand what you mean," exclaimed the irritated Undersecretary. Barty Sr. simply opened the door and slowly walked into his house. He shook his head slightly as he stepped into the main room. Dolores Umbridge was quick to follow him into the house. Upon stepping into the room behind Crouch, she quickly noted that they weren't alone. "I told you not to bring anyone home," hissed the younger man, pointing a wand at the two people who had just entered the house. Barty Sr. simply replied, "She insisted on following me here, I couldn't help it." "What is the meaning of this?" screeched Umbridge as she stared at the man pointing a wand at her. "You're Barty Crouch Jr. You're supposed to be dead." Stupefy. Barty Jr. cast the spell that caused Umbridge to collapse to the floor, but more importantly she finally was quieted down. Barty Jr. looked at his father. "Explain," he demanded. Apparently Ludo Bagman lost one of his assistants who was supposed to be helping arrange the upcoming Triwizard tournaments. She took a side trip while traveling from Durmstrang to Beauxbatons and disappeared when she went to visit family near Albania. Umbridge was assigned to look into it. And she wanted me to help her. How very interesting, commented Barty Jr. as he considered what his father had told him. This could be helpful after all. We can send her off to Albania and look for more than just this missing assistant. His father tried to say something, but Barty Jr. just cut him off. "You will not speak unless I give you permission. Surely you don't expect to be able to throw of the imperious curse I have you under. I'll do the same to her." "Umbridge, you say? And she works for the minister himself. How convenient. Tell me everything I need to know about who she is supposed to find. Perhaps she'll find more than what she's looking for. Now, what news do you have about the brat Potter? How can I get closer to him?" Barty Crouch struggled momentarily to avoid answering his son's questions, but it proved to be fruitless. Apparently Dumbledore is hiring a new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for this school year. That is intriguing indeed, commented the younger Crouch. Who has the old fool hired this year? The elder Crouch struggled briefly before he finally answered. Moody, Mad-Eye Moody. He's coming out of retirement to teach. Dumbledore has persuaded the old Auror to come out of retirement for the position. He doesn't believe that the position is cursed. The younger Crouch smiled wickedly at that news. Then he turned back to the stunned undersecretary, and proceeded to revive her and then place her under the imperious curse. Now, you may go to try and find Bagman's missing assistant, but while you are there I have another mission for you. LD 18.4, September 1, 1994. Hogwarts Welcoming Feast. Harry was eager to start his 4th year at Hogwarts. The summer had been his most enjoyable so far. He had been liberated from having to return to the Dursleys, and he now got to live with his godfather in Potter Manor of all places. He now had a girlfriend, and he was able to enjoy the finale for the Quidditch World Cup. Granted, there had been all of the excitement surrounding the Death Eater attack at the end of the match, but he and Daphne had both avoided any real trouble there. Although Sirius' friends, Django and Hildy, the bounty hunters who had not only captured Sirius but also enabled him to be cleared of the accusations from the Ministry in regard to the events of October 1981. Surprisingly enough, the train ride to the school had been quite uneventful. He and Daphne had enjoyed a pleasant trip together in their compartment. They were joined by Hermione, Neville and Daphne's friend Tracy Davis. Draco Malfoy failed to make his usual rounds of harassment, but Ron had shown up and grumbled about slimy Slytherin snakes, glared at Daphne and Harry, and eventually left to spend the rest of the trip with Seamus and Dean. After the new students were sorted to the usual cheers and applause, once again Albus Dumbledore stood up in front of the school to make his usual announcements. Welcome to all of our new students, and welcome back to all of our returning students. He exclaimed as his eyes twinkled. I am sure that you are all eager to begin the feast, but I do have to make some announcements. The first and nearly most important is that there will not be the traditional inter-house Quidditch competition this year. Boos and hisses erupted throughout the Great Hall. The headmaster managed to quiet them all down, and then he began the next part of his message. However, in its place, I am proud to announce that the fabled Tri-Wizard Tournament will be held once again. It has been nearly a century since this competition was last held. But we here at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry are excited to be hosting the competition. Students from the Durmstrang Institute and from Beauxbaton's Academy for Magic will be joining us later this fall. After they arrive, the Goblet of Fire, a special magical device, will be unveiled. Students wishing to enter the competition will be allowed the opportunity to place their name into the goblet. On the evening of October 31st, the goblet will select one champion from each of the schools. These students will then compete for glory, for school honor, and for 1,000 galleons. Cheers and excited conversation now interrupted his speech. Dumbledore cleared his throat and then he continued in his outlining of the rules for the tournament. Now, those of you who are students of history may recall that the tournament was cancelled due to the dangers inherent in such a magical competition. In order to help ensure the safety of those who participate as school champions, there will be an age restriction. Only those students who are age 17, who have attained the age of majority prior to the selection of the champions, will be allowed to enter their names. There will be a magical barrier erected to prevent any students younger than 17 from entering their names into the tournament. There were now scattered grumblings from around the Great Hall in response to this part of the announcement. So, remember, that the main purpose of this competition is for us all to meet witches and wizards from other schools, to make new friends and promote international cooperation. All of you will be representatives not only for Hogwarts, but for all of magical Britain once our guests arrive in October. The headmaster then pressed on to the rest of his usual announcements about the Forbidden Forest, banned items from Zonko's joke shop, and proper deportment in the hallways. By the time he actually started the feast with his shout of, "Tuck in!" only a handful of first years were still paying any attention to the old man. At the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins had already begun to plot strategies for fooling whatever magical restrictions were placed on the Goblet of Fire so that they could try and enter the tournament. Ron Weasley finally spoke up. Just imagine what one could do with 1,000 galleons. Ronald, you're only 14, there is no way you can enter the tournament, commented Hermione. Weren't you paying attention? A bloke can always dream, can't he? Replied Ron with a big grin. He turned to Harry. Wouldn't you love to have 1,000 galleons, mate? Harry looked at Ron and then he turned away and stared at his food. Both Neville and Hermione could easily sense Harry's discomfort at the question. Money isn't everything, Ronald, snapped Hermione, trying to take the focus of her best friend. What? Asked a confused Ron. I'm sure Harry would love to prove to everyone that he's the best wizard here at this school. Actually, Ron, replied Harry, I don't care one whit about the 1,000 galleons, and I have no desire to prove anything to anyone this year. I'm looking forward to a year without excitement. Last year went pretty well, despite all of the concerns about my godfather. But this year I have a family finally, I even have a girlfriend. I don't need any extra excitement this year. Bloody Slytherin snake, muttered Ron, that's not a proper girlfriend. Harry just shook his head as he tried to ignore Ron's insensitivity. LDH 18.5, Monday, September 5, 1994. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Cornelius Fudge was irritated that he had been called to Hogwarts by the head of the DMLE. Amelia Bones was a stern woman, and he had no desire to cross her. Fudge was also put out in that his undersecretary had not yet returned from whatever foolish job Ludo Bagman had sent her on. So here he found himself with Bones, Bagman and Albus Dumbledore. And he had no excuse to get himself out of this meeting. I am sure that we are all quite busy, grumbled Fudge as he rolled his bowler hat in his hands, so we need to get this over with quickly. Albus' eyes twinkled as he looked at the three people who had joined him in his office. I am sure that we can end this meeting quickly. I am not sure that it is necessary at all. Albus, you can stop that bloody twinkling eye thing that you used to try and get everyone to agree with you, snapped Bones, the director of the DMLE. And Minister, after the fiasco of the events at the end of the Quidditch World Cup, you should be well motivated to ensure that the security at such an event as this upcoming Tri-Wizard tournament is the best it could possibly be. This is an international event, and the Ministry of Magic does not need any more publicity like it received at the end of the Quidditch World Cup. Fudge obviously bristled as she brought up the Quidditch World Cup as he had been coerced by Lucius Malfoy to try and divert Aurors away from the World Cup stadium. Very well, Amelia, I concede that you may have a point, agreed a now sullen minister. One of the problems, Cornelius, Amelia began tersely, is that you have cut my budget so much that we do not have any spare Aurors. I am sure that this is all unnecessary, commented Dumbledore. Amelia Bones cast a scathing look at the headmaster. So says the headmaster who over the past 3 years allowed a possessed professor to teach the students, had no idea apparently that a giant basilisk was attacking the students and even had a very dangerous Death Eater hiding out as an animagus pretending to be a student's familiar. Your recent track record most definitely indicates that this is all quite necessary. Then what do you suggest? Asked Bagman, trying to diffuse the tense feelings in the room. Hire a private security team to oversee the events, suggested the head of the DMLE. Fudge raised an eyebrow at this suggestion. Amelia, just who could possibly be skilled enough to do this? Who would be trusted to do this? Why not speak with the Pevensies? Replied the DMLE director. I hear they were the ones who set up Sirius Black's security for his celebration ball. We all should easily recall how effective that was, she continued, alluding to the number of Death Eaters who were identified that night. Dumbledore squirmed in his seat at the mention of the ball and the security from that night. They were also instrumental in the apprehension of the troublemakers at the Quidditch World Cup, added Amelia. The public likes them. They captured a Death Eater and established the innocence of Lord Black. The public trusts them. Who better to hire? Fudge suddenly became excited at the chance of linking his name with Django Pevensie in a positive light. Very well, Madam Bones, I authorize you to make it happen. Dumbledore considered that this might give him a chance to get to know the elusive Django a little better, as he was still a mystery to him. LDH 18.6, October 31, 1994. Hogwarts Great Hall. The students from Durmstrang Institute and Beauxbatons Academy had arrived earlier in the week. The excitement over the upcoming tournament and the selection of school champions. Dinner had been served and the event they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The faculty were all seated at the head table, with Igor Karkaroff and Madame Maxine were seated on either side of Albus Dumbledore. Also in attendance for the event were Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch, who were both seated at the head table as well. Standing off behind the table were Django and Hildy Pavensi, although many in attendance had no idea why they were present. Upon finishing his dessert, Dumbledore arose and walked up to the lectern. "Greetings one and all, friends and students, and welcome to tonight's festivities." The students cheered as they knew they would soon find out who would be the champions for each of the 3 schools. The Goblet of Fire, which is quite an amazing magical artifact, will select for us the champions for each school. Now, once your name is called, I would ask that you walk up to the head table where Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch are located, and then you will be escorted into the back room where you will receive further instructions. Once the names have all been announced, the rest of you will be dismissed to return to your dormitories, or in the case of our guests, to their respective accommodations. Albus then strode up to the goblet and waved his wand over the top of it. Blue magical fire began to shoot out of the top, followed by a small piece of parchment. The headmaster grabbed it and then read the name of the student. For Durmstrang Institute, the champion will be Victor Crumb. Cheers went up around the hall. The other Durmstrang students beat their walking sticks in rhythm as their champion, who was also an international Quidditch star, stood up and walked confidently towards the front table. Dumbledore gave him a slight nod of his head as he passed by and indicated with a wave of his hand where the young man should go. He then waited a moment for the talking to die down, and then once again he waved his wand over the goblet. Again there was a shower of blue flame and another small piece of parchment erupted forth. Grasping this one as it drifted towards the floor, the headmaster glanced at it and then announced the next champion. Representing Beauxbatons Academy, will be Fleur Delacour. Many cheers of excitement went up from those at the Ravenclaw table where the French exchange students were seated. There were some obviously distressed young women who were crying loudly at having not been selected, but when Fleur stood up and began to walk to the head table, a hush came over the great hall as the boys stared and gawked at her beauty, while many of the girls were just intimidated by her. Once again Albus made a slight wave of his hand to show her where to go, and she followed Madame Maxine into the back room. The murmuring began to pick up as the Hogwarts students were excitedly waiting to find out who their champion would be. The twins had been taking bets on who would most likely be selected as the Hogwarts champion, and they were sure that they would turn a tidy profit off of the wagers. Once again, blue flames shot out of the goblet and a small piece of parchment was launched into the air. As it slowly fluttered towards the ground, the headmaster grasped it. He smiled as he read the name, and then he turned to face all of the students. "And the Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory," he announced. The Hufflepuff table exploded in cheers and shouts. The Gryffindors and Ravenclaws joined in the cheering, while the Slytherins remained somber and silent. The headmaster indicated to Cedric to take his place with the other students as he stood up from his house table and approached the front of the room. As Cedric was entering the back room, Dumbledore turned to address everyone one more time to dismiss them all from the Great Hall, when suddenly the Goblet of Fire shot forth another spout of blue flame. As the small piece of parchment that had been lofted into the air started to float down towards the floor, Albus quickly snatched it and then he stared at the name that was written there. Slowly he turned to face the students once again. "Harry Potter, your name has managed to be selected," he called out. Harry was in shock at the pronouncement. "Bloody hell," he whispered. Hermione elbowed him and then turned to glare at him. "What did you do, Harry?" she asked reproachfully. "I didn't do anything," he exclaimed defensively. "Figured out how to beat that thing, didn't you, Harry?" accused Ron. "And you couldn't even tell your best mate how to do it. Probably that snake helped you and she told you not to let anyone else try whatever you two came up with." "I didn't do anything," Harry protested again. "Harry Potter," called out the headmaster, "your name has been selected, you need to join the other champions in the back room." Hermione noted the complete look of shock and near panic on her best friend's face. "Harry, you need to go, maybe you can explain to them this is all a mistake." "Yeah, one bloody awful mistake," he said as he slowly stood up and made his way to the front of the hall. The silence in the room was eerie considering how many students were there. The Hufflepuffs and the Slytherins were glaring at Harry for what they assumed was his cheating. The Ravenclaws also looked despairingly at the young wizard while the Gryffindor table was simply in shock. As Harry stepped into the back room, Fred, or was it George, yelled out, "Do us all proud, Harry." Django had been standing behind the faculty table as he watched everything happening. He noted Snape's sneer at Harry's name being called, a response that was quite predictable. He looked over at Moody, who seemed completely unfazed by the announcement of a fourth name. Django kept his expression impassive as he looked around the room. He noted the complete look of surprise on young Daphne's face while her friend Tracy was whispering excitedly to her best friend. Over at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy glared at Daphne. "So, your prince in shining armor isn't so shiny now, is he? He's a cheat and we all know it." Django followed Dumbledore into the back room and he could tell that he had just missed Fleur referring to young Harry as a legal boy, as she wondered what he was doing there. Just like he remembered from his own experience, Ludo Bagman came in and he was bouncing on his toes as he was clearly ecstatic. "Isn't this just fabulous?" he cried out. "What an amazing development. We will have 4 champions and one of them is the famous boy who lived." "The boy who cheated, again," said Snape derisively. Albus Dumbledore gave the potions professor a look to indicate that he needed to stop. Then he turned to face the young man who was clearly the most famous student in the room, even more so than Viktor Krum. "Harry, my boy, did you put your name in the goblet?" "No, of course not," replied a visibly shaken Harry. "Obviously the brat is lying," stated Snape. Albus seemed to ignore Severus' comment. "Harry, did you have one of the older students help you get past the age barrier?" Harry shook his head. "No sir, I did not. He probably had his godfather, that good-for-nothing Black, do some special magic to help him out." "We all know how Black was so keen on pranking everyone when he was a student," added Snape, who continued to glare at Harry. "He probably even had help from this bounty hunter here," he suggested as he turned his gaze onto Django. Django stepped forward slowly and held up his wand. "I swear on my magic that I had nothing to do with Harry Potter's name coming out of the Goblet of Fire." He then cast a Lumos spell that was so bright everyone had to shield their eyes. Before Snape could make another derogatory comment directed at young Harry, Django spoke up again. "Headmaster, if you would be so kind as to hand me the 4 pieces of parchment that were spit out from the goblet." Albus quickly handed the 4 small slips to Django and then he turned to address everyone in the room. "I understand that this is most unusual. Mr. Pevensie, here, has been hired as security for the tournament. I did not expect that his services would be required in any way, but perhaps he could shed some light on what has happened." Django gave a curt nod to the professor and then he addressed the group. "I assure you all that I will remain impartial throughout all of the events. However, what I require now is for each of the 4 whose names came out of the goblet to sign their names on this piece of parchment." He then conjured a parchment and produced a quill. "If you all would be so kind as to write your name on this parchment." The 4 champions each did as he had requested. Once this was done, he cast a spell and there was a glow that connected the large parchment that they had all just signed with the smaller pieces of parchment. The 3 names of the older champions all glowed, while the small paper with Harry's name did not. "What does that show?" asked Bagman. "This indicates that the first 3 names that the goblet spit out were pieces of parchment that were written by those champions. Mr. Potter, however, clearly did not write his name on the piece of parchment," explained Django. Snape scoffed. "That proves nothing. The brat obviously had someone enter his name for him. Still seeking fame and glory." Django turned to face his younger self. "Harry, did you want to enter this tournament?" Harry was surprised by the question at first, and then he meekly answered, "No, sir, I did not." "Clearly the boy is lying," snapped Karkaroff. Django gave a puzzled look at former Death Eater, now headmaster for Durmstrang. "On what do you base such a claim?" Before Karkaroff could answer, Django turned to face Harry. "Would you be willing to swear that you did not enter your name or have anyone help you to enter your name for you?" "Sure, of course I would," replied Harry. "Let's not be too hasty," commented Dumbledore. "You need to think about this before you make a vow." Django raised an eyebrow at the headmaster, who seemed to be protesting his attempt to prove Harry innocent of falsely entering the tournament. Harry recalled what Django had done earlier, and he followed the example he had seen. He raised his wand as he spoke. "I swear on my magic that I did not enter myself in the tournament and I did not ask anyone to enter my name for me." Dumbledore gasped as Harry swore a magical vow. Harry then raised his wand and cast a Lumos spell just as Django had done earlier. "Again, it is still obvious that someone helped the brat enter the tournament," stated Snape. Moody finally spoke up. Clearly, and most likely it was someone who wants to see the lad dead. Perhaps one of you former Death Eater's friends, E.H. Snape. Reformed my ass, he added as he glared at both Snape and Karkaroff. But he is just a child, commented Madame Maxine. Django laughed at the comment. Just a child you say? Then maybe you have not heard of the accomplishments of this young man. He defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort as a toddler. 3 years ago he confronted a professor who was possessed by the same Dark Lord, and he defeated him. 2 years ago he battled the Dark Lord once more, and won again. In the process of that adventure he managed to kill a basilisk that was over 20 meters long. Maybe such feats are commonplace among the students at Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. The group of people gathered all stared at Django with their mauves agape. All except Dumbledore, Snape and Moody that is. Django then went on to chastise Madame Maxine and any others who were doubting in Harry. I am sure that Misters Crouch and Bagman will attest that this is a binding magical contract and that the young Lord Potter must compete in this tournament. The two men nodded in agreement. And I think we have established that the young man did nothing untoward to enter this tournament. However, he will have to do the best he can, following the same rules that all of the students in the tournament will be following. Once again, everyone nodded in agreement. But it may be best if the events that we have all seen and heard here in this room stay in this room. I am sure Harry does not want any stories being told of his previous adventures, as he is clearly not the glory hound that some suggest he is. As he said this, Django looked pointedly at Professor Snape. Fleur managed to find the courage to speak up. If the Goblet of Fire is such a powerful magical artifact and Monsieur Potter did not enter himself into the contest, how could someone have possibly fooled the Goblet to add him as a fourth champion? That is a great question, Mademoiselle Delacour, answered Django. He then turned and faced Mad-Eye Moody. Perhaps our retired Auror would try to answer that for us. All eyes now turned to the defense against the dark arts professor. Moody seemed to flinch at the sudden attention. He coughed slightly and then he gave an answer. If the lad did not enter his name, which we have established, then someone must have entered his name without his knowledge, which is another point which we have established. Considering the power of the Goblet of Fire, the only plausible way for Mr. Potter's name to have come out would be that whomever wanted to enter him into the competition, which is most likely solely for nefarious purposes, must have done so by fooling the goblet that the young man was the only contestant from a fourth school. Dumbledore made a gesture with his hands to get the attention back on him. This is also very interesting, and I thank you Mr. Pevensie for helping us all understand just what happened tonight. But we must move along with the items we need to cover. Mr. Bagman will now explain the rules of the tournament and Mr. Crouch will review the information you will receive for the first task. It is scheduled to take place on November 26th, which would be a Saturday. That's just over 3 weeks away, so our champions will not have much time to prepare. Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch related the information they had to the contestants and the faculty that were present. Then Dumbledore once again wished them all luck as he dismissed everyone to return to their rooms for the night. Thursday, November 3, 1994. Sirius Black walked into the Leaky Cauldron. He took a table in the corner where he would be easily visible but would also provide him with the ability to make himself less noticeable if he so chose. He had ordered a butterbeer from Tom and he was about to start to enjoy his beverage when a B-owned woman walked into the pub. After glancing around the room she noted Lord Black and quickly made path directly towards the table in the corner. Lord Black, began Rita Skeeter with a saccharine smile. Could I prevail upon you to answer some questions for me about your godson and the upcoming Triwizard Tournament? She did not wait for a reply and sat herself down across from the head of House Black. Sirius raised an eyebrow at her forwardness, then he smiled at her mischievously. There is not much I really have to say to you about that. But surely there must be something you want to say, she stated. Your godson, your heir, the Lord of the House of Potter, the famous boy who lived, has been entered into the Triwizard Tournament. Everyone wants to know how he entered the tournament, why he entered the tournament, and what does his guardian, his godfather, think about all of this. As she spoke she had pulled out a pad and a quick quotes quill which had started to scribble quickly onto the pad. Sirius looked at the pad and at the quill and then back at Rita. He made a slight move with his wrist and his wand appeared in his hand. With another slight flick of his wrist aimed at the notepad and the quill, the two objects suddenly burst into flame. The gesture and the resulting distraction of her pad and quill caused Rita to jump slightly in her seat. There are two things you need to remember, Rita, dear, Sirius started to say as he returned his wand to its holster in his sleeve. 1. Don't you ever write any lies about me or my godson. Okay, maybe that's two things right there. The second, or third, depending on how you choose to count, don't irritate your employer. My editor has no problems with anything I write, she replied defiantly. Oh, yes, your editor, Sirius said with a slight chuckle. I didn't think he was your employer. His name isn't on your paychecks. Oh, that's right, you're not muggles, you probably have no idea who pays you and you've probably never seen a paycheck. Rita, can you tell me, are you paid by your editor? Or the paper? I don't see the point of this discussion anymore, she protested. Answer the question, Sirius stated simply. The paper, she answered hesitantly. I am employed by the Daily Prophet. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. So, does the Daily Prophet have any problems with publishing lies? I have no idea what you're talking about, said Skeeter, with the defensive tone once again returning to her voice. No, of course you don't, said Sirius with a slight laugh. But you better get an idea, real quick. Because from this day forward, I am quite sure that the Daily Prophet will be wanting you to prove your facts before you publish your gossip. After he passed to let his message sink in, he then added, oh, and I happen to know the owners. And just who would that be? Demanded Skeeter. You're a reporter, you can go find out for yourself, he stated sharply. But now, I must ask you to leave, the man who I do have a lunch meeting with has arrived. Xenophilius, it is so good to see you again. At this point Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor and usually sole writer for the Quibbler, walked into the pub and made his way over to Sirius' table. September 3, 1994. Saturday afternoon. Potter Manor. Django and Hildy stepped out of the flow and into the large main room of Potter Manor. Harry had just gone off to school to start his 4th year, and Django would not need to deal with the tournament right away. He was hoping to speak with Sirius about whether or not they should warn Harry about the Triwizard Tournament. Actually, Django was wondering if they even should tell him about the Horcrux yet. Considering how much he personally hated being kept in the dark when he was younger, whether it be about his family, his connection with Voldemort, or the machinations of magical society, he was leaning towards telling Harry more details. Clearly the students had already been told about the upcoming tournament, and Django was sure that Harry would be thrown into the midst of it once again. Nonetheless, Django was planning to discuss the options with Sirius before he revealed anything further to his younger self. But Sirius' location was not immediately clear as Django and Hildy began to look around the manor. After searching most of the first floor they finally heard some noise coming from a room at the end of the hall. Django slowly pushed the door open and he was surprised by what he saw. Hildy apparently was less shocked by the sight. A large television screen was set up on the far side of the room. A movie was playing on the screen, and Django quickly recognized the film as an old DeLorean raced down the road leaving flaming tire tracks behind. Django was staring at the scene while Hildy noted the couch between where they were standing and where the television was located. Or more importantly, she noted who was sitting on said couch. Sirius, she called out, what are you doing with my daughter? Neither Sirius nor Jasmine had heard the door open or the footsteps of the intruders into the newly created entertainment room. As a result, the bowl of popcorn that was in Sirius' lap went sailing into the air as he and Jasmine jumped from where they were sitting. Sirius actually blushed slightly as he replied to the glowering Hildy. We were just watching a movie. This VCR thing is really neat. Jasmine was also blushing as her parents stared at her and Sirius for a minute. Django looked past the two and commented about the scene on the screen, you may want to pause that so you don't miss any of the movie. Hildy swatted him on the arm. I can see that you were watching a movie, she started to say, but the Django interrupted her. But what we really want to know, he began, is how the bloody hell did you get something like this set up? Magicals have long been saying you can't run Muggle electronics in a magical environment. Jasmine shook her head and scoffed. A little knowledge in runes and such and it's really not a problem, obviously. Django raised an eyebrow and pointed at the screen. Any particular reason for the choice of movie? He asked, avoiding the awkward questions of why the two were together. Oh yeah, about that, Sirius started to explain. You see, we wanted to investigate what Muggles think about time travel, to see if there was anything they know about it that might help us avoid any dangerous consequences. Jasmine nodded in agreement. Django seemed curious about this line of thought. And what have you found out so far? Sirius shrugged his shoulders as he answered. Well, some big guy with a thick European accent makes for a killer robot from the future, but I doubt that the Terminator really has anything to tell us. In Back to Future, continued Jasmine, well, we're not sure what that tells us about time travel, other than you can get into some really awkward situations. I think you're proving that now, quipped Hildy, who was starting to relax more. Then she looked pointedly at Sirius. You do understand that these Muggle movies are purely make-believe. They may have a lot of technology, but they cannot travel through time. Sirius seemed to ignore her comments as he addressed Django. I heard about a new American movie about a time-traveling policeman. It should be released in the theaters here soon, or within a couple of months anyway. Yeah, well, there will be some more interesting movies about time travel that come out eventually, unless of course what I'm doing here will eventually affect Hollywood, said Django thoughtfully. Now that's an interesting idea, added Hildy. Maybe we can prevent the travesty of the Twilight movies from ever being made. Or Star Wars Episode 1, countered Django. Wait a minute, exclaimed Sirius, you mean there is going to be more Star Wars movies? You know about Star Wars? Asked a stunned Django. Hildy gently cuffed Django upside of his head. Cut that out, you two, we're not here to discuss movies. Rubbing the back of his head, Django tried to get back to their real reason for showing up. Yeah, right. Now, we were hoping to talk to you about how much we tell Harry. And Daphne, added Hildy. Sirius let the goofy smile relax off his face as he considered their comments. They will need to know about the tournament, he stated. I'm not sure how much would be good to tell them about their future together. Django shifted uncomfortably at that thought, but Hildy offered her opinion on the matter. The less we tell them, the better, she said as she caught the surprised look from Jasmine. She then went on to explain her comment. We can't force our younger selves into a relationship. We've already done more than we probably should have in getting them together. But we didn't even really meet until well after the war was supposedly over. Jasmine seemed a little stunned by the comments from her mother. But what happens to me then? Asked the young woman. You're here, and we all seem to be stuck here in this timeline, replied her mother thoughtfully. Our memories of what we all experienced haven't changed, so I doubt anything will happen to you. I don't think you will start to disappear like Michael J. Fox did at the end of the first Back to the Future movie. Loved that movie, added Sirius. Actually, the whole series was a lot of fun. Just think, we could have become rich by traveling back in time and betting on Quidditch games when we already knew the outcomes. Too risky, interrupted Django. If you're playing with the timeline, a simple thing such as the change in the outcome of a Quidditch game might be small enough that it doesn't affect anything, and you might lose. On the other hand, simply investing in the right companies, particularly Muggle companies, for like the past 20 years, can lead to great financial rewards. You dog. You didn't, exclaimed Sirius. You're the dog, and we did, replied Django. The goblins got a little cut on the action and made some of their own investments. But that is now besides the point. And your point was? Asked his scruffy godfather. Seriously, Hildy spoke clearly exacerbated with the man. You've already forgotten what we came to talk about. Yes, I am serious, answered the animagus sheepishly. I already got that point. How much do we tell Harry about the tournament? I survived it once already, stated Django. Barely, added Hildy. Django ignored her comment as he continued, but he should know what is about to happen, and having a little help getting to the cup at the end might not hurt. You did say something about the ritual at the end of the tournament, Sirius said thoughtfully. You plan to let them resurrect Voldemort once again. Django nodded his head in reply. We let him get his body back, then we take out Nagini and then I take him down. The prophecy is fulfilled once again, but not in a way that anyone expected. Perhaps the power that he knows not is my return from the future, ending this once and for all. And we can take out many of his Death Eaters at the same time. Make it clear he is gone before he can start recruiting again, and his followers will hopefully be too afraid to try what they did in my time. That does make sense, Sirius said with a thoughtful look. Perhaps I should meet up with him tomorrow afternoon to make sure he is up to speed. Your meeting with him might look suspicious. True for now, agreed Django, but soon enough I will have a way to be at the school. Sirius raised an eyebrow at this comment. You planning on becoming a professor? Django laughed. No, not at all, but Monday I have it on good authority that the head of the DMLE will be pressuring Dumbledore and Fudge to add special security for the tournament. I had a little chat with Madame Bones after the events of the Quidditch World Cup. If I read her correctly, then I should be offered a position as the head of security for the tournament. Jasmine was wondering what the need for security would be and she voiced her concerns. Django answered her question straightforwardly. By being made head of the tournament security I can keep a close eye on Harry in all of the events in addition to keeping an eye on Moody, or Barty Crouch Jr., assuming he is taking the place of Mad Eye once again. Then we can make sure that my younger self ends up reaching the cup and being transported to the graveyard at Little Hangleton. Ambush their ambush? Asked Sirius with a laugh. I am so looking forward to helping with that. Django joined in with the mirth, and I look forward to your help, and to ending Riddle's return right as he begins. Sirius laughed for a moment and then he frowned slightly. Perhaps tomorrow would not be the best time to meet with Harry. Maybe I should wait until after his name comes out of the goblet, as you stated it will. Then I can insist on meeting with him as his guardian, and also that way you should already be in the position of head of tournament security and could join us for security purposes. Who knew you two could think so much like Slytherins? Asked Hildy. Until me, every black had always been sorted into Slytherin, added Sirius with a laugh. Django also explained, I told you the sorting hat initially suggested I be sorted there. Saturday, November 5, 1994. Headmaster's office. Sirius had been waiting rather impatiently for Albus Dumbledore to arrive. As he sat there in silence, he considered the encounter he had with the deputy headmistress. Sirius had apparated to Hogsmeade and made his way toward the gates of the school. By the time he arrived at the main entrance to the school he was greeted by Minerva McGonagall, his former head of house. Mr. Black, what can I do for you? She asked tersely. I was not aware that you had business at the school this day. Ah, Minnie, began Sirius, intentionally using the nickname that he was sure she hated. I am aware that my visit is unannounced. However, the revelation of my godson and heir having his name spewed out of that forsaken goblet the other day means that I must insist on meeting with Harry. Very well, Mr. Black, replied Professor McGonagall, if you would just make your way to the headmaster's office I will send him to meet with you there. I am sure you haven't forgotten your way to the office. You had plenty of meetings there when you were a student here. That I did, smiled Sirius as he started to make his way to Dumbledore's office. Everlasting gobstoppers, she called out after her former student. Sirius paused and looked back. Excuse me. Everlasting gobstoppers, she repeated, that's the password this week. Of course it is, he smiled. A few minutes later and he found himself in the headmaster's office. After waiting patiently for a few minutes he decided that if he was going to have to wait for the headmaster, he would make the most of his time there. He glanced up at the various portraits in the room of the former headmasters. Quickly realizing that they might give something away he cast a quick charm that covered all of the portraits with the curtains that also had silencing charms so they wouldn't hear anything that he did. Next he investigated the various monitoring devices that the headmaster had set up on one of his shelves. His skills as an Auror helped him to determine that all of these, in some way, were connected to Harry. That wouldn't do, no, not at all. Sirius decided to alter each one of the devices in some way. He summoned one of the house elves from the kitchens, and then placed the tracking charm onto the little creature before it returned to its work. He changed the health monitoring device to monitor Severus Snape. Then he decided to switch those monitoring wards so that Dumbledore would track Snape and that the other device would monitor the health of a house elf. The other devices he merely set up to stop working at some time later in the week, well after he had left Hogwarts. Sirius sat down and he was still waiting on Dumbledore to arrive. He then went over to inspect the wards on the door to the headmaster's office. He quickly discerned the one that was used for setting the password. He grinned to himself as he came up with another idea. Sirius did some quick spell work and then sat himself down in the chair across from the headmaster's desk. With a quick wave of his wand all of the curtains disappeared and Sirius was content to wait for the headmaster to arrive. 10 minutes later Albus walked into the room. Ah, Sirius, my boy, what can I do for you this fine afternoon? Sirius' expression became very stern. Headmaster, as my heir, Harry Potter, has become the center of unwanted attention once again with this Tri-Wizard tournament, I must insist that I meet with him this afternoon. Albus' eyes lost their twinkle for a moment. Harry is a very busy student, Sirius, and I am sure he is preoccupied. Headmaster, as the head of the House of Black, and as Harry is heir to becoming Lord Black, and he is already designated as Lord Potter, and I am his guardian, I must insist that I speak with him this afternoon. There is no denying my request. Albus sighed heavily. Very well, I will have him sent for. The headmaster then called for a house elf and he quietly asked him to find Harry Potter and have him join them here in this office. Sirius simply sat in a chair quietly refusing to speak with the headmaster while he patiently waited for Harry to arrive. Several minutes later there was a knock at the door and Dumbledore opened the door and asked Harry to join them. What is it, headmaster? He asked coolly, as he was not particularly thrilled with having been chosen as a champion. He also was irritated that Django had essentially proven to everyone in the back room after the champions were selected that Harry had not entered his own name, but so far Dumbledore had done nothing to make sure that information was widely known. Harry's eyes widened when he noticed his godfather sitting in a chair near the headmaster's desk and he then ran over to give his godfather a hug. It's good to see you too, pup, commented Sirius as he returned the embrace. Then he turned to Albus, I would like to take Harry to Hogsmeade so that we can have an important discussion together. I don't see why you can't do that here in my office, replied Dumbledore. As I have already stated, explained Sirius whose demeanor was stern and irritated, I need to meet with my heir about Black family business, and it would be inappropriate to conduct such a meeting here. I have already arranged for accommodations for this meeting between Harry and myself, so I would appreciate it if you would just be so kind as allow us to leave. Now. But Sirius, there may be dangers involved. We don't know who put his name into the goblet, argued the headmaster. Sirius smirked in response. It would seem that perhaps you are not looking hard enough if you do not know who did that. Besides, whomever put young Harry's name into the goblet clearly wants him to compete for some reason. And I will choose to ignore the fact that your comments imply that I am not able to adequately provide for the safety of my own godson. Sirius paused a moment to let his latest words sink into the headmaster's understanding. Perhaps I should have someone accompany you then, protested Dumbledore. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Who would accompany us, and again I must ask you, why? That Django Pevensie, added the headmaster, thinking quickly. You already know him, and he has been hired to provide security for the tournament. I think it would only be best to have him supervise a champion as they left the school grounds. Sirius sighed heavily before finally agreeing to the demands. Very well, Albus, I will allow Django to accompany us, as he is after all official security for the tournament. Ah, thank you, my boy, stated Dumbledore, who felt that he had at least won a minor concession, even if it would probably not help him gather any information about young Harry. He then quickly sent another house elf to contact Django, who arrived after a few minutes. He readily agreed to accompany Harry, acting as a chaperone or security for a champion leaving the school grounds other than for scheduled times away. Hogsmeade. The trio walked mostly in silence until they were well past the gate to Hogwarts. Harry finally spoke up to break the silence. What's going on, Sirius? He asked. You must have already heard about my name coming out of the goblet. I didn't enter myself in the tournament, you can ask Django. He essentially proved I was set up, but Dumbledore won't tell anyone. Sirius laughed heartily. It's okay, pup, I already knew about that. Actually, that's why I'm here. And I am glad that Django is with us. But the headmaster said this had to do with Black family business, commented a confused Harry. Of course it does, explained Sirius with another laugh. The Tri-Wizard tournament puts my heir in danger, that makes it Black family business. Django spoke up as they neared the village. I have arranged for a private room at the Three Broomsticks. I think it would be best to avoid the Hogshead Inn, as it is owned by Albus, brother. Sirius seemed a little surprised. What, don't you trust Aberforth? Django laughed in response. No, it's just that I don't trust Albus even more. A couple of minutes later and they were seated in the private room, and Madame Rosmerta had already supplied them with plenty of butterbeer and sandwiches for their time together. Sirius and Django both warded the room for privacy after they each had inspected the room for any detection or spying charms. Once they were sure they were secure, they all sat down at the table. Harry felt a little uneasy. He was worried at first that he would be in trouble for having his name come out of the goblet, but Sirius had seemed to know about it already. Sirius noted the worried look on Harry's face. "Now pup, you're not in trouble," he began. "The thing is, we already know exactly who put your name into the goblet." "And why?" Harry's eyes narrowed as he glared at Django. "It most definitely wasn't me," stated Django with a slight laugh. "Because, after all, it was done to me." Harry was confused and it showed clearly on his face. "You have been working on your occlumency shields with Sirius all summer, haven't you?" asked Django. Harry nodded that he had. Sirius then tried to enter into Harry's mind without warning, and he was quickly rebuffed. Sirius apologized to Harry. "Sorry about that pup, but I had to be sure." He then turned to face Django. "Harry's shields are fine, I just tested them." "Well, in that case, then I can show you this." With a wave of his hand, Django's features changed. Harry found that he was staring at the face of someone with the same emerald green eyes and a faded version of his scar. "But, how could you have the scar too?" stuttered Harry as he puzzled over what he saw in front of him. "Because, Harry," Django explained slowly, "I am you." Harry shook his head, trying to get rid of the nasty sensation of nausea, confusion and vertigo that seemed to grip him all at once. He looked at his drink and then at Sirius. "What did you put in this, Padfoot?" "Nothing, pup, that's pure butterbeer at its finest," grinned Sirius as he picked up his bottle and took a big drink. Harry looked back at Django. "But you're old." Django laughed again. "Approximately 53, give or take a few months, but it's kind of hard to tell now." Harry rubbed his forehead, trying to get a grip on everything. "Time travel, Harry," Django began to explain. Hildy and I have been traveling through time ever since we were about 50. We've gone back many times to many places. All to create this character, Django the Dark Hunter. It's actually a lot easier to be a bounty hunter when you know exactly where someone is when they do get apprehended. Just show up a little earlier and all of a sudden you're a hero. Easiest way to create a notorious persona of someone who other people don't want to mess around with." "But why?" questioned Harry. "Oh, and who is Hildy? Is it Hermione?" Django shook his head. "I'm sorry, Harry, but I'm not answering that question. At least not yet, so we'll leave that alone for now. We need you to concentrate on this tournament." Harry was obviously frustrated by this response. "But you did it, or I did it, or we'll do it. Whatever, but it is clear that you survived the tournament." "Yes, it is a bit confusing," agreed Django. "But just because I survived it, that does not mean it will go so easily for you." "Hell, it wasn't easy for me at all. There are still risks. Already some things are changing. I don't think I should tell you everything about what happens, either in the tournament or in the war. But we do need a different outcome than what I experienced, or I should say you need a different outcome." Django waved off the next question. "No, I will not tell you more about that. But we do have something very important to tell you." Sirius chimed in finally. "It's about Tom Riddle. How he didn't die in 1981, why he didn't die, and how you are so important in all of this." Django added, "He did very dark things, unnatural things, all because he is afraid of death. He thinks he is immortal," finished Sirius. "But how?" questioned Harry. "Soul anchors," replied Django. "Horcruxes," added Sirius. Harry was confused and it clearly showed on his face. "There is a dark ritual," began Django, "that a wizard developed, to prevent his soul from going on to the next great adventure, as Albus would put it. The ritual requires murdering someone and thus tearing your soul apart and placing part of your soul in a container." "A Horcrux," interjected Sirius. "The wizard can't truly die until the Horcrux containing part of his soul is destroyed," continued Django. "Riddle made one of those things," stated Harry, nodding his head in understanding. "You already destroyed one, Harry," said Sirius. "The diary," Harry said, thinking back to his second year. "Yes, the diary," agreed Django. "Wait, you said I destroyed one, that means," Harry stammered with growing concern. "Yes, it does," added Django, whose expression was equally concerned. "How many?" "He planned to make 6, thus separating his soul into 7 pieces," answered Django. "But how do we find them, what can we do?" asked Harry, who was still worried. Sirius pulled a bag out and dumped a number of objects onto the table. The remains of an old book, an old cup, a ring, a crown of some sort, and a necklace or locket. That's 5, Harry said, stating the obvious. Good, the lad can count, commented Django, momentarily taking on the tone of Mad-Eye Moody. So, where is the 6th? Django had Sirius shared a look before Sirius answered. There are 2 more. He has a snake, continued Django. It's not a normal snake, at least not anymore, added Sirius. But what about the other one? Asked Harry, who was trying to feel overwhelmed. There was silence. Finally Django replied, there is a reason why my scar is faded and yours is still red and prominent. Harry gently touched his forehead, and suddenly he looked quite ill. Yes, the soul fragment there does create a connection between you and Riddle, added Django softly. How do we get rid of it? Wondered Harry, his tone sounded desperate. Well, in my time, answered Django with a sigh, the answer from the headmaster was that Riddle had to kill me, but I was obviously able to come back. What? Harry was shocked. Long story that is, but we're going to avoid that. How? Goblins, explained Django confidently. They have a ritual. When can we do this? Asked Harry, who was still worried. We're not sure, chimed in Sirius. They are still working on the details. They're not sure you will survive it. But we need it done before the tournament ends. Django then looked Harry square in the eyes as he spoke again. Also, Harry, don't tell anyone about me. It's for the best. And please understand that I do not have any desire to keep you in the dark like some who have controlled you for years. But knowing the future that is my past, may not be for the best. Why? Or why not? Asked the bewildered teen. Because my whole purpose of being here is to prevent certain things from happening, things which would lead you to do what I have done. Django paused as he sighed deeply. But I will not speak of those things. You are very powerful, and you are even more so than you have been led to believe. Trust me on this. Sirius looked at the time by casting a quick Tempest charm. I think we should be heading back to the school soon, as it is the headmaster is none too happy with any of us. But what about the tasks in the tournament? Wondered Harry. Django smiled, I'm not your teacher, I'm only security. And to help you stay safe, all I have to say now is dragons. Dragons, gulped Harry. You'll do fine, laughed Django. I scored the highest when I faced the dragon. Monday, November 7, 1994. Harry was determined to prepare himself for the upcoming tasks in the tournament. He focused his time on research at the library, trying to find out everything he could about the previous tournaments. One thing he had learned from Hermione was that there were plenty of useful things one could learn from actually studying and reading. The history of the Triwizard Tournament was actually easy to find in the library. Most students would have not even considered that there might be clues from the past tournaments, even if they were held over 100 years prior. While reading up on how the previous tournaments had been organized, Harry ran into Daphne at the library. She had been worried about how he was handling being selected as the 4th champion, and she had hardly had any time to speak with him since his name came out of the goblet. Daphne sat down in the chair next to him at the table he had occupied, which was covered with various books and parchments. Some of them were clearly old newspaper articles from a long time ago. She noted the stress in his eyes as he was reading the papers. Hey there, Emerald Eyes, she said with a smile. Hey there yourself, Harry smiled back. I've missed having you around, he added. Daphne's smile broadened at his words. Well, Mr. 4th Champion, it seems that you've been quite busy lately. She glanced at the various books and parchments he had gathered around him. Just trying to figure out how I am going to survive this crazy tournament, he said as his smile faded. He pointed at the newspapers. Did you know that in the past the champions have had to face dragons, griffins, and once they even had to get past a chimera? It seems that the first task has to do with bravery and ingenuity. It also was the most common task to result in a champion not making it to the end of the tournament. Daphne's smile faded to a frown as well. Do you have any idea what you will be up against this year? Harry looked around and then cast a silencing charm around them. He then looked at her and simply stated, dragons. Daphne gasped slightly and covered her mouth with her hand. Have the people organizing this gone round the twist? Apparently, replied Harry. I'm not sure exactly what I'll have to do with the dragon. I'm pretty sure I won't have to fight it directly. I'll probably have to find a way to get it around it for some reason. Want some help figuring out what you're going to do? She asked. Harry blushed slightly. Of course I would. Especially from the prettiest girl in school. With that, the two friends started to associate more freely than they had since they returned to school at the beginning of the year. The divide between their two houses had not made it easy for them to spend any time together, and since Harry's name came out of the goblet, most of Slytherin had taken to harassing him more openly than ever before. However, Daphne had finally found the courage to seek out the boy who she had been fancying ever since the ball she attended with him over the past summer. They developed a plan of meeting together in the library when their schedules would allow it so they could work on preparing Harry for what he might have to face. Monday, November 14, 1994. That evening Daphne arrived in the library and handed Harry a slip of paper. Harry looked at the folded parchment and then up at Daphne. "That bounty hunter, security guy, Django," started Daphne, "he handed this to me and asked that I give it to you. He said that you would figure it out." Harry raised an eyebrow and then opened the paper and read the words. "Meet me in the place where only the two of us can access. Tonight, 8 p.m. Harry read the note out loud. Daphne gave him a look that clearly asked, "What does that mean?" Harry laughed a little. "There is one place in the castle that both Django and I can get to, but I don't think anyone else can get there." "What is this about?" she asked. "It may be about the tournament," answered Harry. He noted the concerned look on her face. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. He is probably the one person I can trust the most. Even more than your godfather." Harry smiled broadly. "Yeah, even more than Sirius." He noted the concerned look on her face. "I can't explain why at this time, but I think I can trust him implicitly." "Well, Harry, you still be sure that you're safe," said Daphne as she turned to leave. "Where are you going?" asked a confused Harry. "Oh, I have to meet the headmaster at his office," she said simply. "I'm not sure what this is about, but I received a message from Professor Snape that Dumbledore needed to meet with me about something." Harry wondered what that could possibly be about, and then he decided to gather his things and head off to meet with Django. A short while later Harry arrived in the Chamber of Secrets and found that Django was already there. Apparently he had already arranged to have the carcass of the basilisk removed as it was nowhere to be seen. Django noted the look on Harry's face and he explained that he had the goblins render it the many useful components. "Don't worry Harry, you'll find that your share of the proceeds are in a special vault for you." Django noted that Harry seemed a little confused by this comment. "No, I did not keep any of the money for myself. The goblins required a flat payment. So, everything else goes to you, several million galleons worth of gold for you. Plus the basilisk hide armor that they're making for you." "So what are we doing here?" asked a still confused Harry. "We're here to help you prepare to face your dragon," laughed Django. "But I thought I wasn't supposed to be helped by the teachers," wondered Harry. "I'm not a teacher, nor am I an official for the tournament. I'm simply a hired security guard to help oversee the tournament. At no time was I ever forbidden to offering help to any of the champions," added Django. Harry looked puzzled. "But you didn't have this help," he protested. "I was given some advice from a professor," smiled Django. "It may not have been the smartest idea, but it worked." "What did you do?" "I used a summoning charm," said Django evasively. "You summoned the dragon?" asked a clearly surprised Harry. "No, I summoned my broom," chuckled Django. "I merely outflew the dragon. Barely. He almost caught me a few times. It sure showed off Gryffindor foolish bravery, but I really think you can do better than that." He then waved his hand around the room. "I think that this is open enough of a place to help you practice some new spells and work on figuring out your own strategy in dealing with a dragon. So, let us get to work." With that Django began to tutor his younger self and they would meet nightly for at least 1 hour to review some spells. Django encouraged Harry to keep studying and preparing with Daphne as it would benefit him in multiple ways. The next day Harry ran into Ron on his way down to breakfast. "So, is our false champion now cavorting with slimy snakes and avoiding the public eye before he gets himself embarrassed in the tournament?" he chided. Harry was startled that Ron had even deemed to talk to him, but he was not surprised by his tone or words. "What is it to you whom I spend my time with, Ronald?" he asked, clearly irritated. "If you had listened to anything I had said you would know that I never would have entered my name in that tournament, and it was even confirmed by Django Pevensie that someone else had to have entered me against my will. But perhaps logic is still not your strong suit." "Oh yeah," replied Ron nearly shouting. "Well, you're still cavorting with snakes. What do you see in her anyway?" Or does she put out for you like she probably does for all the guys in Slytherin? Harry slapped Ron across the face. Don't you dare speak about Daphne like that, Harry said threateningly. Daphne is nothing like that, and you would have known that if you even tried to get to know her over the summer. And besides, it's none of your bloody business who I spend my time with or why. Ron was rubbing his cheek as Hermione walked up to the two after witnessing the interaction. Ronald Bilious Weasley, she whispered harshly, you are so lucky that Harry didn't respond with anything more than just slapping you upside the face. Hell, if you had spoken to me like that I'd have probably hexed you into next week. With that being said, she shook her head in obvious disgust and walked off to the Great Hall with Harry leaving a stunned and red-faced Ron behind. Saturday, November 26, 1994. The first task. The morning of the first task had finally arrived. Harry was feeling fairly confident in his ability to handle facing off with a dragon. He was glad that he had the time to prepare both with Django and with Daphne. He walked up to the tent where the champions were meeting prior to the start of the task. Django was already there and waved Harry over to join the other three champions who were seated together at a small table. Victor acknowledged Harry with a curt nod, Cedric greeted him with a quick hello and a handshake while Fleur simply smiled meekly at him. Harry thought to himself that the statements made the night of the selection hadn't seemed to warm anyone up to his particular plight with being here with them. Finally Cedric spoke quietly, everyone ready for this? Victor nodded with half-closed eyes, while Fleur spoke quickly in French. Harry grinned slightly as he responded, as ready as I will ever be, considering I didn't want to be here in the first place. Before anyone else could say anything further, Ludo Bagman arrived with the white sack that Django remembered from his time. The four champions were instructed to remove one item from the bag just like in his experience, and once again Harry would be facing off against the Hungarian Horntail, and he would still be last. Django smiled slightly at Harry as he examined the vicious-appearing miniature in front of him. Cedric's name was called to be the first contestant to face the task, and he boldly stepped out from the tent. Django followed him, for as the head of security it would be his job to rescue any champion if need be during the task. Cedric once again conjured a rock into a dog and used it to try and distract the Swedish short snout. Then Fleur was called and she used the same technique that Django recalled hearing about, charming the common Welsh green to fall asleep, and once again she was burned slightly as the beast snorted out a breath of fire. Victor again smashed the eggs in the nest when he faced off against the Chinese fireball, which stumbled around as it was blinded by the conjunctivitis curse. Harry was finally called forth and went to face the Hungarian Horntail. Django took a deep breath, hoping that the techniques they had been practicing would help. The chime sounded, signaling the beginning of Harry's turn to face his dragon. Harry approached the arena timidly at first and he was soon held in the gaze of the largest dragon that any of the contestants had to face. Harry whispered in Parseltongue, "Please don't take this personally, I'm only trying to retrieve something that looks like your egg," but he was unsure if the large reptile could either hear him or understand him. As the dragon reared up in an attempt to threaten the small human that was approaching her, Harry quickly cast a petrification charm, but he did so in a way that would channel as much power as possible into the spell. Harry could feel his body weaken as magic flowed from his core and through his wand and out towards the dragon. Initially he could feel the dragon's inherent magical resistance, and so he channeled more power into the spell, using the mind-relaxing techniques that Django and Sirius had been training him in. He could feel power enter into his body from without and that power was channeled into the spell. Finally the large beast became petrified, turning into a stone-like statue. Harry saw that he was successful, but he was not sure how long the spell would last. He quickly ran for the nest, stumbling along the way due to the weakness in his body after draining himself of so much magical energy. He managed to grab the egg and again stumbled on his return to the starting zone. Once there he collapsed onto the ground. Immediately he was picked up and brought into the medical tent where Madame Pomfrey was seeing to the other champions after they had completed their tasks. Daphne stood up from where she was sitting in the stands, but initially she felt a little weak in the knees, as she had felt a drain on her while Harry was casting the petrification spell. Her best friend, Tracy Davis, looked at her as she steadied herself. "I'm fine," she whispered, trying to reassure her friend, just anxious from watching Harry have to face that dragon. She then managed to get out of the stadium and made her way to the tent where Madame Pomfrey was giving Harry his third pepper-up potion. By Merlin's beard, I can't for the life of me understand why they would make children do such things. It'll be the death of me, or of them, if they keep this up. She then glared at Harry as he was drinking the potion she had just handed him. Of course I would expect nothing different from you showing off and risking your life with such a powerful spell. Harry looked away for a moment before replying, it could have been worse, I could have summoned my broom and tried to outfly my dragon. Even you wouldn't be able to outfly a dragon, commented Ron Weasley, who had also shown up in the tent. Great job there, Harry, I always knew you could do it. By this time Daphne had arrived next to Harry and gave him a quick hug. Ron's expression turned sour upon seeing the bee. Own Slytherin. Harry doesn't need a slimy snake now, I'm here to support him. Daphne's eyes glared at the redhead across from her, while Harry scoffed. I think that my friends who supported me throughout this past month and actually believed me when I said I didn't put my name into the goblet are my true supporters. And I don't need anyone being rude to my friends, so you probably should just leave. Hermione had arrived and was standing behind Ron as he had spoken to Harry, and she had heard Harry's reply. Ron's ears were turning red and he was about to say something more when Harry cut him off. Ron, a true friend wouldn't accuse me of lying about entering my name. A true friend would have stood by me and tried to help me. A true friend would have understood I don't want or need any more fame. Ron started to sputter and then finally said, Hey, I was your first friend, and I said I was sorry. No, Ron, you didn't, pointed out Hermione, whose voice startled him. Ron was surprised by her words and he could tell that he wasn't getting anywhere, so he turned and marched himself out of the tent. Hermione looked at Harry and tried to smile for him. He didn't mean anything bad, she tried to explain. He refused to believe me, he refused to help me, and he continues to insist on being rude to Daphne, Harry said simply. I know he and I have been mates for years, but a true friend doesn't betray that friendship so easily. I don't know what to think about him right now, but I'm not about to let him to walk all over any of my other friends. Not Daphne, not you, not anyone. Hermione sighed briefly and then she leaned over and gave Harry a hug. At least you're safe, she added. That was an amazingly powerful spell you cast. How did you do it? Where did you learn that? And did you know you scored the highest marks? Harry smiled as he gently squeezed her hand. Thanks for your concern, Hermione, really. Maybe you can help Daphne help me prepare for the next task. Hermione bit her lip for a moment before responding, That would be great, I'd love to help you. I suppose I could have been more of a help to you. Harry smiled at her, It's okay, I'm sure you will be. Monday, November 28, 1994. On Monday afternoon, Professor McGonagall called a house meeting for all of Gryffindor. At the same time, Professors Snape, Sprout and Flitwick were meeting with their own houses. The Yule Ball was announced and all students 4th year and up were invited to attend. Younger students would only be able to attend if invited by an older student. The Transfiguration professor made sure that Harry understood that as a champion he would be required to open the ball with a dance with his partner. She had heard about the festivities that Sirius and Harry had hosted over the summer, so she was not concerned about his ability to dance, and she was quite sure that he would have no trouble arranging for a date for the ball. After dinner that day, Harry made sure that he asked Daphne to be his date for the ball. She was relieved that he had asked her quickly so that she could readily turn down any other potential dates. Hermione joined up with Harry and Daphne to study at the library after dinner. By 8 o'clock, Harry was ready to leave to once again meet up with Django. Where are you off to now? Asked Hermione. I was thinking of trying to discover the secret to the golden egg, he answered quietly. That horrendous screeching that we all heard when I opened it at the party in the common room was quite unpleasant, so I was thinking of finding somewhere away from everyone to try and figure it out. You know, so as not to bother anyone with it. Hermione nodded as she replied, Well, that does make sense, Harry. Harry then turned to Daphne and asked her to come with him. Daphne had just finished putting away her books and she readily agreed to join him. Hermione sighed as she was now left alone in the library. She enjoyed having others with her to study, and now she wasn't sure what she was going to do. However, her moment of solitude did not last long when she was startled by a slight cough behind her. She turned around to find Victor Krum standing behind her. Excuse me, miss, spoke the champion representing Durmstrang. I have noticed you sitting here alone many nights in the library. I also see that you are friends with Harry, Hogwarts extra champion. Hermione was surprised that the world-famous Quidditch star and now Tri-Wizard champion was speaking to her. She was worried he was trying to get information about Harry and the competition. Yes, I am friends with Harry. We've been friends since our first year in school here, she answered a little defensively. What of it? Victor blushed slightly. You are very pretty girl and you are not crazy fangirl of Harry or of me. Maybe you don't like Quidditch, but that's okay. I was hoping you might be willing to attend Yule Ball with me. Hermione noted his accent was thick and his English could be better, but then she recalled many Eastern European athletes at the Olympics spoke English in a similar way when she watched those events on the television when she was younger. Hermione blushed in response when she realized that Viktor Krum had not only complimented her for being pretty but that he was asking her to the Yule Ball. She was so surprised she was not sure what to say in response. I gather from your lack of an answer then that would be a no, said Victor who seemed to be dejected at this. No, that would be a yes, stammered Hermione. I'm sorry, I mean yes, I would love to go to the Yule Ball with you. I am just surprised, that's all. And you're right, I don't particularly like Quidditch. Watching Harry play and seeing how often he gets hurt or nearly hurt, I just think it's a dangerous sport. Victor laughed at her comments. Yes, it is dangerous. I had heard that Harry played Quidditch. I hear he is good player, is he not? Oh, he is great, he plays Seeker, just like you, answered Hermione. Well, then, we should get some students together and play a game, just for fun, commented Victor. It would take away some of the stress of this tournament. Your friend Harry he did well. I did not expect him to be so powerful a wizard at such a young age. Victor then took a seat at the table next to Hermione. Would it be okay if I sit here and study with you? Hermione blushed again. Yeah, sure, that would be fine, she answered. Quietly she wondered how would she be able to help Harry prepare for the next task in the tournament if she had a new study partner, Viktor Krum. While Hermione was meeting the famous Quidditch star, Harry and Daphne made their way down to the second-floor girls' bathroom. Where are we headed? Asked Daphne, and why are you going into the girls' bathroom? Harry laughed at her question. We are headed to the Chamber of Secrets, he stated proudly, and the entrance just happens to be in here. Why are we going there? She asked again. Because I figure that is the most secure place in the castle, he replied. Besides, there is someone there who might be able to help me with the golden egg. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Who would be down there? And how could they possibly help you with the egg? Harry realized now that he probably shouldn't have brought Daphne along if he was meeting with Django. It would be awful hard to explain why somebody else knows how to get down into the chamber. Harry then hissed in Parseltongue to open the stairway behind the sink and they were well on their way down to the entrance to the chamber. Harry noted that the passageway seemed cleaner than the last time he had come down here. He assumed that Django must have had something to do with that. Soon they arrived at the large, round door that would lead directly into the chamber. Open, he hissed again in Parseltongue. The snakes slid out of the locking mechanism and the door slowly swung open, which Daphne watched in wide-eyed amazement. So the story of you in the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk, she began in awe, that was all true. Not just some wild tale made up by Weasley. I'm not sure just how much you heard, but at the end of our second year I did find my way down here after figuring out that it was a basilisk that was attacking the students, answered Harry. To make a long story short I did manage to kill the basilisk. Who helped you do that? She asked, still amazed. No one, replied Harry shyly, I was all by myself. Well, Fox, Professor Dumbledore's phoenix did show up and blinded the basilisk and he helped me get the sword of Gryffindor. That was what I used to kill the basilisk. Daphne didn't know what to say at this so she just followed him silently into the chamber. I was wondering when you would get here, called out a voice which startled Daphne. She looked up and saw Django Pevensie standing in the room. Oh, I didn't see you there at first, Daphne, continued the man who she had met on several occasions. Before Daphne could ask why or even how he was down in the chamber, Django began to explain. As it turns out, I also know Parseltongue and young Harry here showed me how to get down to the chamber. I have been helping him learn some spells. As I am neither an official of the tournament according to their rules nor am I a teacher here at this school, there is no problem with my offering some tutelage to the youngest champion. Daphne nodded in understanding. Harry, meanwhile, was relieved that Django seemed to explain things so easily to Daphne. "So, Harry, are you having any luck with the golden egg?" asked the older man. "No, sir," answered Harry, who was clearly frustrated. "It keeps making this horrible high-pitched squeaking noise that I can't tell what it is supposed to mean." Django nodded as Harry explained his frustration. "Can you describe the sounds at all?" "It's kind of like a high-pitched screech, like a whistle or something, only much more irritating," responded Harry. "Kind of like fingernails scraping on a chalkboard, but higher in pitch." "Do you know of any animals that communicate with a high-pitched screech-like noise?" asked Django. "Bats use some sort of high-pitched sound like a sonar," he answered, remembering a lesson from grade school. "That they do," agreed Django, "but I doubt a large golden egg would have anything to do with a bat. Any other animals or creatures that you can think of?" Daphne was puzzled as she had no idea where Django was going with this conversation. Django offered another clue. "Did you ever see any documentaries on animals when you were living with the Dursleys? Or when you were at school before Hogwarts?" Harry sat down on one of the chairs that Django had apparently conjured before they arrived. "Well, there was this one show on the telly that was about sea animals. I think they said that dolphins have a language they use to communicate." He paused as he tried to recall the show. "I think that they had a high-pitched kind of screech that they used to communicate underwater." "Then maybe that's what you need to do," said Django with a smile, "listen to the sound underwater." Daphne was surprised by this advice. "How do you know these things?" she asked. Django gave a sly grin. "When you've been around as much as I have, you manage to pick some things up." He then cast a tempest spell and commented about the lateness of the hour. "We are running a little late, and you should probably get young Miss Greengrass back to her dorm before curfew. And then you can work on figuring out your clue tomorrow." Daphne and Harry nodded in agreement about leaving. But as they were turning to go, she commented about the emptiness of the room. "You said you killed a basilisk down here. Where is it? How big was it?" Harry looked to Django, who simply smiled back at him, and then he began to answer. "The basilisk was over 20 meters long, and it had been right in the middle of this chamber." Harry then pointed to where the basilisk had been. "After Django came down here with me, he explained that the basilisk could be rendered into parts, and that it was very valuable. He arranged for the goblins to come by and take it apart." Daphne sighed with disappointment at not being able to see the creature. Django noted her reaction and spoke up. "Now young lady, if you really want to see the basilisk and the battle, someday Harry might be willing to share his memory of that day by showing it to you in a pensieve. However, I warn you, from what I hear, it is not a pleasant thing to watch." The two young students then left the chamber to return to their rooms. Sunday, December 25, 1994. Yule Ball, Great Hall, Hogwarts. The champions had gathered outside of the Great Hall as all of the other students attending the ball had already entered. Harry was holding Daphne's hand, and he was impressed with how pretty that Hermione looked standing next to Krum. Fleur was with her date, Roger Davies, and Cedric was with his date, Cho Chang. Django had indicated to Harry that the only champion with a different date than when he had experienced the Yule Ball was Harry himself. Professor McGonagall seemed to have lost her usual stern demeanor for the night as she spoke briefly to the champions. "Now listen up everyone," she began, "I want you to head in as the music starts. The processional music will play until you take your places in the middle of the dance floor. Then the first waltz will begin and you all will lead the dance. About halfway through the dance, the headmaster will arise and join the dance with his partner, thus signifying that everyone else may join in. The only other thing I have to tell you tonight is to remember the most important thing about this evening's festivities." She paused as she looked at the blank faces of the 8 young people staring back at her. "Have fun. Remember, this night is about having fun. Dear me, not everything about this tournament has to be taken so seriously." With that, the music started to play and the deputy headmistress opened the doors to allow the champions and their dates to enter the hall. They arrived in the center of the dance floor that had been set up in the middle of the hall, and then the waltz began. Harry and Daphne glided effortlessly around the floor, clearly experienced in dancing together. Hermione had to be careful as Victor repeatedly stepped on her toes and kept apologizing under his breath as they danced. Soon the initial dance was over and the band announced that there would be a break in the music for the dinner to be served. Harry sat with Daphne at the head table and Hermione was on his right. He and Daphne were chatting about his adventures from previous years. Hermione was straining to listen in on their conversation as Victor had very little to talk to her about as he knew she didn't particularly care for Quidditch. He tried speaking to her about her interests in school and magic, but her attention was continually drawn away by Harry's conversation. Soon the dinner was over and the dancing had started up again. As Harry and Daphne moved around the dance floor gracefully, Harry noted Ron sitting at a table looking quite unhappy. Apparently he had brought Luna Lovegood as his date and it seemed that he was not having a good time. Harry did not really know the blonde-haired third-year student, who seemed lost in her own world as she was looking around at the ceiling and other unusual places in the hall. Harry didn't waste much time paying attention to what his friends were doing as he was having a wonderful time dancing with Daphne. He wondered what he would have done at the ball if he had not had the dancing lessons over the summer or the time to start a friendship with Daphne and had the opportunity to partner with her in dancing for the various summer balls. Django and Hildy had come to the dance and they stayed away from Harry and Daphne as they enjoyed a quiet night on their own. They did keep an eye on their younger counterparts and Django thought that it would be a good idea to check on them when they ventured out into the courtyard. He remembered how Rita Skeeter had shown up as a beetle and eavesdropped on several people. As he went into the hallway he discreetly pulled out his version of the Marauders map, and made a quick glance. Sure enough, he saw that Rita was sitting in the courtyard. Silently he walked out into the courtyard and conjured a small jar. He found the large blue beetle resting on a leaf behind where Harry and Daphne were sitting. He quickly scooped up the beetle and placed a lid on the jar. Once again he quietly left the area and he proceeded to leave the courtyard and he returned to the entryway. Hildy joined him when she saw he had successfully captured the nosy reporter in her animagus form. The two then headed off to a nearby classroom and placed the jar on the table. First they stunned the beetle before turning the jar over and placing her on the table at the front of the room. Then Django cast an animagus revealing spell and the iridescent insect transformed back into the gaudily dressed reporter. Hildy kept her wand pointed at the reporter as Django began to speak. Now, I am quite certain that a certain friend of mine had a little chat with you previously about your reporting habits. I was just trying to get a good story, she whined. You were infringing on the privacy of a nice young couple, pointed out Django. There is no story there that you will be printing, and at this rate I think that the owner of the paper may have a word or two with your editor. Empty threat, claimed Rita. Hildy laughed at the woman. Did you not follow up on what Lord Black told you when he met with you last month? Skeeter frowned. I was hoping that you were bluffing and that you didn't know about that. I worked as security for Lord Black this summer. I work as security for this tournament, commented Django. You should never underestimate me. Rita was about to make a retort but she noted the seriousness of Django's expression. Perhaps I should contact the DMLE and make a report about a certain unregistered animagus, stated Django. Rita's eyes clearly were asking him not to turn her in. Now that I have your undivided attention, he continued, I will let you go this time, but if I find you here on these premises under unpleasant circumstances such as hiding as a small blue bug, then I will track you down and deal with you myself. And trust me, I have my own ways of knowing if you are ever on the Hogwarts property. So I would advise you not to test me. Rita was quite well intimidated by him at this point and just nodded in agreement. Then Hildy and Django accompanied her to the edge of the Hogwarts boundaries to make sure that she apparated away from the school. As the two were returning back to the castle, Hildy spoke up. What's going to stop her from just coming back and sneaking in again tonight? Hopefully the fear of me will be enough to do that, smiled Django. But then again if she does come back, then I'll have to make it clear to her just how serious my threats were. As they neared the castle doors they noted a diminutive blonde girl sitting on the steps outside. As they got closer it became clear to them that the young girl was Luna Lovegood. Hildy approached her first as she seemed to be a little upset. Why are you out here all alone, miss? She asked. The young blonde looked up. Oh, hello there Mrs. Pevensie, I'm Luna Lovegood. I was just getting some fresh air. The boy I was at the ball with had so many nargles that the infestation was becoming overwhelming. Nargles? She questioned. Django stepped up next to Hildy. Did Mr. Weasley treat you poorly tonight? He asked. Luna looked at the man known as Django. Oh, hello, Mr. Dark Hunter, although something about you seems to be wrong. I know that you have been associating with Stubby Boardman, but somehow you seem to have the same aura as one of the Tri-Wizard champions. But that wouldn't make much sense. Django was a little surprised by her comments, but he redirected the conversation. That's very interesting, I'm sure, but has Ronald Weasley been inappropriate with you tonight? Luna smiled weakly. Oh, no, he was his usual self. I should have known that he would be infested with Nargles and that they could cause him to eat and drink too much and refuse to dance. Perhaps the Nargles have interfered with his ability to walk and talk properly. Django laughed at her comments. No, I think that Mr. Weasley is just being his usual grumpy self. Well, it was probably just his being upset that Hermione went to the dance with his favorite Quidditch player and that his former best friend went to the ball with a girl from Slytherin, commented Luna. I'm sure that was part of it, agreed Django. But still, he didn't need to call me any names as he stormed out of the hall when I asked him if he would care to dance, she added. No, he definitely should not have done that, said Hildy. Suddenly the door to the castle opened behind where Luna was sitting. The three people on the steps turned and looked to see Harry and Daphne coming outside. Oh, there you are, Luna, said Harry as he looked at her and then at Django and Hildy. I hope that Ron didn't upset you too much. Luna turned around and stood up as she replied to Harry. Oh, hello Harry Potter, she said, extending her hand to shake his. I haven't really met you before, she added, but you and Miss Greengrass make a beautiful couple tonight. Why thank you, replied Daphne with a smile. Luna, began Harry, I was wondering if you would care to come back in and dance with me. Oh, that would be wonderful, Harry Potter, she answered with a smile, as long as Miss Greengrass is okay with that. I'm fine with that, she reassured the bee-owned girl. Now let's just go back inside and everyone can have a good time. Hildy and Django smiled as they watched the trio head back into the castle. After the door to the castle closed, Hildy turned to Django. Remind me again why you were friends with that git Weasley when you were in school. Django sighed. He was my first friend. Back when I met him I didn't have any other friends. I thought beggars can't be choosers, so I guess I felt I was stuck with him. Why don't we return to the ball? Asked Hildy. Django pulled her in tight, or we could just head to our room. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.